Reborn 3 days before the apocalypse of myths descends. Not only do I foresee the future, but I have also awakened the heaven-defying inheritance of the Creator God Hongjun. The 9 Halls of Violet Heaven. The first hall, Beast Convergence, grants me the absolute authority to command divine beasts. Starting by out-scheming the deceitful brothers to reclaim my money. Crushing the underworld arms dealer barehanded. Catching bullets with bare hands was just an appetizer. Within 12 hours, I successfully contracted the 9th-ranked supervisor of armies, the White Tiger of the West. A greedy little white cat is rapidly evolving into a god of slaughter. But only one of the 9 celestial halls of the Violet Heaven has opened. When the legacies of the remaining 8 temples emerge one by one, what terrifying apocalyptic truth will this new god of mine face? Chapter 1, Rebirth, the terrifying inheritance of 9 halls. Dainan City, Dongchen District, a black and white decorated, European-style villa. Lin Mo, don't worry. With me, Chen Liuyan, your big brother Chen leading this project, it's absolutely reliable. Your 500 million will at least multiply tenfold. This time, we've hit the jackpot. Lin Mo sat on the sofa, listening to Yang Meng's excited voice on the phone, and let out a cold laugh in his heart. 500 million was already all his assets. In his previous life, he couldn't understand what state of mind had led him to trust this childhood friend he had considered as close as a brother. That's right, Lin Mo is a reincarnator. April 15, 2030. 3 days later, this world will face an unprecedented apocalypse. The sky was torn apart, the earth collapsed, and demonic gods from various mythological traditions broke through the first divine seal, filling the world with calamity and terror. The slowly awakening demon god, forbidden lands where no living soul returns, mutated abominations corrupted by demonic energy, slaughter and death lurk everywhere. The vast majority of ordinary people in this era had no choice but to hide and rely on living supplies. 3 days before the age of demonic gods descended, Lin Mo had already been swindled out of all his parents' inheritance by Yang Meng and his gang, left homeless and forced to hide in the sewers to survive. When the mutation begins, the first to perish are the homeless and the pitiful poor. If not for being found by Shan, he would have been bitten to pieces and eaten by the mutants long ago. Later, Lin Mo joined Shan's team, the 9th Divine Squad of the China Dawn Bureau, based on his military merits. Yet he remained unaware that the deputy captain was none other than Chen Liuyan, the mastermind behind his scam and a former leader of a local criminal underworld. Noticing Lin Mo's message, in order to eliminate any future troubles, Chen Liuyan became even more ruthless and directly lured him into the most terrifying forbidden land in all of China. By the time he realized the truth, it was already too late to turn back. Even Shan sacrificed her life for him by attempting a lone rescue. With the potential threat eliminated and his superior dealt with, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Chen Liuyan was now poised to assume the acting team leader position, enter the core of the headquarters, and wield considerable power. But now, Lin Mo has been reborn. Chen Liuyan. Lin Mo's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This time, he swore to kill Chen Liuyan. Lin Mo? Yang Meng called out several times from the other end of the phone. Lin Mo snapped back to reality and said to the betrayer, "There's some trouble. I invested recently, and the stock price plummeted." Meanwhile, in the conference room of Chen's enterprise, Yang Meng was just enjoying the softness of his beautiful secretary when he suddenly froze upon hearing the news. Then, as if it were his own money at stake, he anxiously roared, "What do we do now? 500 million. That's 500 million. You." Lin Mo held the phone away from his ear for a long moment before bringing it back, offering a reassuring smile and saying, "Don't worry, this stock will definitely rise soon. I'm borrowing money to buy the dip now. If successful, it'll double. Lend me 30 million, and I'll invest all the profits into your project afterward." He knew Yang Meng, as a small business owner, had exactly that amount on hand at the moment. Upon hearing this, Yang Meng withdrew his hand from the blouse of his shy, beautiful secretary. Tempted yet hesitant, he murmured, 30 million. "What's wrong? After knowing each other for 20 years, you won't even help with this?" Lin Mo's voice turned noticeably colder. "Of course not," Yang Meng said with an awkward chuckle, though his expression quickly turned serious. "Knowing Lin Mo as I do, someone who turned 100 million in inheritance into 500 million, his judgment can't be wrong. And judging by the situation, if he didn't lend the money, given Lin Mo's personality, even if he still trusted their brotherhood after everything was settled, the most he'd invest would be 100 million. Taking a deep breath, Yang Meng said firmly, "Bro, 30 million is all I've got. You're the only one I'd ever lend it to." After instructing his assistant to transfer all the money to Lin Mo, Yang Meng felt his heart bleeding. But the thought that completing this deal would not only earn him another share but also gain the favor of underworld boss Chen Liuyan, boosting his status in Dainan City, eased his pain. "Don't worry, brotherhood is in my heart. Once it's done, all 1 billion will be invested in you," Lin Mo assured confidently. Then the two exchanged a few pleasantries before ending the call. 1 billion. TSK, don't blame me. Who made you the richest around here, Lin Mo? Yang Meng casually tossed aside his phone, his mind filled with beautiful fantasies. He wrapped his arms around the slender waist of his bashful secretary beside him, ready to engage in an activity that would nurture their growing affection over time. Villa. Setting down his phone, Lin Mo leaned back on the sofa with his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. At this moment, Yang Meng was probably using his own money as leverage to indulge in entertainment at Chen Liunian's company. Yang Meng, savor this final moment of bliss. While Lin Mo was contemplating his next move, his entire body suddenly burned with fever, and his head ached as if it were about to split into pieces. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, yet Lin Mo's lips curled upward. Has this life come so soon? The divine inheritance. Within each demon god seal lies the legacy of the deities who originally presided over the sealing. Once the seal is broken or on the verge of breaking, the residual divine consciousness will automatically select inheritors through varying criteria for evaluation. Once chosen, one gains divine power, becoming a divine empowered. And if one passes the trial, they can obtain the complete divine inheritance, transcending the mortal world to join the divine succession. The scenery before his eyes shifted. The next moment, Lin Mo found himself amidst an endless starry sky. Before him stood a colossal palace lifted by a river of stars, named Zixiao, purple firmament, with phantom silhouettes of golden dragons and celestial phoenixes spiraling around it, radiating overwhelming majesty. The hall had 9 chambers, each door and window entwined with massive chains suspended in the void. At the pinnacle of the central hall, encircled like the moon among stars, stood a shattered sword appearing as if sealed by the surrounding 8 halls. Everything before his eyes now exceeded Lin Mo's comprehension. He had never heard of any divine inheritance site being so magnificent and grand. In his previous life, he had only been undergoing trials at a small Taoist temple by the Guanjiang River. Forcing himself to calm down, Lin Mo walked into the palace. After entering, a stone tablet caught his attention, inscribed with a line of text. I, born from chaos, have governed all things between heaven and earth for endless eras. Now, as the end of the cycle approaches, I am finally liberated. Thus, I merge with the Tao to seal it away, leaving behind my legacy to resist the end. One hall, one trial. Those who inherit all 9 halls may ascend as a new god of creation. Hongjun, the Creator God Hongjun. At the sight of this name, Lin Mo's blood boiled with excitement. Chinese deities are categorized by their hierarchical ranks, starting from the fortune virtue god at sequence 857, who has already transcended mortal existence. The higher the sequence, the more terrifying the deity becomes. And it is rumored that above the divine sequence, there exists an even more mysterious creation sequence, but this has always been a legend. Until this very day, Lin Mo finally witnessed the legendary Creator God Hongjun, who shaped heaven and earth, controlled time and space, and judged the order of all things. As long as he passed the assessment, he would become part of the Genesis sequence. Suppressing his burning excitement, Lin Mo strode forward. The first hall, 10,000 beasts homage. An inscription clearly marked on the chain gate read, those who survive beyond 12 hours within the terminal sealed forbidden grounds, despite lacking immortal level cultivation yet demonstrating unyielding will against the terminal, shall meet the inheritance criteria. They are qualified to enter and trigger the first hall's opening. Upon reading these words, Lin Mo's mind abruptly flashed back to that forbidden ground, known as the most terrifying in all of Huaxia, from which not a single soul had ever returned alive. So, this condition, he has already met. As Lin Mo reached out and touched the chain. Snap, the chain shattered. In the vast hall, countless illusions appeared, divine beasts as massive as mountains, their divine might shaking the cosmos, prostrated humbly before the illusory figure of Lin Mo's height standing before them. Beasts homage, in my name, command the 8 divine beasts to submit. When these words surfaced in his mind, Lin Mo's heart trembled violently. Divine beasts, entities that once assisted certain deities in sealing the demons, would possess animals with their fragmented souls before the seals shattered, bringing them back to the light. Each of them is immensely powerful, forming the strongest force against the demons in later ages. But as everyone knows, divine beasts are inherently aloof and do not associate with humans. Countless powerful beings have tried every means to earn the friendship of divine beasts, yet few have succeeded. And now, merely through the inheritance of one of the 9 halls, the Beast Worship Hall, he could become the master of divine beasts? Just as he was still reeling from the weight of this inheritance. Those who enter my hall and receive the inheritance must form a contract with a divine beast within 12 hours, or the trial will be failed and death awaits. Hearing the words clearly, Lin Mo was momentarily stunned, then broke into a smile, straightening his back a little more. Mythical beasts were hard to come by. In any other place, one might simply await death in such a short time, but this was no challenge for Lin Mo. After all, there is a divine beast in Dainan City. Divine Beast Sequence 9. Lord of the West Palace, Guardian Deity of Metal. Divine Beast White Tiger, Chapter 2, Power Beyond Mortals. In mythology, the white tiger, as one of the 4 symbols, governs life and death, embodying a fearsome warrior deity of slaughter. Its first formal appearance was in the Forbidden Zone number 221, the Deadfire Ghost Forest. With just one glance, its mountain-sized claws brutally tore apart the Yibifang, the so-called undying demon god at the heart of the Forbidden Land. By nature solitary and proud, the complete form possesses the ability to contend with the top 30 Forbidden Land demon gods. This is the headquarters specialist's annotation on his profile. According to investigations, on the first day of the demon god's revival, Bai Hu hunted and eliminated all mutants within a radius of nearly 10 miles, centered around the Crown Club in Dainan City, before disappearing. At that time, it still appeared in the form of a white cat. He reappeared on the battlefield. Lin Nemo never imagined that he had once been mere dozens of kilometers away from him. And the owner of the Crown Club was someone he had also encountered in later times. Lin Nemo was no stranger to this organization. Nanhu District, Central Street, neat rows of skyscrapers, and a bustling intersection with an endless stream of vehicles. Workers carrying breakfast hurried desperately against time, lovers strolled leisurely, and students gathered in small groups discussing their favorite celebrities and anime works. Lin Nemo passed by the bus stop, gazing at this familiar yet alien scene, and couldn't help murmuring, 10 years have passed. I never thought I'd see such a sight again. Unfortunately, in 3 days, all this will be completely destroyed. In the city of Dainan, the demonic deity known as Yazi forms the forbidden realm of the Dragon Palace. Initially, the forbidden area is not vast, yet its demonic power nearly envelopes the entire city, giving rise to numerous aberrant creatures. During this period, the 3 most crucial elements emerge: food, base, abilities. In any area where abominations have appeared, food becomes tainted by magical corruption. Consuming it causes immediate mutation into bloodthirsty monsters. Thus, during that era, uncontaminated food outweighed all dignity and moral principles. To protect your food, you must build an impenetrable base, a safe house. In that era, possessing large quantities of supplies without being robbed was crucially dependent on capability. Coincidentally, Lin Nemo possessed precisely this confidence, the ability to fear no one in the future. To say the least, with a mythical beast guarding the base, who would dare to cause trouble? Narrowing his eyes, Lin Nemo walked towards the Crown Club in the distance. Inside the resplendent club, as a hostess approached, Lin Nemo said directly, "I'm looking for Yang Xiang." The receptionists exchanged glances before asking in confusion, "Which guest are you referring to?" Lin Nemo glanced at them without speaking further. He knew there were lookouts watching nearby. Sure enough, before long, a well-dressed man who introduced himself as the boss approached and said, "Looking for Mr. Yang, right? Please follow me." With that, he led the way. Bypassing the lavish private rooms along the way, the two arrived at an iron door. As the door opened, a staircase leading into the depths was revealed, and a scent of decay mixed with blood wafted out. Lin Nemo calmly stepped forward and began descending. At the end of the staircase, upon opening the door, an expansive underground mansion came into view. First floor living room. Weapons and ammunition were casually strewn near the entrance. Whether it's pistols, rifles, or even rocket launchers, everything can be seen here. At the large round table in the center, a burly man drew Lin Mo's attention. He was smoking a cigar, laughing boisterously while slapping his neighbor's shoulder, then tossing down the cards in his hand. Just as Lin Mo noticed him, the man also looked over. Glancing at Lin Mo, Yang Xiang, the true owner of this club, looked intrigued. "So, you're the kid who specifically asked for me? Here to do business?" Swish, swish, swish. The moment the words were spoken, several gun barrels with their safeties off in the living room were instantly pointed at Lin Mo's head. Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the man. Yang Xiang, the second largest underworld figure in Dainan City, primarily operated a killer network, but he was known to be somewhat righteous. In later years, as a member of the Divine Sequence, his abilities were formidable, and he even unexpectedly saved Lin Mo once. Both of them hailed from Dainan City and had many conversations. Back then, when Yang Xiang spoke of his past pet bomb trade, he often marveled at how he had offended a divine beast and still managed to survive. Putting aside his memories, Lin Mo said calmly, "I'm here to buy a white cat from you." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room immediately became serious. "Ha ha ha, interesting. This isn't a pet shop either." Yang Xiang laughed, shrugging as he spoke. Lin Mo didn't respond, just silently watched Yang Xiang. Seeing that Lin Mo wasn't joking, Yang Xiang leaned forward, squinted his eyes, and asked, "How did you know I had the goods?" Using pets as carriers with bombs inside, then having the pets approach targets to execute explosive killings, this business venture hasn't even begun yet, so no one outside should know about it. "Is there a traitor?" Lin Mo shrugged and said, "If I told you that you said it yourself, would you believe me?" In an instant, the expressions of those around turned cold. Yang Xiang coldly stared at Lin Mo for a few seconds before waving his hand dismissively. "Heh, whatever. You got lucky today. I'm in a good mood and can't be bothered to interrogate your background." He picked up the deck of cards from the table and shuffled them casually, his demeanor as indifferent as if he were about to crush an ant underfoot. "Kill him," he said. Bang, bang, bang. The moment he spoke, several men pulled their triggers without hesitation. Utterly unexpected. For men like them, who treated life as expendable day after day, all reverence for human life had long since withered away in their bones. Human lives, to them, are no different from ants. They strike with nothing less than a lethal setup, leaving Lin Mo no chance to react. But just as they were about to mock this fool who sought his own doom, something eerie happened. At this distance, bullets that should have been 100% accurate all hit the wall behind Lin Mo, who remained standing unharmed. Seeing this, Yang Ziong frowned and said, "You're still in your prime years, and you can't even shoot accurately now? If you miss again, no women for 3 months." Upon hearing this, the subordinates immediately raised their guns and fired again. Bang, bang, bang. They emptied their magazines, yet not a single shot found its mark. This time they saw it clearly, but they became even more panicked. After their gunfire, the young man opposite merely swayed his body casually, thus dodging the bullets effortlessly. Am I blind? Did he just dodge the bullet? He really dodged that. Is he even human? The hand holding the gun trembled slightly, and a sense of absurdity, and fear rose in their hearts. Across the way, Lin Mo remained expressionless. The gap between ordinary people, those who have just awakened to divine power, and even the sequence of deities shouldn't be this fast. After this brief awakening period, the physical abilities of ordinary divine sequences can at best reach the level of an Olympic decathlon champion, still far behind him. By the time Lin Mo stepped out of the inheritance space, his physical capabilities had already exceeded human limits several times over, making it perfectly possible for him to dodge bullets. Across from him, Yang Ziong was stunned for a moment before kicking the person beside him away. A bunch of useless fools. Dodging bullets? You just got read like a book. Let me handle this, Yang Ziong said coldly. He didn't believe anyone could survive the instant he drew his gun. In an instant, he pulled out a golden desert eagle from his waistband. Bang! He fired directly, the smell of gunpowder filling the air. Yang Ziong was famously quick on the draw. At this distance, given his marksmanship, not even Lin Mo, let alone an ant, would escape his shot. The deadlier attack came right after. At the exact moment he fired, several red laser dots appeared on Lin Mo's head from the spiral staircase on the second floor. A terrifying barrage of bullets rained down, empty casings scattering everywhere. Damn it, you really think I'm an idiot? In this territory, my gun is the signal. With this firepower, why don't you try predicting again? Yang Ziong glared fiercely, holstered his pistol, closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and took a deep, satisfying drag on his cigar, reveling in the violent thrill of gunplay. Why would you think I was predicting? Right at that moment, a voice rang in his ear. Chapter 3, Did I say I wanted your life? Yang Ziong's eyes snapped open. He stumbled backward and collapsed onto the sofa. He whipped his head around to see Lin Mo standing perfectly unharmed where he had been. How could this be? That kind of gunfire would have killed not just a person, but 5 elephants flat. Why was he still alive? This thing will soon be nothing more than a toy. It won't save you. Lin Mo glanced at the desert eagle in Yang Ziong's hand and shook his head slightly. Even in the early stages, ordinary firearms struggled against the lowest tier anomalies and couldn't take them down in one shot. Refusing to accept defeat, Yang Ziong abruptly stood up, twisted his arm, and fired the shotgun the moment Lin Mo finished speaking. Bang! But as he witnessed the scene before him, the cigar in his mouth fell to the floor. He looked utterly horrified, as if he'd seen a ghost. The echo of the gunshot reverberated through the building, leaving everyone too stunned to speak. Across the room, just 5 paces away, Lin Mo calmly extended 2 fingers and caught the bullet between them. Immediately afterward, a faint golden light spread from his fingertips over the bullet. This was Lin Mo beginning to wield his divine power. Whoosh! Lin Mo flickered his wrist, twisting his hand. The spent shell casing shot out like it had been fired from the sniper rifle, piercing straight through the massive display screen on the first floor. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A faint crackling sound of electricity echoed from the screen. In that instant, a bone-chilling dread rose from the depths of Yang Ziong's soul. Ever since he'd entered the underworld, he'd conquered his world with a single pistol. But in the eyes of this monster cloaked in human skin, firearms were nothing more than toys. Instantly, a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. This feeling of being as insignificant as an ant, he hadn't felt it in years. Young man, you're no match for me now, nor were you back then, nor will you ever be, Lin Mo chuckled, patting Yang Ziong's shoulder. Yang Ziong's legs buckled in terror. The gun slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. Slumped against the sofa, his voice trembling, he gasped, "Elder, even if I die, let me die knowing the truth." He believed he had never crossed paths with such a monstrous entity. Did I say I wanted you dead? Lin Mo's gaze swept over him. Ha! Yang Ziong froze. I said I came looking for a white cat. Hearing this, Yang Ziong's heart lurched and he collapsed completely. After a long moment, he rose and kicked several people nearby flying with a single blow, snarling, "I told you guys. Stop dealing in these pet bombs. Don't you fear divine retribution? Damn it, I nearly died over a cat. You bunch of idiots. Every single white cat, get them all out here. Right away, right away." The panicked subordinates scrambled to their feet, brushed dust off their clothes, and dashed into a nearby compartment. They made sure to keep their distance from Lin Mo, terrified of encountering this terrifying presence. Soon, 7 or 8 iron cages were hauled out from behind another door. With just a glance, Lin Mo spotted numerous other animals and miniature bombs behind the door. An ordinary person who crossed this group would likely die without even knowing how. His gaze returned to the cages. Most creatures appeared sickly and listless, save for one sleeping soundly. The moment Lin Mo looked at this white cat, his 10,000 beasts pay homage inheritance stirred. Found you, white tiger. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, pointing at the cage. Let it out. Someone hurriedly unlocked the cage. The moment the lock clicked open, the white cat's bloodshot eyes snapped wide. It leapt out, its front claws swiftly slashing a bloody gash across the guard's face before darting toward the exit's glimmer of light. Its movements were lightning fast. Ah! The man screamed, collapsing to the ground. Yang Xiang roared in fury, you fool! Who fed it? No one did. It's been starved for at least 5 days. Witnessing this, Lin Mo's lips curved upward. He calmly lifted the iron cage and tossed it aside. Thud! In his hand, the cage shot out like a cannonball, embedding itself into the floor and trapping the white cat just one step away from leaping onto the stairs. Those around them fell silent, stunned. Could a human possess such strength? I'm taking the cat. How much is it? Lin Mo glanced at the white cat inside, knocked unconscious by the impact, then looked up and asked. Consider the first one on the house. Yang Xiang cleared his throat. He loved money, but he loved his life even more. Fine. How about doing me a small favor? Lin Mo pulled the cage free and looked over. Yang Xiang straightened his back, his face brimming with confidence. Just give the order. I may not be as skilled as you, but whether it's seducing the mayor's wife or kidnapping the police chief's daughter. Lin Mo cut him off. If I recall correctly, the Chen group has quite a few shady operations on the side, right? Got a list? At this, Yang Xiang's eyes lit up. I can get it immediately. He promptly ordered his men to handle it. Truthfully, he'd already investigated this kind of intelligence multiple times. Good, Lin Mo nodded, glancing at him. Stock up on enough survival supplies. Stay here in 3 days. You'll be safe. Remember, if you want to live, don't go out empty-handed. With that, Lin Mo walked away, cage in hand. 3 days later. Survival supplies? Watching Lin Mo's retreating figure, Yang Xiang, having caught these keywords, fell deep in thought. After a long while, staring at the bullet holes in the wall, the broken display screen, combined with the bizarre news he'd just seen, Yang Xiang felt a sense of helplessness he hadn't experienced in a long time. As an atheist, he understood that the world might already be changing. Contact Li Dong. Go to the shopping mall in Nanhu district and buy up every edible item they have. Stockpile it all in the warehouse. One of his men looked puzzled. Boss, this isn't like stockpiling for a famine. Besides, where are we supposed to store all that? Yang Xiang snapped back, are you stupid? If we don't have space, we buy it. Didn't that real estate project next door just open for sales? Buy that entire building for us. But, cut the nonsense. Get moving. Yang Xiang knew this decision meant betting his entire savings. But, if he treated this as an investment, losing it meant starting over. Meanwhile, the television on one side continued broadcasting news about the anomalous events unfolding in a certain region of Huaxia. The incident had begun precisely at the moment Lin Mo received the 10,000 beasts pay homage inheritance. Meow. Inside the villa, the white cat in its cage began thrashing violently the moment it awoke, its paws pounding against the iron bars with thunderous clangs. Despite its battered condition, its strength and spirit showed no sign of waning, hardly what one would expect from an animal that hadn't eaten in 5 days. Very spirited. Good. Lin Mo's lips curved upward. After opening the cage and restraining the cat's movements, he decisively activated his inherited ability. 10,000 beasts pay homage. A golden mark slowly emerged from Lin Mo's forehead. It felt as though a strand of his soul was being torn away, causing him excruciating pain. In the blink of an eye, the golden mark vanished into the white cat's body. The cat trembled violently, as if resisting something, but soon settled into stillness. In that instant, Lin Mo could clearly sense the connection between them, a bond transcending blood ties. If necessary, he could even control its actions. What a domineering inheritance ability! Lin Mo murmured in admiration before withdrawing his consciousness. He hadn't expected forming a contract with a divine beast to be so effortless. Observing the now docile white cat before him, Lin Mo sensed it was but a hair's breadth away from awakening its divine soul. Master, hungry. Through their connection, the white cat could communicate simple thoughts with Lin Mo. Probably due to insufficient energy reserves, Lin Mo realized, tossing the cage outside before cradling the cat and heading toward the restaurant. Jupiter Restaurant. This establishment belonged to Yang Meng, with Lin Mo holding a partial stake. The elegantly decorated first-floor lobby. In the short half-hour since arriving, dozens of trays had piled up on the large round table before Lin Mo, all for the white cat. Now perched on a chair, it was wolfing down its food. All around, diners stared at the white cat as if they'd seen a ghost. Wait, is this cat mutated? How can it eat so much? It's not a mutation, it's a freak. Seeing it nearly finished, Lin Mo waved his hand. Bring another full set for this table. The waiter wiped sweat from his brow and hurried back to the kitchen to urge the staff. Damn it, eating this much? Is this even human? The kitchen staff roared in fury. A voice answered, actually, it's not human. Meow. The man at the next table glanced at the white cat devouring its deluxe meal, then looked at his own table's basic set menu. Jealousy welled up inside him, and he muttered under his breath. Damn it, what rotten luck! This is supposed to be a star-rated restaurant, yet they let this filthy thing onto the table? Is it eating or am I? I'm not eating a damn thing. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a white blur shot across the room. Like a whirlwind sweeping fallen leaves, the white cat plundered every last morsel from the man's table. That speed! Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, fixating on the cat. He could distinctly sense its speed had increased. Chapter 4, The Divine Beast White Tiger, Incarnation of Carnage. Damn it, you bastard! At the table, the man froze in shock before leaping up in rage. But a figure stepped in front of him. Sorry, I'll cover this one, Lin Mo said, looking at him. The man eyed Lin Mo coldly. Ha? Paying the bill is all? Your cat caused me mental distress. I want compensation for that. What? I didn't catch that. Say it again. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and smiled. In an instant, the man felt the air around him grow several degrees colder. An inexplicable sense of oppression washed over him, making his breathing grow ragged. You think I'll just say it when you tell me to? With that, he turned and fled without looking back. In that moment, he had felt extreme terror. Inside the restaurant. Upon learning that Lin Mo, the second boss, had arrived, the restaurant's general manager promptly came over to greet him. Glancing at the manager in his sharp suit, Lin Mo inquired, boldly, how have the restaurant's earnings been lately? Manager Li promptly replied, not bad. We've hired several influencers for promotions, and sales have been rising rapidly. How much cash flow does the restaurant have left? About 10 million. Lin Mo spoke calmly, transfer it all to my account. I'll need it temporarily, consider it a loan. Since Yang Meng was to face the Forbidden Zone alone, it was only fitting to strip him of everything, especially since this money included his own investment. Manager Li froze, about to refuse, but then reconsidered. He was the restaurant's largest shareholder and the boss's closest friend. May I call the boss first? Manager Li asked respectfully. Lin Mo fixed him with a piercing stare, his gaze sharp enough to cut. What? Worried I'll default on a 10 million loan? That single glance made Manager Li's hair stand on end. He'd never seen such terrifying eyes before. He immediately stammered, not at all. I'll arrange it right away. With the owner involved, nothing could disrupt the restaurant's operations. Good. I'll transfer you a 300,000 tip shortly. Stock up on supplies these next couple days, Lin Mo said before settling into quiet anticipation. By the time the white tiger had eaten its fill, the restaurant's ingredient reserves were nearly depleted. Perhaps it was the sheer terror of that earlier gaze, or perhaps the lure of the generous tip, but the manager had even forgotten to mention settling the bill. Of course, Lin Mo had no intention of paying either. Outside the restaurant, Lin Mo could sense the white tiger in his arms beginning to undergo gradual changes. Stimulated by the power of his own lineage and having absorbed sufficient energy, the white tiger's spirit was about to awaken ahead of schedule. On the way home, Lin Mo scanned the passers-by around him. Bloodshot eyes were commonplace. He knew this wasn't mere fatigue from staying up late, but the precursor to magical pollution. The seals were already beginning to crack, though not yet strong enough to summon a demon god. For now, the demon god could only seep its power, subtly altering these people, transforming them into stronger aberrations for the future. Regrettably, he could do nothing to change this now. In such chaotic times, self-preservation was paramount. In his previous life, Lin Mo didn't know the exact date Chen Liuyan received the inheritance, but it was highly likely before the demon god's full awakening. Had it been earlier, he might have held some reservations. But now, if Chen Liuyan simply waited for death, he might consider sparing him a whole corpse. Back home. A faint white light now formed a shimmering barrier around the white cat, its form beginning to shift. Its body grew visibly from its original size to over a meter in length. Its fur became increasingly pure and snow-white, its limbs appearing agile and powerful, its claws gleaming coldly like iron. Soul awakening. In its white tiger form, regardless of other factors, its current appearance alone radiated extreme aggression. After a brief exchange with the white tiger, Lin Mo gained some understanding of its abilities, and couldn't help but marvel at its terrifying power. As a divine beast, the white tiger had only awakened a fraction of its potential at this stage. Yet even this limited power, if revealed, would be enough to make countless beings envious. The first ability enhanced the white tiger's claws, granting them the power to pierce through steel. Most crucially, its attacks were virtually impossible to evade. The white tiger's first strike, its claws, possessed immense destructive power, causing enemies to instinctively dodge. However, the moment an opponent dodges, the white tiger's second strike, a piercing claw aura, immediately follows. Its power multiplies exponentially and invariably strikes a vital point. Moreover, this bonus grows stronger as the white tiger matures. In a past life, the demon god of the 221st Forbidden Zone, the Bifang, renowned as the Undying Flame, fell to this very ability. One can only imagine that a white tiger reaching its peak possesses the world's most formidable offensive capability. The second ability grants the white tiger defense rivaling only the divine beast Xuanwu and a handful of divine lineages at its level. Moreover, when damage exceeds its threshold, it can convert that damage into an enhancement of its own abilities. I vividly recall an incident in a later era Forbidden Zone where the white tiger was severely wounded by a demon god and a million monstrous creatures. Headquarters had already prepared to dispatch a divine squad for rescue. Instead, the white tiger cleaved the forbidden land in two with a single claw strike. Both the demon god and the alien creatures were obliterated by that single claw strike in its ultimate state. This is the god of slaughter, born for battle. Until death. Now that the assessment task is complete, I wonder what changes await within the Hall of Inheritance, Lin Mo mused, stroking his chin as his consciousness sank into the legacy. Purple Sky Palace. The Hall of 10,000 Beasts paying homage. The consciousness form of Lin Mo stepped inside. The hall, once home to hundreds of divine beasts, had been completely transformed. Only the spirit essence of a young white tiger remained. Having passed the trial, this hall was now officially refreshed and belonged to Lin Mo. Master. Upon seeing Lin Mo's arrival, the white tiger respectfully prostrated itself on the ground. In later generations, such deference from a divine beast would be unimaginable to countless people. Seems communication here is unimpeded, Lin Mo thought to himself. He nodded, then scanned the surroundings, noticing something peculiar. 10 lamps adorned the hall, yet only one now burned, casting its light upon the ethereal form of the white tiger's spirit. What is this? When 2, 4, 6, or 8 lamps are lit, this hall will grant you different divine beast abilities, the white tiger replied. A sudden flash of insight struck Lin Mo. Was this what a top-tier inheritance felt like? The contracted divine beast was merely the most basic ability granted by the first hall. I wonder what the conditions are for unlocking the second hall. Lifting his gaze to the distance, Lin Mo began walking toward the second hall. Though the 8 outer halls formed a circular arrangement, only one path connected them. No shortcuts were possible. Second hall, 10,000 divine weapons. Conditions for entry: enter within the time it takes for 1 stick of incense to burn, striking the hammer 100 times. That simple? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, looking at the forging station and small hammer that appeared before him with some surprise. But when he tried to pick up the small hammer, his body suddenly tensed. The hammer could only be controlled with mental energy. Ah! The next morning, Lin Mo was jolted awake by a piercing scream. His pupils were now tinged with red. To open that door, Lin Mo had spent an entire day hammering away just to barely meet the requirements. Shortly after entering the hall, he collapsed from exhaustion and his consciousness returned. But I never imagined the inheritance of the second hall would involve forging divine weapons with mental energy. Though the difficulty is no joke, the results are nothing short of godly. Though his face bore the marks of exhaustion, Lin Mo's eyes burned with fiery intensity. If asked what mattered most to divine inheritors during the demon god era, answers might vary. But for the greatest boost to power? Divine artifacts were unquestionably the answer. Divine artifacts fell into 2 categories. The first were the life-bound artifacts belonging to deities themselves, granting inheritors the full powers of the deity and accelerating their cultivation. Examples include the green dragon crescent blade wielded by the human god, Martial Saint Guan Yu, and the 3-pronged double-edged blade used by the heavenly god, Second Lord Yangjian. However, such artifacts are exceedingly rare, typically sealed deep within forbidden realms, making their acquisition extremely difficult. Thus, another type of divine artifact emerged. Acquired divine artifacts allow inheritors to fully unleash their innate potential. They also possess forging capabilities, enabling the infusion of additional attributes through materials. Only the most exalted divine lineages ever forged such artifacts. The second hall not only granted Lin Mo the ability to forge, but even offered the hope of crafting a new, divine-level life-bound artifact. Stunned, Lin Mo rose from bed and walked toward the door. Chapter 5: Essential Materials for Forging Divine Artifacts. In the villa's grand hall at that moment, the white tiger, now restored to its ordinary white cat form, glared menacingly at the figure across from it. Its claws glinted coldly, and its fangs seemed poised to strike at any moment. Across from her, Lin Shanshan wore a pure white t-shirt and cropped pants, her figure tall and slender. She had her hair pulled back into a high ponytail, her features delicate, with a tear tattoo at the corner of her eye. But despite her youthful beauty, she now stood frozen in place, clutching a stack of documents, too frightened to move. Shanshan. Lin Mo approached, his gaze fixed intently on the person before him, his heart suddenly trembling. In his previous life, Shanshan had been entrusted to him by her gravely ill uncle, insisting on becoming his personal secretary. After the demon god era, Shanshan passed the selection process before him, who had lost everything and became a divine being. She even inherited a terrifying legacy ranked within the top 100. Yet she always obeyed him completely, sacrificing everything for him. In the end, she sacrificed her life to save him, falling victim to Qin Liunian's treacherous plot. This lifetime, he would protect her at all costs. Seeing Lin Mo emerge, Lin Shanshan finally exhaled in relief, scurrying over in small steps. "Cousin? Are you feeling unwell?" Noticing Lin Mo's unusual state, Lin Shanshan drew closer, her dazzling eyes blinking steadily. Lin Mo gave a faint smile, suppressing the flutter in his heart, and handed her the list he'd obtained from Yang Xiang. Deliver this list to the police station. It's all black market operations. Before she could respond, Lin Mo's tone grew slightly firmer. Also, use every last cent I have left to buy gold within 2 days. Remember every last cent. Forging divine artifacts requires 3 indispensable elements. First, materials born in special regions typically found only in restricted zones which provide the artifact's energy source. Second, a foreign core or a product of the same type which, through special means, imbues the artifact with its power. Third, gold, which serves as a partial carrier and neutralizes conflicting material effects. As essential materials for forging divine artifacts in later eras, the first 2 could be obtained if one was willing to take risks. Only gold is strictly controlled by the Bureau, making it nearly impossible to obtain even a single gram. With his current wealth, he could purchase over a ton of gold and absolute fortune in later generations, and more than enough to forge countless divine artifacts. A single divine artifact could drive countless inheritors to brave fire and water. What about 10? 100? This was the foundation of his confidence to face an entire demon god era. Lin Shanshan asked curiously, is the economy about to expand? Or is chaos coming? The demon gods are awakening. I see. Monsters will appear, and gold will be invaluable. Lin Shanshan's eyes widened. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow in surprise. You remember that? Lin Shanshan smiled wisely. Of course. That's what it said in that weird novel in your room. But wasn't that about ghosts and monsters? Lin Mo rolled his eyes. I still have the property Dad left me. Should I sell it and buy gold too? Lin Shanshan blinked innocently. Lin Mo asked in surprise, you believe in fiction? Lin Shanshan leaned closer, their eyes meeting. I believe you. A warm wave washed over him. Lin Mo gently pinched her delicate cheek and said softly, your property has other uses. Keep it for now. I'll listen to you. After seeing Lin Shanshan off. Meow. Seeing no one around, the white tiger leapt onto Lin Mo's shoulder. Its speed was increasing rapidly, to the point where Lin Mo could barely discern it unless he focused intently. Its abilities are reaching the peak of this stage in every aspect. Lin Mo stroked the white tiger's head, feeling a touch of admiration. Ring ring. The phone rang. Yan Meng. Recognizing the caller ID, Lin Mo answered only to hear an urgent voice on the other end. Lin Mo. What the hell do you think you're doing? Do you realize the restaurant has no money left to buy ingredients? On the other end, Yang Meng was nearly beside himself. He hadn't expected that not only had Lin Mo borrowed his personal money, but he'd also transferred every last cent from the restaurant's business account. Beside Yang Meng, Manager Li remained silent, not daring to utter a word. Oh, is that all? Lin Mo's voice sounded light and detached. Yang Meng's temper flared instantly. What do you mean, just this? Lin Mo chuckled. It's just one restaurant. Once I get my money back, your project will make 10 times the profit, right? Then you won't just open one, you could easily open 10. Hearing this, Yang Meng's face darkened. If that money truly ended up in Chen Liunian's pocket, he'd be lucky to get a mere 50 million. The total investment for this restaurant was far more than that. Wait, Lin Mo, listen to me. Investment carries risks. My money isn't urgent. You need to pay back the restaurant funds first. What? Don't you trust my investment skills? Of course not, but this is genuinely urgent. Lin Mo retorted, what's there to fear? You've got projects that guarantee profits, right? This time, Yang Meng was so furious he nearly spat blood. No, Lin Mo, listen. The phone abruptly hung up. In the restaurant, Yang Meng froze for a moment before slamming his phone onto the floor with a loud thud. Lin Mo. You son of a. How much raw material is left in the restaurant? If we don't restock this time, how long can we hold out? Yang Meng asked Manager Li beside him. Fortunately, many of the restaurant's ingredients could be stored. He'd tough it out these few days. Once Lin Mo's money arrived, he'd sever ties with him immediately, no mercy. He used to feel a twinge of guilt. Now. Yang Meng wished Chen Liunian would just kill him. Manager Li stammered beside him, Mr. Lin used it all up yesterday. What? The news hit Yang Meng like a thunderclap, his ears ringing. He ate an entire restaurant stock by himself? His cat did. What? Never mind. Who ate it doesn't matter. Just give me the money for the food. It should cover the emergency. Well, didn't you say you wouldn't charge him? Manager Li recalled the 300,000 yuan that had arrived in the account last night. He seemed to understand something. At that, Yang Meng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. You're fired. Pack your bags and get the hell out. Inside the villa. After hanging up, Lin Mo paid no attention to Yang Meng's fate. Instead, his consciousness plunged directly into the inheritance. With only a day and a half left before the demon god's full revival, resolving Chen Liunian's situation was now urgent. But confronting the entire forbidden zone would be a struggle relying solely on the white tiger's current power and his own. He couldn't just build a safe house and hide inside, stagnating forever. He had to confront that demon god. The existence of the divine artifact could bridge the gap between them. Second hall, 10,000 divine weapons. The chamber's scenery shifted, revealing a towering mountain with countless divine weapons and blades embedded within its slopes, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. Lin Mo stood atop the peak, holding a forging manual inscribed with the character lower. There were 3 volumes in total: lower-grade divine artifacts, upper-grade divine artifacts, and lifebound divine artifacts. He was not yet qualified for the latter 2. Those who enter my hall must forge 100 lower-grade divine artifacts within a month. Failure to do so means failure of the trial death. The voice of the trial echoed in his mind. Quite a challenge. Lin Mo mused inwardly. The so-called lower-grade divine artifacts within this text, even a single one of them would be considered top-tier forging by the powerhouses of his past life, mastered only by core inheritors. While Lin Mo was studying the forging manual in a luxurious mansion somewhere in the capital city. Boss, just got word half an hour ago, our underground operations in Dainan City were exposed. Even with our informants tipping us off, we still lost nearly half. A man in black entered the gym and reported respectfully. Inside, a bare-chested, one-eyed man punching the air responded indifferently, who exposed it. According to our informant's investigation, it was a woman named Lin Shanshan, the black-clad man replied. One dares to report, and we dare to arrest? Shen Liunian sneered coldly, continuing his punching routine. The sandbag opposite him was, astonishingly, forged from steel. Lin Mo's guess was correct. Shen Liunian had been selected and had even ascended to the divine sequence. What about us? First capture, then interrogate, then kill them all. Don't you understand that? Boom! Shen Liunian thrust his arms forward with all his might, punching straight through the steel sandbag without a scratch on himself. The man in black watched the scene unfold, his eyelids twitching violently. He hurriedly declared, I'll send men to apprehend the informant for interrogation immediately. As for the police station, those bastards won't have time to worry about us. Ignore them. Huff. Shen Liunian withdrew his fist, glancing at the slanting sunlight beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. A bloodthirsty smile flickered in his eyes. I can't wait for the new era. Chapter 6, Turmoil in the Tower. Guangmao Tower. Lin Shanshan emerged after signing the contract, accompanied by the stunning woman in uniform beside her. Still perplexed, the woman persisted. Shan, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? In this day and age, money doesn't make money, it just depreciates. As Lin Mo's asset advisor, legacies who had worked hard to win Lin Shanshan's trust found this decision baffling. Leaving that 500 million untouched would yield at least 30 million in annual returns without lifting a finger. Switching to gold now, how much could it possibly gain? But she dared not voice this openly. After all, her cousin's financial clout spoke for itself, and she was merely an advisor. Lin Shanshan smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. Li Lizi feigned annoyance, placing her hands on her hips. Oh, really? Keeping secrets from your sister? Alright, let's go to the gold shop. No need to rush. Gold isn't going anywhere. As the two drove toward the largest shopping mall in Dainan City, they remained completely unaware that 2 cars were tailing them closely. They were Qin Liunian's men, experts in assassination and kidnapping. Target, Lin Shanshan. Proceed. The second hall. Perched atop a towering mountain, Lin Mo sat amidst the wreckage of countless divine weapons, flipping through a forging manual in his hands. Sub-divine artifacts. The text listed countless divine artifacts, and even Lin Mo found it overwhelming to process them all at once. Best to prioritize those requiring fewer forging materials yet packing the most destructive punch. Must bolster my strength before the demon god awakens. Rubbing his chin, Lin Mo continued his search. Among thousands of dazzling divine artifacts, he settled on the one that most captured his interest. Thunder Immortal Sword, forged from celestial thunder, it commands the thunder of the 9 heavens. With a single strike, thunder follows, fierce and domineering. The thunder array it forms is sufficient to annihilate all evil in the world. Required materials, gold, thunderstone, thunder shin patterns. Forging method as follows. Lin Mo gazed at the description of the sword, its blade shimmering with lightning, his heart aflame. In his previous life, only the divine beast Kuei Nyo and those who inherited the legacy of the thunder deity possessed the ability to control thunder. Especially that being who inherited the 9 heavens' resonant thunder sound universal transformation heavenly lord, the roar of thunder alone could sweep across half the Forbidden Land. When it came to sheer dominance, thunder stood among the most formidable forces. In his previous life, for artifacts of this caliber possessing thunder god power, the vast majority of inheritors could only glimpse them on the list within the headquarters core armory. Possession was reserved solely for the elite within the headquarters core hierarchy. The Vajra Mystic Pearl from the forging manuals, which could enhance metal hardness to a degree impervious even to divine power, was also excellent and unparalleled choice for base construction. However, compared to this artifact which requires exotic materials for forging and a metal built base to activate its effects, the Thunder Immortal Sword boasts the lowest forging cost and delivers more potent short-term effects. Gold is readily available now, and the lightning stones here merely refer to rocks struck by lightning for over a century, capable of storing thunder energy. That 100 Thunder Mountain in Lin City must have such stones, Lin Mo glanced over before turning his attention to the subsequent thunder mystic patterns. As the source of power for the Thunder Immortal Sword, this step could be accomplished using this inherited weapon mountain. Exiting the mental inheritance, Lin Mo planned to first order a batch of 100 Thunder Mountain stones online. Opening Pinto Oteo, he found exactly what he sought. Millennium-old Mystic Mountain, century-old thunderstones, exclusively for Taoist cultivation. Group purchase, 3,279 items. As a mountain that constantly attracts lightning, Bailey Mountain maintained a surprisingly high level of focus, and the stones from its peak could still be sold. The concept was similar to certain livestreamers selling air from the Hulenberg grasslands. The group purchase succeeded, saving him a lot of trouble. But Lin Mo knew Mount 100 Thunder was far from simple. It involved the legacy of a true deity of the Thunder realm. Ring ring. No sooner had he put down his phone than it rang. Brother, I'm in danger. The moment he answered, Lin Shanshan's urgent yet faint voice came through. Lin Mo's brow furrowed sharply. After confirming her location, he immediately drove away from the villa with White Tiger. Reflecting on his recent actions, he hadn't offended anyone except for exposing Chen Liunian's black market operations. The realization sent a blade like glint flashing through Lin Mo's eyes. He slammed his foot to the floorboard, the car tearing through the residential complex and onto the main road. Arriving at the Golden Pearl building, Lin Mo pulled over to find a crowd gathered outside. Did you hear? There's a terrorist inside. Seems they've taken a woman hostage. These people will do anything for money. Ugh, jewelry stores are too dangerous. I'm done patronizing them. The murmurs of discussion reached his ears, but Lin Mo remained impassive as he strode straight toward the building. Comrade, entry is prohibited here at this time. A man in police uniform approached, his back to a cordoned-off area. Reaching out to block Lin Mo, his hand grasped at thin air. In the next instant, Lin Mo had already appeared behind the barrier. Holy, am I seeing things? Teleportation? Damn, I saw it too. In an instant, many people pulled out their phones to film the scene, their faces etched with disbelief and astonishment. But some remained puzzled. That kid's got some serious athletic ability. What's he up to? Playing the hero? The cops are already here. Does he really need to step in? He'd be lucky if he doesn't just make things worse. I bet he goes in upright and comes out flat. Anyone want to take that bet? Pulling stunts like this in front of the cops? I bet he won't make it out alive. Those guys inside have guns, and they won't hesitate to use them. Outside, a crowd of young people began to jeer and cheer. Stop him. By the time the uniformed officer reacted and gave the order, Lin Mo had already entered the building. Inside the building. Brother Jing, what now? Should we kill her and leave? Whispered a man in black, holding the unconsciously Lizzie in his arms. Zhang Jing spoke coldly into the walkie-talkie pinned to his chest. Has the target been located? After a crackle of static, a voice came through. There are still about 10 rooms left on the second floor of the hotel. It'll take some time. Tisk, Zhang Jing spat lightly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. It had been ages since he'd failed. This time, disguised as a jewelry store manager, it should have been foolproof. Yet that woman had spotted the flaw. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the doorway. Oh no! Someone's. Zhang Jing whipped his head around. Before he could assess the situation, a voice rang out beside him. Are you one of Chen Liunian's men? The voice appeared abruptly, cold and devoid of emotion. Turning, drawing his gun, aiming, firing, Zhang Jing executed the sequence without hesitation. Bang! The gunshot rang out. He fired. The terrorist fired. Damn it, what about that young man? Is he dead? The single gunshot instantly ignited the atmosphere. Crowds, whether terrified or curious, all fixed their gaze on the building. Through the glass of the first-floor lobby, everyone could clearly see Lin Mo still standing there, his right hand raised. One onlooker zoomed in with a 60x view on their phone, their scalp prickling as they shouted, "Bullet! Bullet!" He caught the bullet. Countless people were startled. Is that gunshot your answer? Lin Yi tossed the bullet aside inside the building. He's a superhero just like the boss. Behind Zhang Jing, a man in black was drenched in sweat. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Zhang Jing's hair stood on end. Without hesitation, he fired 4 shots in rapid succession while simultaneously tossing a smoke grenade from his pocket. Run! The group immediately fled toward the rear of the building. Trying to escape? Lin Mo caught the 4 spent shells hurtling toward him, then flung them all back with a flick of his wrist, infused with divine power. Whoosh! In an instant, everyone except Zhang Jing was struck in the legs, collapsing to the ground with cries of pain. Watching Zhang Jing drive away, Lin Mo didn't pursue him. He merely raised his hand slightly. White Tiger, incapacitate everyone you can. Only return if you encounter someone you can't take down with one move. With that, the cat-shaped White Tiger transformed into a white streak, tailing the car closely, a fact entirely unnoticed by the frantically fleeing Zhang Jing. Chapter 7, White Tiger's Power Revealed, Chen Liuyan's Betrayal. Holy, did you guys see that? He took a bullet head on. He's a god, a real god. Pinch me, am I watching a movie? Taking a bullet head on? I think I'm dreaming. Could he be some reclusive master from that sect? Everyone outside was utterly dumbfounded. Those recording videos dropped their phones without realizing it. Some were so startled they even hugged the wrong girlfriend. Outside the building, the man in police uniform snapped out of his shock and immediately signaled his teammates to charge inside. The moment they entered, he was stunned by the scene before him. The 4 terrorists now lay on the floor, moaning in pain, blood still flowing from their legs where bullets had lodged. The hostage, however, lay unharmed. Gunshot wounds? Did he disarm them? Or did he have his own gun? Could it be a turf war? Several officers secured the 4 men and discussed the situation while checking their injuries. Captain Chen, what's your take? One officer stepped forward to ask. There was no trace of Lin Mo here anymore. Before the smoke had even cleared, he had already gone upstairs. Chen Haikwa remained silent, outwardly calm, but inwardly a torrent raged. He had seen it, the young man hadn't even used a gun. With a casual flick of his wrist, all 4 spent casings had struck their targets with pinpoint accuracy. How terrifying was that? Such a person truly existed in this world. After the terrorist fired 5 shots, the smoke grenade went off, and then there were no more gunshots. Such an obvious detail went unnoticed by the other officers present, who simply assumed Lin Mo had taken the gun and killed him in retaliation. Needless to say, no one had considered the possibility that the young man could achieve the power of a handgun without actually using one. Taking a deep breath, Chen Haikwa ordered, once we return, investigate every detail about that youth. First, handle the situation here. Have you found any information on that group of armed criminals? Not yet, but they're likely connected to the Chun group. We just dismantled their black market operations, and they're still this brazen? Chen Haikwa's eyes turned cold as he began arranging for Li Lizi to be sent to the hospital and for the scene to be processed. Second floor of the building. In the last room of the Golden Dragon Hotel. 3 men in black lay severely injured on the floor. Lin Shanshan stared at Lin Mo in utter shock. Just moments ago, as she faced the terror of imminent capture, Lin Mo had appeared. In the blink of an eye, 2 punches and a kick had left all 3 men gravely injured. Let's go first. I don't want to deal with the police right now. He scooped Lin Mo up in his arms, and before Lin Shanshan could react, they leaped out the second floor window. Within seconds, they crossed the street, returned to the car, and headed home. The moment the car started moving, Lin Shanshan pressed herself against him. Her large eyes scrutinized him at such close range, while her slender fingers occasionally poked his cheek. You've got special powers now, just like in the novels? Lin Mo nodded. Are you scared? Lin Shanshan frowned in confusion. What would I be scared of? This means the world isn't as safe as it used to be. Not scared. You'll protect me, Lin Shanshan said, then asked curiously, can I have special abilities too? Lin Mo chuckled softly. Do you want to? Yes. Then I could protect you too. A tingle of electricity shot through Lin Mo's heart. He smiled gently, I know. But this time, let me protect you. You just focus on being carefree. While the atmosphere between Lin Mo and Lin Shanshan grew warmer elsewhere. The basement level of the Chun Group headquarters. The vast space, meant to serve as a massive training ground for hundreds of elite underworld assassins, was now covered in blood, filled with waves of agonized cries. Jianbing lay trembling on the floor, staring at the adorable white cat across from him, licking the blood from its paws. He couldn't believe what had just happened. The cat perched on the young man's shoulder had followed him here unnoticed. When someone noticed and tried to shoo it away, the white cat struck. Swift as thunder in a rainstorm, it destroyed everything within the grounds in just 5 minutes. It didn't leave, as if waiting for something. Ding! The elevator chimed. Run! This isn't something you can handle. It's a monster. Zhang Jing bellowed at the elevator. But when the elevator doors opened, it wasn't ordinary backup that stepped out, it was Chen Liuyan. A spirit cat bearing an inheritance? Interesting, Chen Liuyan thought, his heart stirring with the desire to claim it for himself as he gazed at the white cat. But before he could act, the white cat dove toward him, its speed rivaling a Formula 1 race car. As the icy blade flashed toward him, Chen Liuyan's eyes narrowed. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, causing a wall of earth to surge up and trap the white cat. Boom! The white cat shattered the earthen barrier, its attack largely neutralized. Yet a faint trail of blood still streaked across Chen Liuyan's face from the icy blade's edge. Glancing at Chen Liuyan, the white cat transformed into a streak of white, darting past him and heading straight for the elevator. Thud! The elevator doors were clawed open, and the white cat vanished inside. Chen Liuyan's subordinates followed its path with their eyes, their blood running cold. The cat had clawed through the elevator's ceiling and vanished. This was a custom-made high-hardness elevator. Spill it. What's going on? Chen Liuyan stepped back, the earthen wall dissipating. He scanned the surroundings, his expression darkening by the second. As Zhang Jing recounted the incident, Chen Liuyan's eyes flickered. Oh, so this man is also an inheritor. The cat is quite impressive. A faint smile touched his lips as an idea formed. Find out his identity. Afternoon. Inside the villa. Lin Mo, who was sitting on the sofa stroking the docile white cat in his lap, received a call. Mr. Lin Mo, hello. The voice on the other end was one he had known intimately and hated with a passion in his previous life. Lin Mo's eyes turned icy. Chen Liuyan. Are you ready to pay for your sins with your life? On the other end, Chen Liuyan was first startled that Lin Mo had guessed his identity, then laughed. We don't have any deep-seated grudges. I was merely investigating who caused me to lose a significant portion of my assets. You directly ordered that spirit cat to cripple hundreds of my brothers. I'm the victim here, aren't I? Yang Meng was beyond hopelessly stupid. When I saw your name on the target list, I was genuinely terrified. And then? Lin Mo's tone remained calm. Chen Liuyan replied casually, it's better to resolve grudges than hold on to them. A new era is upon us. Join my team. If you wish, I can kill Yang Meng to make amends anytime. Together, we'll control the entire Great South City. Lin Mo replied casually, kill him? Do you think I can't do that? Ask for whatever you want, Chen Liuyan said with a seemingly generous smile, though his heart was utterly cold. Before I get my hands on your cat, you can keep acting cocky for one more day. He was confident that once Lin Mo stepped onto his turf, everything would fall under his control. Oh? Any demand? Anything. Hearing this, Lin Mo immediately sneered coldly. He had no intention of being polite to Chen Liuyan. Since the other wanted to aid the enemy, he'd let him enjoy himself for a couple more days. Fine. 10 billion in funding. Deal. Add 10 tons of gold. That's too much. 5 tons. Not a single gram less. Chen Liuyan's eyes flashed coldly, but the thought that the items would still be his after the other party's demise made him shrug it off with a smile. Fine. I can have it delivered to you tomorrow. You can see my sincerity firsthand. Agreed. After hanging up, Lin Mo could barely contain the murderous intent in his eyes. Let him enjoy himself for 2 more days. When I'm fully prepared, that will be the day he meets his end. Cousin, who's calling? Lin Shanshan emerged from the bathroom, freshly showered and dressed in casual clothes, tilting her head as she dried her hair with a towel. Fearing she might encounter danger again, Lin Mo had let her stay here for now. There were plenty of empty rooms anyway. Lin Mo replied, nothing. Just an investor who's interested in my project. Chapter 8, Yang Meng, torn between choices. Shan Group. Chairman, are we really going to agree to his rude demands? Chen Liuyan's male secretary stood beside him, his brow furrowed. Why bother with such trivialities when he's a man on his deathbed? Chen Liuyan shot him a glance. The secretary's heart sank as he instantly grasped Chen Liuyan's meaning. Then, remembering something else, he added, oh, right. Yang Meng called earlier, hoping you could lend him 1,000,000 yuan first. I politely declined. Chen Liuyan gave a cold laugh. He caused such a huge mess and still wants to borrow money? Well, considering he did have some merit, he did let me know that there's still someone in Dainan City who belongs to the divine sequence. Have him cover part of the gold. You handle this matter. The secretary nodded and withdrew. Lin Mo, oh Lin Mo. In these chaotic times, what use are you if all you hold on to is money and gold? That spirit cat possessed formidable power. As a sequence, Lin Mo's rank couldn't be too low. Pity his vision and ambition were too narrow. He was hardly worthy of being called an opponent. One must understand that in so-called chaotic times, the first thing to collapse is the economy. Money and gold are ultimately nothing more than worthless scraps of paper and decorative trinkets. Strengthening one's power, that is everything. Under my guidance, that cat should become a valuable asset. Standing atop the building, Chen Liuyan surveyed the scene below with an arrogant gaze. Meanwhile, at Jupiter Restaurant, Yang Meng, fresh from securing a bank loan, received a call that instantly filled him with delight. Hello, Secretary Wang? Has Brother Chen returned? What about that money we discussed earlier? Secretary Wang's icy voice came through the line. You still want money? The chairman said you have until tomorrow to produce 500 jin of gold. Otherwise, you can kiss your life in Dainan City goodbye. What? But my 10 billion yuan deal. Before Yang Meng could finish, the call ended abruptly. Struck as if by lightning, Yang Meng felt dazed, as if the sky itself were collapsing. He couldn't comprehend it. He was so close to securing that billion yuan deal from Lin Mo. How could so many things go wrong in just one day? Especially Chen Liuyan's sudden change in attitude. If the other side truly decided to act, he knew fleeing anywhere would be futile. But he was so close to securing that deal. Lin Mo would soon. Lin Mo, yes. With our relationship, if I ask him, he'll definitely find a way to get me those 500 jin of gold. Clutching at this lifeline, Yang Meng immediately dialed the number. Villa. About half an hour after the call ended, the notification of the 10 billion yuan deposit arrived. Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel. Truly, the Chun Group was a financial powerhouse. One could only wonder how many shattered families had paved the way for such staggering wealth. The gold requires preparation. 1 ton will be delivered to your villa estate this afternoon. The remaining gold will arrive by tomorrow afternoon. If there are any address changes, please reply Secretary Wang Chang. The text arrived simultaneously. They sure got my background checked fast, Lin Mo thought, unsurprised that they'd easily track down his information. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Outside, a transport vehicle arrived, its cargo consisting of box after box of gold. May I ask if you are Mr. Lin? I'm Chen, the logistics representative from Chun Group, specifically handling this delivery. A man in work attire stepped down, his demeanor extremely respectful. Leave it in the backyard, Lin Mo said indifferently. Understood. Beep beep beep. Amidst the unloading, a frantic ringtone pierced the air. Lin Mo. My brother. You have to help me this time. Otherwise, I'll die here. Yang Meng sounded frantic on the other end, his voice breaking as if he were about to cry. I've hit a snag. I urgently need 500 Jin of gold. I know you've got ways, even if your account's frozen. Help me out. Lin Mo glanced at the gold nearby and replied, there's nothing I can do. Yang Meng grew frantic. How can that be? You have so many friends. You could borrow from them. Worst case, you could mortgage your villa. That place is prime real estate, it's worth more than enough gold. Lin Mo spat out a curse, hung up the phone, and blocked the number. He couldn't fathom how his past self had ever lent 500 million to someone like this, treating him like a walking ATM. Restaurant. Staring at the phone, Yang Meng was still reeling. For some reason, a sudden wave of panic washed over him. Lin Mo seemed to be slipping out of his grasp. Villa ground floor. Lin Shanshan stared in astonishment at the stacks of gold boxes in the backyard. Are investors really this wealthy? Building you a villa entirely out of gold would be no problem at all, Lin Mo smiled. Want one? No way, it'd be hideous. Lin Shanshan rolled her eyes, flopping back onto the sofa. She leafed through the eerie novel she'd found in Lin Mo's room, her pale calves swaying as she sat, her graceful curves occasionally peeking out from beneath a loose-fitting short-sleeved shirt. Lin Mo watched her for a moment before saying, I'm heading out. Give me the keys to your property. Sure. You don't mind if I remodel it, right? Whatever you say. After receiving the keys, Lin Mo glanced at the white tiger lounging lazily on the sofa. He gave it a meaningful look, and the tiger immediately nodded, sitting up straight and assuming a protective stance before he stepped out the door. The age of demonic gods was approaching, and his abilities were steadily increasing. Once the divine artifact was forged, his preparations would be complete. Now, having secured 10 billion from Chen Liunian, he had just enough to prepare supplies and establish the basis foundation. Lin Mo arrived at a large supermarket. It was peak shopping hours during a store promotion, and the place was packed. This was a bit of a time waster. Frowning, Lin Mo pulled Yang Meng off his blacklist and dialed his number. The call connected quickly. Lin Mo feigned difficulty. I do have a friend who can handle the gold issue, but he's busy with supermarket shopping right now and can't make it. How about you wait a day? On the other end, Yang Meng, already pacing like a caged animal, lit up with relief. He felt reassured that Lin Mo was still the loyal friend he remembered, not someone who'd abandon him so coldly. Then once his 10 billion arrives, set aside 1 million for him. Yang Meng's heart warmed, and he immediately offered, I can't wait. Shopping? That's no big deal. I'll help you. Lin Mo's lips curved upward. He'd taken the bait. Then I'll send you the list. Once you've procured everything, have it delivered to Building 7, Qingfeng Residence. That's Lin Shanshan's property, right? No problem, you can count on me. Yang Meng patted his chest in assurance. It was just a little procurement, how much trouble could it be? But when he saw the list Lin Mo sent, he was stunned. This wasn't a simple purchase, it was like emptying an entire supermarket. Did he intend to monopolize the food market? How could that be possible? 10,000 bottles of mineral water. 10,000 packs of compressed biscuits. 10,000 servings of. There's definitely something wrong with this list. But when he tried calling back, hello, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Lin Mo, you son of a... The phone slammed onto the floor. Yang Meng's face twisted in rage, but he quickly composed himself. Maybe Lin Mo was calling that friend to resolve the issue for him? Besides, even though the supplies were plentiful, as long as he coordinated with the supermarket and logistics, he should be able to handle everything tomorrow. Then it hit him. Where was he supposed to get the money to buy all this stuff now? He dialed a number. Hello, the number you have dialed. Damn it. Chapter 9, Emergency. Forging failure? Meanwhile, Lin Mo, with his phone on Do Not Disturb mode, wasn't worried the other party wouldn't follow through. Forget a loan, he'd even sell himself to make it happen. After all, he was now Yang Meng's only lifeline. The 500 Jin of gold promised over the phone would likely be forfeited to Chen Liunian and compensated to him instead. But so what? Squeezing every last drop of value from Yang Meng, leaving him utterly exposed in this apocalyptic world, that was precisely what Lin Mo wanted. The pain he endured in his past life he would repay a tenfold now. Turning the car around, Lin Mo headed toward the security company. Longzhan Security. A comprehensive security firm specializing in safe house operations and security services. Upon entering, Lin Mo was promptly greeted by a representative who inquired about his requirements. His requirements were straightforward: encase the exterior of a 7-story residential building in an alloy shell, then surround it with a 5-meter-high ultra-hard metal perimeter wall. Using metal materials would not only provide initial resistance against alien threats and human treachery, but once he forged the diamond mystic bead, it could be directly reinforced. By then, this ring of metal walls and the fortified residence would stand as an absolute natural barrier towering over the entire city of Dainan. Throughout the initial phase of the demon god's revival, unless breached from within, no force could overcome it. Across the table, Zhao Qing, assistant manager of the safe house operations, looked slightly surprised but promptly selected several options to meet these requirements. He explained. For options that only add installations without altering the internal structure, these few are relatively cost-effective. Lin Mo skimmed through them. The shortest construction timeline required a month, far too late. Once the demon god awakening commenced, normal construction would be impossible. I see the project costs here are generally around 50 million, Lin Mo pointed at the list and looked at Zhao Qing. Correct. While expensive, the results absolutely stand up to scrutiny, Zhao Qing nodded, immediately preparing to tout his company's products and steel materials to prove he hadn't inflated the prices. But before he could speak, Lin Mo held up 5 fingers and stated. 500 million. What? Zhao Kuo was baffled. Lin Mo stated, complete the project and withdraw all personnel by 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow, and I'll give you 500 million. We can sign the contract and make the payment right now. Zhao Kuo froze. Not possible? Then I'll find another contractor, Lin Mo frowned. Absolutely. Absolutely possible. Zhao Kuo immediately stood up, laughing heartily. You know what? In the entire city of Dainan, besides us, no one else has the capability to pull this off. We operate the nation's most advanced modular metal factory. Metal walls and casings can be assembled directly on site. One day is more than enough. Zhao Kuo declared with conviction, his face beaming with delight. What a reckless rich kid. Typically, those who commission custom safe houses are conglomerate CEOs seeking to avoid unexpected incidents by building concealed shelters underground or in suburban areas. But someone like Lin Mo, who clearly lacked experience, building a steel fortress-style safe house right in a residential area? He'd never encountered anything like it. This one was clearly just for show. The most crucial point was that he'd paid nearly 10 times the premium for a mere month's use. Unless he was brain dead, it was nothing short of a disgrace among businessmen. Zhao Kuo was convinced he'd never encounter another fool quite like this in his lifetime. He'd struck gold. Lin Mo couldn't care less about Zhao Kuo's thoughts. He signed the contract and paid the 100 million yuan deposit on the spot. With Zhao Kuo beaming, Lin Mo drove away. Big order coming in. Notify the factory and construction crew, go full steam ahead. With one phone call, Zhao Kuo immediately began arranging the renovation, terrified this chance at financial freedom might slip through his fingers. Villa. Lin Mo returned home but saw no sign of Lin Shanshan anywhere. Just as he was about to call her, a knock sounded at the door. Hello, Jingxi Express. Please sign for this delivery. Outside, a delivery man struggled to carry a heavy package. Let me handle it. Knowing the package contained the Thunderstone, Lin Mo's lips curved upward. He stepped forward and effortlessly lifted the heavy parcel weighing roughly 100 pounds with one hand. Seeing Lin Mo lift it so effortlessly with one hand, the delivery man's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Even after Lin Mo entered the villa, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Is this even human? If I had that kind of strength, I could deliver way more heavy packages. The tricycle started up, and the delivery man rode off into the distance. Inside the house, Lin Mo opened the delivery box. Inside the reinforced plastic compartments lay a dozen or so stones, looking no different from ones picked up off the roadside. Nothing remarkable about them. An ordinary person might buy them just for fun, but when Lin Mo picked one up, he could indeed sense the faint divine power within. With a thought, a forging hammer and anvil materialized in the villa. In an instant, forging techniques honed through countless trials flooded Lin Mo's mind. Gold, thunderstones, and the thunder mystic patterns he had sketched countless times in his mind. Everything was ready. Melting, shaping, hammering. Thud. With the sound of hammering, the temperature throughout the villa began to rise. The sounds grew more urgent, echoing throughout. Lin Mo applied himself with utmost precision to each strike. After hammering the rough sword blank to a certain stage, a conical engraving tool materialized in his hand. He began etching the thunder mystic patterns. Approximately 1 hour later, on the 2-meter forging bench, a 3-foot-long sword had taken shape. A rusty gold hue intertwined with faint purple light, a pattern resembling a thunder beast rising from the tip and extending to the hilt. With each strike of Lin Mo's hammer upon the chisel's pressure point, the thunder mystic pattern deepened, eliciting faint thunderous crackles. In the homeowners group chat. Seriously, what the hell is someone doing this late at night? Demolishing their own place? Must be that young guy in Unit 133. No idea what he's up to. It's past 10 p.m. This is disturbing the peace. What's the property management doing? If they don't handle this soon, I'm calling the police. We'll handle it immediately. With numerous complaints pouring in, the property management couldn't afford to alienate any of these residents. But at this point, they had no choice but to intervene. On the sofa. Message after message popped up in Lin Mo's phone group chat, but he had no time to look at them now. His entire body was drenched in sweat, his mental energy nearing exhaustion. Yet his focus remained razor sharp on the task before him, not daring to let his attention waver for even a moment. This was the critical moment. The slightest disturbance could lead to failure, causing the thunder Xian pattern to collapse. If that happened, the entire villa might be destroyed by lightning. Forging a divine artifact was arduous, not only in technique and success rate, but also in the terrifying consequences of failure. Dawn! 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 Hello? Property management. Suddenly, the property manager's voice echoed at the door. Lin Mo's concentration wavered, causing him to strike the chisel with slightly more force than intended. The moment the hammer met the rounded handle of the engraving tool, it tilted left by a fraction of an inch. Oh no! Lin Mo's heart lurched violently, a bone-chilling dread rising from the depths of his being. Sure enough, the thunder Xian pattern shattered. Terrifying thunder erupted from the blade, and for an instant, the entire neighborhood seemed to hear the thunderclap. A purple lightning bolt shot down from the heavens, spreading outward in all directions. Lin Mo scrambled out of the way. The accumulated power of this thunderbolt was enough to gravely wound him. Moreover, such an injury would be impossible to heal in the short term. If struck, he would miss countless opportunities. Chapter 10, On the Eve of the Demon God's Awakening. Roar! Just as Lin Mo could only evade, utterly helpless, a burst of white light erupted. The white tiger, its form transformed, leapt upward, bathed in a cold, metallic glow. Its claws, gleaming like steel, pressed directly against the thunder immortal sword. Beneath its icy, indifferent gaze lay the white tiger's majestic and domineering aura. No matter how violently the thunder raged around it, it stood unshakable. Even more terrifying, the thunder began to retreat back into the sword's body under the white tiger's suppression. Is this the divine beast's suppression over the divine artifact? Lin Mo's eyes flashed with understanding. It was common knowledge that divine beasts, as special inheritors of divine souls, possessed a natural suppressing power over divine artifacts and otherworldly beings. He hadn't fully grasped it before, but now he believed it. Divine beings and divine power wielders were categorized into realms like transcendent and sovereign based on the upper limit of divine power they could command. Transcendent realms, from 1st to 5th tier, represented the transformation period from mortal to godhood. Lin Mo currently remained at extraordinary tier 1, but he was confident that once the demon god awoke, he would immediately advance to tier 2. The thunder immortal sword's power was immense, even summoning a single bolt of thunder placed it among the pinnacle of tier 1 wielders, let alone the waves of energy unleashed during its full burst. Throughout the early stages of the demon god's revival, few could suppress it without suffering damage. Yet the white tiger, with a single swipe of its claw, directly suppressed the burst of this divine artifact, a testament to its overwhelming power. That was close. Taking advantage of the white tiger's suppression, Lin Mo struck the final blow with his hammer, concluding the forging of the thunder immortal sword. The forging of the first divine artifact successful. In that instant, above the entire great southern city, clouds gathered and churned, swirling like a colossal dragon coiled in the heavens, or like immortals manifesting their divine presence to issue commands. Boom! A thunderous roar seemed to descend from the vaulted heavens, greeting its master. The deafening sound sent shivers down countless spines, even those sheltered indoors trembled in terror. The buzz about thunderous explosions in Dainan City was rapidly gaining traction online. Holy crap, which heartthrob just swore again? That nearly scared the crap out of me. You know that feeling when you're walking down a pitch-black road and suddenly thunder crashes? Please, gods, put away your magic. I couldn't even take a shower, I hid in the bathtub. Fortunately, after a minute, the thunder subsided. The sky cleared again, the dark clouds dispersed as if nothing had ever happened. Inside the villa, Lin Mo picked up the sword. The thunder immortal sword felt cold in his hand, showing no trace of its earlier fury. The blade's original golden hue had vanished, leaving only a faint blue-purple glow and the distinct thunder mystic patterns. It looked no different from an ornamental piece. But only Lin Mo knew that once it revealed its edge, it would unleash the full might of thunder. She slid the sword into its prepared scabbard and walked toward the door. At the entrance, the three property managers had long since fled in terror. After they knocked on the door, first came a thunderclap, then a tiger's roar, followed by the sky darkening and lightning flashing. Anyone unaware might have thought they'd opened Pandora's box. Without a second thought, they exchanged glances and fled as if their lives depended on it. As for the homeowners, just fool them a little and call it a day. Seeing the three blurry figures retreating from the doorway, Lin Mo roughly guessed what had happened and didn't dwell on it. By now, it was deep into the night. News arrived from Lin Shanshan. Li Lizi, who had been injured earlier, had regained consciousness, and she was heading to the hospital. Now that Chen Liuyan seemed open to cooperation, Lin Mo could temporarily set aside his worries about Lin Shanshan's safety. Early the next morning, Lin Mo rose and began practicing with the Thunder Immortal Sword in the backyard. Each strike required precise control over the infusion of divine power. The amount directly affected the thunder's potency. He needed to find the optimal balance. Overuse would accelerate the depletion of his divine power. Once depleted, he would be left with only his exceptional physical prowess. To prevent this, Lin Mo spent the entire day mastering the divine artifact, continuing until late into the night. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away from the villa estate at the Qingfengju residential complex. Outside Building 7, the entire building left to her by her father. The construction crew had started working feverishly early in the morning, daring not to waste a single moment. Outside the building, in the adjacent park, a crowd had gathered. Has this family lost their minds? Why are they installing steel plates on the building? Probably lost their minds. Watching too many movies, trying to build a safe house like they see on screen. I know. This is to defend against zombies. It's how they do it in apocalypse movies. They really are nuts. Look over there, I just saw at least 3 truckloads of food and water being delivered, and they're still bringing more. Could the apocalypse really be coming? You're out of your mind too. What's there to fear? If the apocalypse really hits, there are thousands of us in this neighborhood. We'll just come and raid his place. The neighbors all laughed at him, convinced Lin Mo had lost his mind. But Lin Mo was unaware of this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't bother explaining. Once the demon god awoke, they'd understand their own foolishness. Amidst the busy construction crew and the gawking neighbors, one person stood on the brink of a mental breakdown. Answer the damn phone. You've got so much stuff, the deposit alone is killing me. How am I supposed to pay the rest? Facing the supermarket staff demanding payment, Yang Meng was on the verge of exploding. Since yesterday, Lin Mo hadn't answered a single one of his calls. He was truly penniless now. But just now, he had clearly seen a crate filled with gold being transported over. That must be Lin Mo's gift for me. Yang Meng thought to himself. Yet the delivery crew was still waiting for Lin Mo to sign for it. No one else could approach. Hello, would you like to inspect the goods? If not, please proceed with payment, the delivery person said across from him, still wearing a polite smile. Yang Meng stared at him, steeled his resolve, and instructed his assistant to mortgage his private property. He had already mortgaged his restaurant for the last loan. But he wasn't afraid. Once he got Lin Mo's gold and that 10 billion, everything would be fine. At the same time, Chen Group. Building safe houses, stockpiling supplies, hoarding gold. He really has watched too many movies, Chen Liuyan sneered dismissively as he listened to his subordinates report on their movements. This wasn't a zombie apocalypse, it was a clash between gods and demons, an age of myth. Hoarding all this without strengthening our power? We're just a granary for others. Someone so clueless about such basic principles, was it really worth calling me here? A red-haired man turned from the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes flashing with disdain. Chen Liuyan replied calmly, even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. As fellow deities, we inevitably employ peculiar methods. Your presence is necessary for my peace of mind. What if his rank is higher? I've made my own preparations. No matter how high, he's only at the first tier, right? As he spoke, Chen Liuyan opened his palm to reveal a stone radiating an earthy, heavy aura. At first glance, the stone appeared ordinary, yet the air around it suddenly grew oppressively heavy. In the red-haired man's vision, the entire building was now enveloped in divine power. A divine artifact. His heart skipped a beat. Without a doubt, this stone belonged to the realm of divine artifacts. Even if it wasn't a life-bound artifact, it was undoubtedly an ancient relic passed down through the ages. If he had previously thought Chen Liuyan overly cautious, he now felt that the divine being known as Lin Mo was pitiful indeed for having drawn the attention of such a man. Chapter 11, Have you prepared your last words? In the blink of an eye, the day of the demon god's revival arrived. Lin Mo arrived at the Qingfengju residential complex. The project was now in its final stages, with heavy machinery gradually being withdrawn. Mr. Lin, everything's done exactly as you requested. Zhao Hua, looking utterly exhausted, perked up like he'd been injected with adrenaline the moment he spotted Lin Mo approaching with a white cat perched on his shoulder. Lin Mo scanned the surroundings. The 7-story apartment building was now entirely clad in steel plates, even covering the doors and windows. Once shut, it would become a solid steel fortress easily capable of holding back ordinary alien creatures. Surrounding the building, 3 meters out, stood a formidable wall 3 meters high, forming a circle with a steel gate at its center. The gate's automatic opening mechanism was controlled from inside the apartment, making it equally effective at keeping out ignorant civilians. It was hard to imagine that such a massive undertaking had been completed in just one day. Swipe card to pay. Lin Mo's generosity made Zhao Hua smile even more broadly. The second and third floors were already fully stocked with daily necessities. Compared to the villa, this location was far superior, with much more space. Since it was all their own property anyway, the gold had also been transferred over. The 1.5 tons of gold he had purchased himself, plus the 10 tons obtained from Chen Liunian, totaled 11.5 tons. It was now stored on the 4th floor and unfinished mezzanine level that served as a warehouse. With both food and gold secured, all that remained was to gather the exotic materials needed to forge the diamond mystic sphere and finally complete the steel fortress. In terms of power, he stood at the peak of the first tier of transcendence. Paired with the divine artifact, the Thunder Immortal Sword, and the White Tiger, sweeping away alien species outside the Forbidden Zone in the early stages posed no problem. The preliminary preparations for confronting the demon god's revival are nearly complete. All that remains is to eliminate Chen Liunian. He sent word that he would soon visit the Chen group, and the other party quickly agreed. Clearly, they were already prepared. Lin Nemo knew Chen Liunian all too well. This collaboration was a sham. He undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. 8 o'clock. After confirming the construction crew had departed and all doors and windows were locked, Lin Nemo hailed a cab and headed toward the Chen group headquarters. At this hour, Chen group's interior remained shrouded in darkness, its lights off. From outside, the interior was utterly indistinguishable. Arriving at the entrance, Lin Nemo looked up and let out a cold laugh. So they're not even bothering to put on a show for this ambush? At the top floor, by the floor-to-ceiling windows, Chen Liunian and the red-haired man watched him. Their gazes met. The red-haired man's lips curved upward. Interesting. Those eyes, they don't belong to an ordinary person. You really want your useless men to test him? Aren't you afraid of provoking him? He turned to Chen Liunian. Chen Liunian sat on the sofa, swirling his wine glass with confidence. Then he'll just be left seething with impotent rage. At the doorway. Mr. Lin Mo, please. 2 black-clad bodyguards approached, opening the door for Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded. The moment he stepped through the entrance, the doors slammed shut, and blinding light suddenly flooded the area. Now, a voice commanded from behind. Without turning his head, the white cat perched on his shoulder flashed cold eyes. As it leapt, its claws slashed out with lightning speed. In an instant, 2 bodies collapsed. These men were underlings of Chen Liunian's criminal organization, their hands stained with blood. Lin Mo had no reason to show them mercy. Kill him and claim the 100 million reward. Charge! At the stairwell entrance on the 1st floor, several black-clad figures wielding sharp weapons charged down. Each appeared composed, yet their eyes burned with fanatical fervor. Trying to wear me down this way? Or testing my strength? Pathetic tactics. Lin Mo strolled casually, as if oblivious to the men before him. On his shoulder, the white tiger let out a low growl before leaping several meters into the air. It clawed directly at the throat of one of the black-clad figures, blood spattering 3 feet. Its claws pierced the flesh. Using the momentum, the white tiger leapt to the side, its sharp claws lashing out. The black-clad figure dodged in terror, utterly unable to match the white tiger's speed. SSSSSSS. In an instant, 3 men lay sprawled on the ground. The remaining figure froze in terror at the sight. Did I see that right? How can a cat be this vicious? Damn it, we're outnumbered, yet we're scared off by a cat? Charge! This is our ticket to a lifetime of wealth and glory. While some cowered in fear, others were fired up. Several men swung their sharp weapons, slamming them down hard toward the white tiger. Meow! The white tiger bared its fangs and charged straight ahead, its claw piercing right through the iron rod. Damn it, is this thing possessed? The black-clad man trembled, about to let go, but the white tiger twisted its body with such force it flung the man away. Witnessing this scene, countless onlookers froze in stunned silence. How could that creature, barely the size of 2 hands, unleash strength surpassing that of an adult? Before they could react, the white tiger darted through the crowd like lightning on a fingertip, weaving swiftly among dozens of men. Lin Mo followed silently behind the white tiger, hands tucked in his pockets, eyes fixed straight ahead. The black-clad figures around them wanted to move, yet found themselves utterly immobilized. Thud! Thud! Thud thud thud. Like a scythe cutting through wheat, the black-clad figures on both sides collapsed to the ground, their faces frozen in terror and shock, unable to rise again. See that? That speed and power, Chen Liunian murmured from the top floor, his gaze fixed on the live feed of the scene below. His eyes grew increasingly greedy as he watched White Tiger's figure. The red-haired man narrowed his eyes, saying nothing. Lin Mo approached the elevator and pressed the button, but it didn't respond. 30-odd floors a bit of a climb, and besides. Lin Mo's lips curled into a cold smile as he watched the endless stream of black-clad figures pouring up the stairs. Sticking to your script is just too boring. With a snap of his fingers, White Tiger instantly understood his intent. Roar! A thunderous tiger roar echoed in all directions. The white cat's form shifted, instantly transforming into a massive, ferocious, terrifying tiger beast. Boom! A single claw shattered the entire elevator. Lin Mo flipped and leapt onto the white tiger's back. Roar! The white tiger leapt upward, soaring straight up the elevator shaft. Its true form is actually a white tiger? That doesn't seem right. Watching the scene unfold, Chen Liunian and the red-haired man both reacted, one with intense emotion, the other with a frown. Boom! Within mere moments, the door to the top floor office was shattered. a man and a tiger emerged. Lin Mo looked at the repulsive one-eyed man across from him and smiled calmly. Long time no see, Chen Liuyan. Though he had many words to say, upon seeing this man, Lin Mo could only utter one sentence: have you prepared your last words? Chen Liuyan's expression instantly turned cold, as if he might erupt with murderous intent at any moment. Yet in the blink of an eye, he regained his composure. Just kidding. After all, I need to test your strength. Care for a drink? Chen Liuyan rose with a smile, offering a glass of red wine. Chen Liuyan felt not a shred of remorse for how many lives had been sacrificed in the name of testing strength. To him, those people were nothing more than tools. Lin Mo stared at him, feeling no desire for conversation. A deep hatred began to well up from within, his mind flashing with scenes from his past life. Finally, they settled in that abyss of darkness. That was the most terrifying forbidden land in all of China, the Divine Tomb. Within it, Lin Mo felt like a fragile boat tossed in a raging storm, drifting precariously among countless towering, vicious, and cruel alien beings. His physical strength exhausted, his divine power depleted, and with no means left to fight, he could only lie in that pool of alien blood, awaiting death. In that despair, Shanshan was his sole beacon of light. She had plunged into this death trap for his sake, fighting desperately to keep him alive for 24 hours before being slowly devoured by the demonic deity within the Forbidden Land. He had been shielded by her barrier, forced to watch her suffer and die before his eyes. Then, consumed by endless hatred, he was torn apart and devoured by the alien creatures who shattered that barrier. He would never forget that scene, nor would he ever forget the culprit standing before him now. Chapter 12, The Confident Chen Liuyan. Seeing Lin Mo didn't answer, Chen Liuyan shrugged, set down his wine cup, and said, then let's discuss cooperation. What you need to do is simple: have your spirit cat follow me. I'll ensure you live safely and comfortably in the new era, with no worries about food or shelter. How about it? Oh, Lin Mo stroked the fur of the white tiger beside him. So your target is it? The white tiger fixed its gaze on Chen Liuyan, bearing bloodthirsty fangs. A terrifying aura of oppression radiated from its body, spreading throughout the office. In that instant, Chen Liuyan and his companion felt as if they were facing a towering mountain. Exchanging a glance, Chen Liuyan's faint yellow aura completely repelled the pressure, while the red-haired man's physique grew significantly larger. This cat, oh no, this tiger is incredibly powerful. Your divine sequence must be quite high. Chen Liuyan's eyes grew increasingly greedy. Such explosive power instantly excluded Lin Mo from the realm of mere divine power wielders. Divine rank? Lin Mo sneered coldly. He stood above the gods themselves. Chen Liuyan, assuming Lin Mo was unfamiliar with the term, sneered arrogantly, seems you haven't studied lineages thoroughly. Allow me to enlighten you lineages very greatly. Take abilities, for instance. Some excel at enhancing spirit beasts like you do, others master formations, weapons, or slaughter. Anchored to specific entities, these deities already possess their own hierarchy of strength. Name your lineage deity, and I can tell you its ranking, Chen Liuyan murmured, already formulating a few guesses in his mind. The red-haired man immediately perked up. If the ranking was too high, he'd retreat instantly. Lin Mo's gaze grew profound as he asked, what rank does the Creator God Hongjun hold? At this question, both Chen Liuyan and the red-haired man froze. It was like knowing you won the lottery and asking how much you won, only for you to say you became president? Chen Liuyan scoffed coldly, dismissing Lin Mo as merely toying with him. Such a legendary, terrifying existence, even if it left behind an inheritance, could never appear in Dawan City. At this point, Chen Liuyan wasted no words. His foot slammed down, and from the top floor of the building, stone pillars shot skyward, completely sealing off Lin Mo. Agree to cooperate, and I have my ways to control your spirit beast. Refuse, and we'll kill you first, then take control. At that moment, Chen Liuyan finally dropped all pretense. Lin Mo glanced at the clock. 8:51. Seems you're quite confident. You have 9 minutes left. See if you stand a chance, Lin Mo said, narrowing his eyes as he patted the white tiger's head. The moment his words fell, a white light surged toward the stone pillar. The solid rock didn't even last a second, shattering like a spider web and scattering across the ground. Roar! Facing the two insignificant ants who had dared to speak disrespectfully to his master, the white tiger showed no mercy. Its claws, sharp as blades, aimed straight for their throats. Hong Xing! Chen Liuyan's eyelid twitched in surprise at the sheer force of the attack, and he roared in warning. Hong Xing reacted instantly, lunging forward with a thunderous step. His entire body expanded to 3 meters as he unleashed a fist toward the white tiger. The moment man and beast collided, a violent tempest of wind and waves surged outward. Hong Xing felt a tremendous force slam into him, sending him reeling backward several steps. Yet across from him, the white tiger stood utterly unmoved. What's going on? As a sequence 678 giant spirit god, you're actually losing in strength? Chen Liuyan frowned, his gaze fixed on the white tiger, his eyes now filled with more astonishment and greed. Hong Xing shook his trembling hands, refusing to show weakness. Didn't the 610th ranked Southern Peak Hengshan Supreme Deity also fail to control a mere tiger? That was merely a stone pillar casually summoned. I merely threw a casual punch. Despite having been at a disadvantage in the earlier clash, their words still brimmed with confidence. For two deities who had awakened to their divine sequences days ago, failing to subdue a spirit beast would be utterly laughable. Chen Liuyan flicked his right hand, and hundreds of earth-colored stone spikes materialized behind him. Like bamboo shoots after rain, some pierced toward Lin Mo's feet while others hurtled through the air. From all directions, these rock spikes, hard as ore, descended in a dense, inescapable storm. Hongxing's body swelled again, towering to 5 meters tall. Had this top-floor chamber not been built so high, he wouldn't even have been able to stand upright. Holding his breath, Hongxing clenched his right fist until it creaked. His muscles bulged like thunderclaps, generating a palpable, terrifying fist wind around his hand. When that fist slammed out, its terrifying power was absolutely no less than a bomb explosion. Lin Mo sat on the sofa, pouring himself a glass of red wine as he watched them take the offensive. Is this all you've got? The next moment. Roar! The white tiger's deafening roar pierced the entire building. Its limbs erupted with brutal force, spinning like a high-speed gyroscope to shield Lin Mo's safety. These stone spikes, hardened to steel under Chen Liuyan's control and capable of withstanding bullets and blades, shattered like tofu under the white tiger's claws. Within mere breaths, a white whirlwind swirled around Lin Mo standing at its eye. He took a sip of wine and raised his cup toward Chen Liuyan. He wouldn't kill Chen Liuyan so easily. He wanted Chen Liuyan to experience what he had endured. Exhaust every last resource, drain every ounce of strength and divine power only to realize that no matter how fiercely one struggles, the inevitable death sentence remains unalterable. That helplessness, that terror, that crushing weight of impending death, all things Chen Liuyan had once forced upon him. Now, he would repay every single bit of it, bit by bit. That bastard. Chen Liuyan gritted his teeth, utterly bewildered. This blow had cost him nearly half his divine power. Even an armored vehicle unit should have been wiped out, yet it hadn't even come close to Lin Mo. What the hell was going on with this white tiger? A mere first-tier level, how could it grant a tiger such terrifying power? This punch will finish you. From the other side, Hongxing roared coldly, unleashing a brutal punch. In an instant, behind him, 100-meter-tall divine shadow seemed to watch over the white tiger. This was one of his abilities, channeling a portion of divine pressure to weaken his opponent's fighting spirit. But he clearly failed to notice that when the divine shadow behind him cast its gaze upon the white tiger or even upon Lin Mo, the majestic, overbearing aura that should have belonged to a deity instantly transformed into astonishment. Within Lin Mo, it sensed the essence of the Creator God. It was a terrifying existence that countless gods, including the deity itself, could only look up to in awe, never to reach. Hongxing, focused solely on defeating the white tiger, failed to notice the divine shadow behind him had silently dissipated, its blessing fading. But Chen Liuyan noticed. His pupils contracted. For a divine shadow to retreat of its own accord meant only one possibility: Lin Mo's sequence was at least a terrifying rank beginning with 1. At that tier, the upper and lower limits of its power had long since crushed them. Impossible. How could an ordinary youth like him be chosen by such a terrifying entity? Cold sweat broke out on Chen Liuyan's forehead as retreating thoughts took root. Chapter 13, The Final Struggle. Boom! At that moment, the colossal fist collided with the white tiger's claws. Before the 5-meter-tall Hongxing, the white tiger's claws seemed as insignificant as a quail egg striking a chicken egg, its stature dwarfed by a vast margin. Yet the scene Hongxing had imagined repelling the white tiger did not unfold. Instead, he sensed a force no weaker than his own, one that continued to grow. The white tiger's piercing eyes locked onto Hongxing as its claws lunged forward. The explosive force sent Hongxing reeling backward before the claws struck again. Feeling the razor-sharp edges of the claws, Hongxing's heart skipped a beat. He dared not meet the attack head-on and darted to the side to evade. Without pause, the white tiger lashed out with a claw from midair. Hongxing dodged again. Witnessing this, Lin Mo smiled coldly. Absolute hit, ability activated. SSSSH. Hongxing, who thought he had safely dodged and was preparing to counterattack, suddenly widened his eyes in horror as he looked down. Blood gushed from his chest, revealing a distinct tiger claw wound. What the hell? Didn't I dodge it? In that instant, Hongxing's mind was in utter chaos. You fool, get out of the way. On the other side, seeing the white tiger charging toward the dazed Hongxing, Chen Liuyan roared in fury. Hongxing snapped his head up, only to meet the white tiger's ferocious claw. He desperately raised both arms to block in front of his chest. The terrifying claws struck, and the white tiger tore off one of his arms. Hongxing let out a blood-curdling scream. Seeing another claw descending, terror gripped his heart. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. If that hit lands, I'm absolutely finished. Run. Without hesitation, Hongxing kicked the white tiger, using the force to propel himself backward. He smashed through the floor-to-ceiling window and plummeted 100 meters into the void. In his mind, there was only one thought now: escape. He escaped? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, unwilling to waste any more time on Hongxing. He ran? He actually ran? After just 2 exchanges, he ran? Chen Liuyan stood frozen, the situation shifting too rapidly for him to process. No, it was more accurate to say they'd never held the upper hand from the start. His arrogance had led to this predicament. But why shouldn't he have been arrogant? Out of China's entire population of over a billion, only 857 possessed divine lineage and he commanded 2 of them. Even setting aside the present, throughout the entire demon god era, they should have been absolute rulers, capable of carving out their own kingdoms. Why should they lose? Taking a deep breath, Chen Liuyan swallowed his pride and forced a smile. Truthfully, we don't have any mortal enmity. I'll make the first move. Let's cooperate normally and jointly develop the future of Great Nan City. How about it? At that moment, Lin Mo no longer concealed the murderous intent in his eyes. His voice turned icy. What if I insist on killing you? Chen Liuyan's pupils contracted slightly at the sight of Lin Mo's gaze. From the very beginning, his target had been me. He recognized that look. After a decade of his own wicked deeds, the young men who dreamed of killing him to avenge their families, they had the same look in their eyes. Don't push me. Just because I haven't used certain methods doesn't mean I don't possess them, Chen Liuyan gritted his teeth. As candidates selected by the Southern Peak's true god, our trial is to possess our own domains. I've already refined this entire building beneath my feet and even obtained a divine artifact. If you want to fight to the death, I'm not afraid. His gaze locked onto Lin Mo. If possible, he didn't want to use that stone, it drained him too much. Even if he defeated Lin Mo, he'd be left utterly weakened for a long time afterward. With Hong Xing gone, he alone might not survive the onslaught of the new era. Oh? Then by all means, do so. Lin Mo's taunting words sent a chill through Chen Liuyan's heart. Fine. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Liuyan gritted his teeth so hard one cracked, his eyes blazing with fury. Even if I exhaust every ounce of my divine power, I will slay you here today. In ancient times, the Southern Peak Divine Spirit assisted the human Emperor Yu the Great in his flood control efforts. For his merits, he was granted the title of Emperor and rewarded with the divine artifact, the Yu King Stone. Within its domain, I can split mountains and sever rivers with a single thought. As the words fell, an earth-hued spirit stone materialized before him. Simultaneously, the entire building seemed to come alive, bathed in a yellow aura. Like malleable clay, it began to shift and reshape itself. The surrounding walls transformed into giant hands, crushing toward Lin Mo. Roar! The white tiger lashed out with its claws, but the seemingly unstoppable assault was halted by the newly formed giant hands of the walls. With the Yu Wang Stone's blessing, this building has long been fortified 100-fold. Your attacks won't scratch it. Let this be the place where you bury your bones. Chen Liuyan spread his hands, his expression mad, as divine power drained from his body. The white tiger let out a low growl. Its limbs creaked as white light enveloped it, signaling its readiness to begin draining its own divine power. I'll handle this. At that moment, Lin Mo stepped forward, his gaze cold. The age of demon gods was imminent. The white tiger needn't exhaust all its divine power here. And in Chen Liuyan's eyes, the overwhelmingly dominant white tiger, seemingly invincible, had finally retreated. Soon, massive hands squeezed in, compressing Lin Mo's space to survive, as if the entire world itself was rejecting him. So what if your rank is high? Defy me, and you die. Chen Liuyan was overcome with excitement. Just as he prepared to intensify his assault and crush Lin Mo completely, a thunderous roar seemed to echo in his ears. Boom! Before him, a towering bolt of thunder erupted with brutal force, shattering most of the surrounding colossal hands. Not merely obstructed, shattered outright. What? Impossible. With the Yu Wang Stone's reinforcement, how could they shatter so easily? Chen Liuyan's eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Amidst the swirling debris, Lin Mo stood holding a long sword, his body occasionally crackling with lightning. He resembled a thunderous messenger, judging all things in the world. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Your sequence ability is beast control. How could you possibly wield such a terrifying offensive artifact? Chen Liuyan roared, clenching the Yu Wang Stone and channeling every last shred of his divine power into it. Instantly, the entire floor before him shattered, coalescing into a half-dragon of earth that lunged toward Lin Mo. The Yu Wang Stone? Is this your trump card? Lin Mo spoke coldly, raising his long sword to strike down. Strictly speaking, the Yu Wang Stone wasn't a true artifact, merely a ceremonial symbol on the altar. The Thunder Immortal Sword, however, was a genuine offensive artifact, wielding the overpowering might of thunderous lightning. In an instant, thunder raged in all directions, shattering the Earth Dragon. How is this possible? Impossible. Chen Liuyan stared at Lin Mo in utter shock, unable to believe what he was witnessing. The Overlord White Tiger, the Thunder Divine Weapon, which deity's legacy have you inherited? Facing Chen Liuyan's near-frenzied interrogation, Lin Mo remained silent. Yet his gaze spoke volumes. Could it truly be Hongjun? The thought flashed through Chen Liuyan's mind, only to be immediately dismissed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That being stands above all gods. How could you possibly inherit his legacy? Chen Liuyan's emotions began to spiral out of control. Hongjun? What kind of being was that? The Creator God, the origin of all things, the being who established the order of the world and founded the divine realm. Before him, there were no gods; after him, there would be none. Never mind that he, Chen Liunian, was the mountain god of South Peak. Even if the 5 great mountains gathered and the 4 sea dragon kings were present, they could only bow their heads. Just as Chen Liunian's face contorted in fury and his emotions began to shatter. Ding! The pendulum on the wall chimed. 9 o'clock. Chapter 14, Is it painful? Is it despair? June 23, 2045. Thump! 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 At that moment, billions of people across the world simultaneously heard what sounded like the beating of a heart echoing from all directions. The earth shattered, fissures like abysses tearing open one after another. Beneath the ancient Great Wall, a colossal tree, as if striving to pierce the heavens, rose from the flames. Beneath revered Buddhist and Taoist temples, terrifying tentacles and claws extended outward. Beneath those ancient sacred sites, the divine might of demon gods began to awaken, breaking free from their seals within the distant river of time to influence reality. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the heart of Dainan City. The building beneath his feet began to tremble violently. Chen Liunian whipped his head around, staring out the floor-to-ceiling windows. Millions of residents in Dainan City simultaneously turned their gaze toward the city center. There, amidst swirling winds and clouds, a crimson glow spread outward. Like ocean waves, the crimson glow enveloped the shadowy outline of a colossal palace complex. From within the palaces, the faint roar of a dragon echoed, and a terrifying, towering shadow, a jackal-bodied, dragon-headed specter flashed by. Then, like a plague, the terrifying crimson light spread rapidly. The entire sky was dyed crimson. This moment felt like the wrath of the gods, the prelude to the destruction and rebirth of the heavens. The demon god has awakened? Chen Liunian stared blankly at the scene before him. How could this be? Why now? Boom! The office door burst open once more. This time, emerging from beyond it were creatures of abnormal forms, swollen bodies crowned with 2 black horns, resembling savage beasts. They crawled on all fours, their blood-red fangs bared. Originally hired assassins lurking within this floor, they now became the vanguard of the mutated creatures emerging under the crimson glow. Sizzle! A thunderous roar echoed as they were all crushed by the thunder. Chen Liunian, what do you think of this era? Lin Mo stared at Chen Liunian, then swung his sword with brutal force. A terrifying pillar of lightning pierced straight through Chen Liunian's chest. Ah! A piercing scream erupted as excruciating pain coursed through Chen Liunian's body. Blood seeped from his wounds, and the Yuang stone slipped from his grasp. In that instant, the light enveloping the building dissipated. More and more people began to be bathed in the crimson glow, accelerating the infection within their bodies. Lin Mo stepped forward, seized his throat, and yanked him upward. No, this can't be. I'm part of the divine sequence. This era should belong to me. Chen Liunian glared at Lin Mo, his face contorted in fury. He struggled, yet could not break free. Without any divine power within him, he was now only marginally stronger than an ordinary human. Lin Mo looked at him, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face. Your era? Well, I can give you a chance to embrace it. With that, Lin Mo thrust the Thunder Immortal sword into the floor. Instantly, thunder erupted from all directions. A deafening roar shook the building as a terrifying pillar of lightning pierced straight through the entire structure. Through the gaping hole below, dozens of mutated creatures could be seen, gaping mouths wide open, hunting for prey. The commotion here drew their attention, and they all charged toward the building. What do you want to do? Chen Liunian, utterly drained of strength, watched the scene unfold, fear growing in his pupils. Lin Mo's expression now held a hint of bloodthirsty madness as he coldly declared, I'm going to let you embrace the future. With that, Lin Mo carried Chen Liunian to the hole piercing through the entire building and released his grip. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as Chen Liunian's body plummeted freely. Roar! The alien creatures roared in unison, fixating on Chen Liunian. They resembled beasts that hadn't eaten in over 10 days, now spotting a delicious feast. Drool dripping from their mouths, they lunged forward. Ah! Falling over 20 stories, Chen Liunian was seized mid-air by a mutant creature. A searing pain pierced his waist. Roar! 1, 2, 3 more and more creatures swarmed him. Some had just devoured their unmutated comrades, yet still felt no satiety. Their hearts burned only with a thirst for blood and flesh. First-stage aberrations remained perpetually hungry to provide flesh and blood energy for their demon lords. The more they consumed, the greater the demonic power they gained and the more insatiable their hunger became. In other words, the more powerful the aberration, the deeper its obsession with flesh and blood was etched into its very soul. Get off me! At first, Chen Liunian could still rely on his physique to forcefully break free from the alien creature's jaws. But as more blood was lost, his reflexes began to slow. Ah! As one leg was torn clean off, Chen Liunian's movements slowed dramatically. As the alien creatures surged like a tidal wave, all his limbs were torn off. His body was mangled beyond recognition, not a single part left intact. Lin Mo watched him silently. Is it painful? Are you desperate? Do you feel this helplessness? This is what you once inflicted upon me. Do you know why I'm here? It was the pain I endured in the Forbidden Zone, warning me, guiding me down this path. This lifetime, I will not be manipulated by anyone. Chen Liunian trembled with agony, his pupils long since vacant. He could barely make out Lin Mo's words, yet the hatred burning in his eyes had seeped deep into his bones. I must survive. I will survive. I'll give anything to stay alive. Chen Liunian screamed inwardly, yet his body was torn apart by the alien creature, becoming its meal without a second thought. It's over. As the last remnant of Chen Liunian's body vanished into the beast's maw, the bloodlust in Lin Mo's eyes finally faded. He leapt onto the white tiger's back, transforming into a streak of white light as he plunged toward the ground below. At home, someone was waiting for him to return. As he descended, behind him, the glass wall shattered as alien creatures burst forth like maddened beasts. Their bloated, meatball-like bodies unleashed strength far surpassing that of ordinary humans. They snarled, bearing razor-sharp fangs, the glass offering them no resistance whatsoever. Lin Mo didn't even glance back as he drew the Thunder Immortal sword from its sheath. Instantly, thunder roared from all directions. Blades of lightning fanned out behind him, and charred corpses of the alien creatures plummeted from the sky. The white tiger landed, carrying Lin Mo as it leapt away across the horizon. Just half a minute after Lin Mo departed, the entire building was suddenly enveloped in an eerie, deep red. The frenzied alien creatures abruptly fell silent, all gazing fixedly in one direction. I grant you a second life. You shall be the demon god sequence. A hoarse voice, like that of a dying man, emanated from the mouths of the alien creatures within the building, in a precision so eerie it was unsettling. Roar! Wails erupted as the aberrations that had devoured Chen Liunian simultaneously exploded, their blood surging toward the rooftop. Gradually, a figure materialized. His gaze was vacant, his limbs slightly uncoordinated. And that face belonged to none other than Chen Liunian, the very man who had just made a pact with the demon god. Chapter 15, Sorrow in the Age. Amidst the rampage of the alien creatures, the once thriving city fell in that instant. Wails of grief echoed endlessly, death was everywhere. Such tragedies were unfolding across the entire world. Along the way, Lin Mo witnessed countless bloody scenes, heard countless cries for help, and saved many lives along the way. Yet in the grand scheme of this era, his solitary efforts were but a drop in the bucket. For now, he could only focus on building up a base and protecting those who mattered most. Xingfeng Residence. A plot of land designated for development in the rear. Monsters. They've turned into monsters. Wah, so scary, I don't want to die. Shut the hell up. Did you call the cops? Grab some iron bars and steel rods. Hurry up and come up to hold the line. Zhao Kuo turned and barked angrily. He and a dozen men were now braced against the construction site gate, shielding over 100 people hiding behind them. The terrifying alien creatures had nearly scared everyone to tears. Some had lost their shoes in the panic, others were still in their pajamas, all having fled their homes in the dead of night. Outside the gate, the mutated residents of the neighborhood. Once the families and partners of these survivors, they now resembled savage beasts, violently ramming the gate with limbs and skulls. Just moments before, they had been laughing and talking. The next instant, they transformed into monsters, devouring the heads and entrails of their partners and family members. This was the horror of the demon god's corruption. Snap! A claw covered in black and red fur pierced through the iron gate, driving straight through the head of the person behind it. Blood splattered onto the faces of the others, sending several nearby survivors into shrieking panic. They abandoned the gate entirely and fled. Damn it! Zhao Kuo shouted in alarm. Sure enough, with part of its support gone, the door was smashed open by a creature. The crowd scattered like startled birds. Everyone, hold your ground. Don't run. With this door breached, we're sitting ducks. Zhao Kuo, with his background in security and elite mercenary training, acted swiftly. He grabbed a nearby shovel and swung it at the creature's eye. A few men who had grasped the situation followed suit, wielding sharp weapons. Quick, bring iron bars to block the door. These monsters won't attack for long. Zhao Kuo roared at those nearby. The remaining sane individuals scrambled to obey. Through the hole, he could vaguely see that some of the creatures outside had already begun to retreat. If they could just endure this current assault, survival was highly probable. His decision was correct. The early-stage alien creatures possessed almost zero intelligence, acting purely on instinct. Failing to hunt successfully in one location, they would immediately seek out their next prey. But just as Zhao Kuo exhaled in relief, preparing for the next wave of assault, a sudden cry of alarm pierced his ears. I remember. Building 7. Go to Building 7. There's a safe house protected by steel walls, it's absolutely secure. The words struck Zhao Kuo like thunder from a clear blue sky. The image of that young man flashed through his mind, the one who'd insisted on building a safe house without altering its internal structure, paying 10 times the premium, a staggering 500 million yuan, and demanding completion by 8 o'clock tonight. Did he know about this all along? A terrifying thought took root in Zhao Kuo's mind. Just who was that young man? As Zhao Kuo pondered, he suddenly sensed something even more terrifying. His expression turned horrified as he frantically scanned his surroundings. I'm Li Chao, the young master of the mighty Chao Jin group. I came here just to inspect the work. How could I die here? Hold them off. I'll give each of you $1 million. That. What good is money when you're dead? What if you guys get caught? Damn it. I'm getting out of here too. Building 7 is so close, I refuse to believe I can't make it. Sure enough, upon hearing of a better hiding spot, the men armed with weapons lurking in the rear reacted first, scrambling to scale the side gate toward Building 7. Seeing this, those blocking the door up front didn't want to be the ones to die. Once the first man, Li Chao, started running, no one else was willing to stay behind. Their already fragile alliance shattered completely. At the side door, they jostled and shoved. The weak, the elderly and children were swept from the front to the back of the crowd, their family members' wails and pleas ignored completely. It's over. Jiaoque felt a chill as he sensed the brief lull outside. He knew the alien was gathering strength for a charge and immediately sprinted toward the side door at breakneck speed. But just as he was about to leap over the threshold, the wails piercing his ears made him pause. Boom! In the next instant, a torrent of attacks erupted like a downpour. The main door burst open, and over a dozen creatures, like caged beasts unleashed, roared wildly. Fixing their gaze on the prey before them, they raced across the open ground, tearing and devouring their victims with utter abandon. Those who hadn't cleared the side door in time regardless of age all became food. Damn it, I'm done for. I should have never given Lin Mo that VIP card, Jiaoque shouted from outside the side gate, one arm clutching a tear-streaked little girl while the other swung from the roof of a second-story building. What, daddy, I want daddy. The girl trembled violently, wailing loudly. Jiaoque fell silent, his mind flashing to the image of his own daughter, who was about the same age. Roar! Watching the alien creatures charging toward him, Jiaoque gave a bitter smile and closed his eyes. Zzzzz. Suddenly, flashes of purple lightning streaked past Jiaoque's eyes. In an instant, the monstrous, 2-meter-tall alien creature was struck, its life force extinguished completely. What are you doing here? Jiaoque followed the voice and saw Lin Mo straddling a white tiger, holding a beautiful woman in his arms. Her expression was a mix of fear and curiosity. I came to deliver your VIP card. But you're. Jiaoque's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth opened and closed, too stunned to speak. Had he summoned that thunderous miracle just now? Lin Mo glanced at the little girl and asked curiously, did you save her? She's a pitiful child. I have a daughter about her age. Want to come over? If you didn't cut corners during construction, it should be safe for now. Lin Mo considered it. He had no obligation to save her, but Jiaoque's willingness to do so struck him as rare and commendable. Hearing this, Jiaoque was instantly filled with delight. The moment his guard dropped, the numbness in his limbs gave way completely, and he plummeted straight to the ground. Lin Mo reached out and caught the falling little girl. Looking down at Jiaoque, who lay limp on the ground, Lin Mo asked, are you okay? Jiaoque trembled all over. The lingering terror from moments ago left him drained, while the echoes of the alien creature's sounds still reverberated around them. Yet now, looking at the young man before him, he felt a sense of security wash over him. He smiled calmly, I'm fine. As long as I'm alive, I'm fine. With that, he scrambled to his feet and followed behind Lin Mo. They moved slowly, a stark contrast to their earlier frantic, life-or-death sprint. Glancing at the dead alien creature, then back at Lin Mo, Jiaoque understood in his heart that this man had surely known all along that this world was about to change. Following him might offer a path to survival, but... Meanwhile, at Building 7. Led by Li Chao, a group of people were banging on the door. We're done for. There's no one inside. What do we do now? If only we'd hidden in the construction zone earlier. It's all your fault for shouting nonsense. Now we're as good as dead. The group panicked, blaming the man who had spoken first. The man felt like he was about to be devoured by the group. Just as he was desperate to flee, his eyes darted and he exclaimed in surprise, hey, he's back. Holy crap, and there's a huge tiger too. Lin Mo, you're finally back. Quick, open the door so we can all get inside. Yeah, those monsters will catch up any second. You're so lucky. The safe house was just finished when the monsters appeared. I wish I'd built one too. Seeing Lin Mo return, they immediately exclaimed with delight, but held back from getting too close due to the white tiger's fierce aura. After listening, Lin Mo slowly said, move aside. He had seen everything that happened in the construction zone earlier. These were a bunch of ruthless creatures who devoured people whole, no different from the alien species. Right, move aside. We need to hide inside once he opens the door. Lin Mo glanced at the speaker with a faint smile. Oh? Did I say you could go inside? Chapter 16, The Ugly Truth. The man froze. From the crowd, Li Chao acted first, pulling out a black card and urgently declaring, quick, let me in. I'll pay 100 million in rent. A Lolita-skirted beauty standing close to the dark-faced construction worker also scurried over. Removing her mask to reveal her exquisite features, she purred softly, do you recognize me? I'm singer Yang Anru. Could I stay at your place for a few days? That. Zhang He, the filthy construction worker, felt a surge of anger and shame at the sight. To impress this beauty and leave a heroic rescue impression, he had even pushed a child out to block the alien creature earlier. Yang Anru? It's actually her? She's a top-tier pop star. I didn't even recognize her earlier. I'd heard she was from Dinan City, but I never imagined she lived in this very neighborhood. Lin Mo glanced at Yang Rowan. Her figure, looks, and demeanor were undeniably top-tier. Before today, countless men would have paid a fortune for a single night with such a beauty. Alas, in this era, a flower without substance was destined to be nothing more than a plaything manipulated and trained at others' whim. In the end, their virtue became worth less than a loaf of bread. So? Rowan bit her red lip lightly, turning to look at Lin Mo with a pitifully alluring expression. Lin Mo remained impassive. Sorry, one beauty in my household is enough. The white tiger bared its fangs, causing her and the others to retreat in fear. What? You want to hog the safe house all to yourself? Li Chao's expression darkened. This complex belongs to all of us. Even if this building is yours, you can't use it all by yourself. Film them and upload it online. Selfish people like this shouldn't be let off the hook. Swish. A flash of sword light streaked past, accompanied by a thunderous crack of electricity that seemed to tear through the air beside everyone. Boom! The purple lightning bolt erupted 100 meters away among the alien creatures. Several ferocious beasts hadn't even had time to react before they were fried into charcoal. SSSSHHH. The group sucked in sharp breaths, instinctively taking a few steps back. Daring not to stand too close to Lin Mo, their faces were frozen in shock. My hand slipped. Good luck to you all, Lin Mo waved dismissively before opening the door and stepping inside. Not a word was spoken until the door closed behind him. What's wrong with that guy? Superpowers? He can actually summon thunder? Damn it, who told you to provoke him? If you just begged nicely, following him would have guaranteed your survival. Meanwhile, the explosion had drawn a massive horde of creatures. Trapped between advancing and retreating, the group was utterly immobilized. There's a warehouse in the underground garage. Let's hide there. Someone shouted. The survivors seized this lifeline and scrambled toward it. Inside Building 7. After settling Zhao Kuo and the others, Lin Shanshan was sent to rest first. Lin Mo himself entered the Hall of Inheritance to study the forging manuals, continuing his research until late into the night. Early the next morning, Lin Mo was awakened by sharp, repetitive howls outside. He knew these were the cries of the alien creatures unable to locate prey. Those who had survived the entire previous day without being devoured were the resourceful ones. Unless faced with unavoidable circumstances, they would undoubtedly remain hidden in their shelters. Just like he himself once did, hiding in the sewers for a whole week. But Lin Mo knew this was only the beginning. Soon, these survivors would be forced out by hunger and thirst, seeking a way to survive. As time passed, the demon god's power would recover, the forbidden zone would expand, and the aberrations would gain magical abilities. A rare few might even rival the power of the divine, reaching god-tier status. After washing up, Lin Mo headed toward the 7th floor. Standing on the rooftop, he could faintly see the aberrations wandering beyond the steel walls. He opened his phone. The internet was flooded with news about this cataclysmic event, and at the top of the trending list was information about the general administration. In response to the unexplained global anomaly, our nation has established the China Divine Affairs Bureau. Centered in Dying City, specialized personnel and local armed forces will coordinate support across all cities. Citizens are urged to remain indoors at all times. Remember, if you encounter an alien species, remove yourself from its sight immediately. If you encounter. The comments section below had already accumulated millions of posts. Lin Mo glanced through them casually, all filled with panic and impatience. Soon, networks and communications would collapse. At that point, an organization known as the Tianji Pavilion would emerge. Led by the deity tier beings of the 777 sequence Far-Seeing Eye and the 778 sequence Wind-Hearing Ear, this group could transmit information across all of China using their innate abilities. It served as the communication hub for all of China before the reconstruction of its communication networks in later generations. At this hour, apart from the Forbidden Dragon Palace, the central streets of all 4 districts should harbor peculiar anomalies. Lin Mo gazed into the distance. The creatures preyed on humans, while the powerful sequences hunted the creatures. Any alien species could yield yuan crystals, the fastest means to enhance cultivation and, in later stages, another hard currency alongside gold. Classified by their abilities, these creatures also fell into different types. Among them, certain creatures yield special materials used to forge divine artifacts. Of course, weapons crafted in later eras were collectively called divine artifacts, though their actual power varied greatly. At my current pace, 100 first-tier yuan crystals should be enough to advance to the 2nd tier, Lin Mo mused, pulling out a piece of earth-colored stone. It was the Yu Wang stone he had obtained from Chen Liuyan. For forging the divine artifact Vajra Mystic Pearl, I have the gold. The Yu Wang stone can substitute for forbidden land materials. Now, I only need the different types of alien materials. Lin Mo flipped through the forging manuals, skimmed through them briefly, then headed downstairs. Before the next wave of large-scale alien species evolution, he must complete the Vajra Mystic Pearl. Only then would the base be fully fortified against all threats, fulfilling the 3 essential tasks for preparing for this era. Just as Lin Mo returned to his room to begin hunting alien species for materials, he suddenly noticed his phone screen remain lit, displaying over 100 missed calls from Jianbing. Just as he was about to shut it off, another call came in. After a moment's thought, Lin Mo answered. Hey! Lin Mo. Why haven't you been answering? Do you know something about this anomaly? Yang Meng's voice was frantic on the other end, coming from his hiding spot in the sewer. After narrowly escaping the alien creature's pursuit, his panic gave way to suspicion about Lin Mo's recent actions. The more he thought about it, the more off it felt. The timing of the supplies in the safe house was just too coincidental. Nothing. Just a whim, Lin Mo replied calmly, wondering how he'd never noticed Yang Meng's incredible luck before. Hearing this, Yang Meng realized Lin Mo probably didn't have that kind of influence. After all, it was more like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. He immediately exclaimed. Bro, your safe house is packed with supplies. If word gets out, everyone will come after it. Give me a hand, and once I'm inside, I'll guard it for you. Stuck in this filthy, stinking place, starving and freezing, constantly on guard against those monsters, every second filled with dread. Meanwhile, Lin Mo had ample supplies and felt completely secure behind his iron walls. It was like night and day. Overwhelmed by jealousy, Yang Ming's words took on a threatening edge. If Lin Mo refused, he threatened to expose the safe house online, sure to draw raiders. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. Then find a way over. I'm trapped in the safe house myself and dare not go out. Then, adopting a solemn tone, he added, honestly, I wouldn't dare open the door under these circumstances. But if you can make it here, I'll let you in. This. Yang Meng hesitated. He dared not go out himself, yet he couldn't rely on Lin Mo either. They were both ordinary people. After a long moment of deliberation, he gritted his teeth. I'll take the risk. Stay in touch via phone. I'll find a way over. All right. Lin Mo replied before hanging up, his expression darkening. He had almost forgotten about Yang Meng. Surviving in these chaotic times was no small feat, but since the man still dared to threaten him, he wouldn't hold back. Putting down his phone and taking White Tiger with him, he headed toward Hepping Street. At that moment, Shen Group. Before a bone altar built from white bones atop a mound of corpses, Shen Liuyan stood like a bottomless pit, ceaselessly devouring the human flesh and blood offered by the alien species. Surges of energy erupted from his entire body. Lin Mo, just wait. This time, I'll make you taste despair too. The raspy voice echoed throughout the entire corporate building. Chapter 17, The Twin-Horned Alien Species Clan. Dongchen District. On the long, dilapidated Peace Street. A dozen or so anomalies, led by a massive creature as large as an SUV, with 2 dark gray horns on its head and a black lizard tail, were hunting down a military camouflage squad. Captain, you go back for reinforcements. Leave this special alien to us. If we get the chance, we'll be comrades again in the next life. 7 or 8 men halted their retreat. Though their exhausted bodies could no longer fight, fear did not touch them. No! We go together or we don't go at all. The captain shouted angrily. Roar! Behind them, the massive mutant suddenly halted. An eerie gray light flickered on its 2 horns. It stomped its foot, and the earth began to tremble. Cracks split the street apart, shattering it into pieces. No! The ground gave way beneath them. As everyone stumbled and fell, helplessly watching the abnormals close in, despair filling their eyes, a voice rang out. Gray horns. A combat mutant? White Tiger, take it down. Amidst the stunned gazes of the group, a white tiger, now standing 2 meters tall, descended from the sky. Its sharp claws lashed out viciously toward the mutant's head. The 2-horned mutant sensed the attack and leapt backward, narrowly evading the white tiger's claw. The white tiger landed and swung its claws again. This time, the 2-horned creature sidestepped the attack. Its horns emitted a dangerous aura as it prepared to charge forward. No! Get out of the way! Those horns are deadly! Captain Wu Yong of the camouflage squad shouted in alarm. He had witnessed it firsthand. Not only could that alien creature withstand a rocket-propelled grenade with its bare body, but its horns could pierce through military tanks. But before his words had fully left his mouth, the 2-horned mutant froze in mid-motion. Immediately, a gaping hole appeared in its chest, exposing a blood-soaked heart. The 2-horned creature wore an expression of utter disbelief, struggling and roaring in defiance. Thud! The white tiger's paw struck its skull with blinding speed. The sounds ceased abruptly. The 2-horned creature collapsed to the ground, its life completely extinguished. Before the remaining creatures could react, the white tiger swept through them like a scythe through wheat, eliminating them all. What just happened? Wu Yong stood frozen in place. These dozen or so creatures that had overrun their 100-strong armored unit were just dead? From the moment the white tiger appeared, the entire sequence had lasted less than 30 seconds. Gazing at the majestic white tiger, Wu Yong and his men were utterly stunned. Before they could process it, a young man strolled over to the white tiger as casually as if he were strolling through his own backyard. The terrifying white tiger that had just slaughtered the alien creatures, one glance of which would send shivers down anyone's spine, now crouched obediently beside him. What the hell? They stared at Lin Mo, their faces frozen in disbelief. Such a terrifying white tiger actually obeying a human? Over here, Wu Yong was the first to recover. He saluted Lin Mo and stated, "I am Captain Wu Yong of the 211 Squadron, Armored Forces of this city. Thank you for your rescue. May I ask if you were dispatched by the Divine Affairs Bureau?" They knew some internal information about the Divine Affairs Bureau. Rumor had it that those who could enter its ranks were individuals recognized by the gods, possessing powers beyond human comprehension. The man before them, Lin Mo, fit that description perfectly. Lin Mo looked at him and replied, "No." He then crouched down, severing the alien creature's twin horns with the Thunder Immortal Sword. He then carved out an earth-colored crystal from its heart, placing it into his pouch. Wu Yong caught only a glimpse, but spotted at least a dozen similar crystals within the pouch. This meant the young man had already slain at least a dozen of these special, leader-capable creatures. In that instant, Wu Yong felt a surge of hope. His expression grew animated as he prepared to speak, but Lin Mo rose and turned back. "I have people I need to protect." "I'm sorry," Lin Mo understood his meaning. Wu Yong paused, then forced a wry smile. "We're already deeply grateful you saved us. We wouldn't presume to demand more." Lin Mo nodded, preparing to leave, when a rumbling sound erupted from where they had been standing. At that moment, hordes of alien creatures appeared at both ends of the street, led by over a dozen creatures almost entirely covered in gray horns. Bad news. Stand guard. That alien creature's death roar was a distress signal. There are too many. Even if we bring the main force here, it won't be enough. In an instant, the dozen armed squad members tensed up, their faces turning pale. In stark contrast, Lin Mo's lips curled upward upon seeing this horde. He knew the alien species polluted by the Forbidden Dragon Palace in Dainan City well. Black-horned ones were common variants, yielding only elemental crystals. Gray-horned ones were combat variants, possessing diverse fighting abilities. Among regular variants, they were the most skilled fighters, occasionally dropping the special materials he sought. He'd been fretting over the hassle of hunting them down one by one, but now they were practically delivering materials in groups. "White Tiger, the ones up ahead are yours." Roar! A thunderous roar echoed in their ears. Before Wu Yong and the others could react, a man and a tiger charged forward, one in front, one behind. "Cover the young man." Wu Yong snapped into action, hoisting the rifle slung across his chest. The others obeyed his command. But upon seeing the scene before them, they found themselves momentarily at a loss. The white tiger, well, its combat prowess was undeniable. Even without direct contact, it could inflict bizarrely severe injuries on its foes. As for the youth, he now wielded a 3-foot-long sword, his entire body enveloped in a purple aura that crackled like thunder. With each swing of his blade, a thunderous roar echoed in their ears. Cobalt-purple lightning danced like frenzied serpents, erupting from the blade's edge. Within 3 paces, every aberrant creature was fried into charcoal. The gray-horned creatures dodged relentlessly, yet each lash of the lightning serpents left bloody wounds upon their bodies. This young man must be the reincarnation of the thunder god. He's that fierce. This power. "Captain, do we even need cover anymore?" "Cover my ass? Haven't you seen that white tiger playing cat and mouse? Killing those creatures is child's play for him. And that youth? He's practically a thunder god." As the roar of tigers echoed ahead and thunder raged behind, Wu Yong's squad felt a long-lost sense of security amidst their shock. This youth stood like an impenetrable steel wall, shielding them from all danger. Less than 3 days after the demon god's revival, most anomalies remained within the unranked and first-tier categories. But with the Thunder Immortal Sword, Lin Mo's power rivaled that of a second-tier being. Against these creatures, with his divine power fully charged, he faced almost no challenge. Roar! Realizing their inferiority, the creatures roared and attempted to flee. But Lin Mo would never let his prey escape. Thunder coiled around the Thunder Immortal Sword in his hand. Lin Mo hurled it forward with all his might. The sword became a thunder dragon, enveloping the surrounding area in a realm of lightning. Sizzle! 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 The alien creatures, overwhelmed by the terrifying thunder, scrambled frantically in all directions, unable to evade its reach. Cars and abandoned buildings along their path were smashed and hurled aside. Yet how could their speed possibly match that of the thunder? Amidst piercing screams, every alien creature perished. On the other side, not a single one of the white tiger's men remained alive. Good, so powerful. It hasn't even been a minute, and they're all dead? Wu Yong's squad stared in disbelief. The alien species had spent a day making them feel their own weakness, but Lin Mo had used just 1 minute to show them the terror of humanity. Chapter 18, Hu Dalong's Teenage Rebellion. "Do me a favor, harvest these horns and the yuan crystals," Lin Mo's voice echoed. "Oh, okay." Wu Yong and the others nodded immediately. As they got to work, they discovered that while extracting the yuan crystals was a bit bloody, it was actually quite manageable. But those special alien creature horns? They couldn't cut through them. It was hard to imagine how Lin Mo's sword sliced through them with the ease of cutting tofu. Use this. Seeing this, Lin Mo hesitated not a moment before tossing the Thunder Immortal sword to Wu Yong. The commotion had drawn attention, and hordes of alien creatures would soon be swarming in. He didn't have the stamina to waste here. Given the sheer population of this city, the alien creatures were simply too numerous to eliminate completely. Ha! Wu Yong caught the sword with a flustered look. Even a blind man could tell this sword was extraordinary. And he just tossed it over like that? But then Wu Yong thought about it. With this young man's abilities, even without the sword, taking down his small squad would be a piece of cake, right? He was treating them like harmless lab rats. Just as Lin Mo and the others were finishing their harvest, several voices echoed through the air. Boss! So many crystal cores and exotic materials. Holy crap, we're rolling in it. From afar, Lin Mo spotted a group of 7 or 8 people charging toward them in an armored vehicle of unknown origin, crashing through obstacles with great fanfare. The leader wore a golden conical hat, carried a trident-like spear on his back, and was clad in an elaborate ancient costume, looking like a character straight out of a period drama. Damn it, those are our military armored vehicles. Weren't they supposed to be surrounded by the alien species? Could they have wiped out all the aliens over there? Highly likely. Look at that spear, it resembles the sword of the hero. Lin Mo glanced at it and couldn't help but chuckle. He recognized that spirit was one of the abilities from his previous life's inheritance, the Divine Lord Erlang. However, the leader clearly hadn't found the artifact itself. Instead, he relied on the divine power within his body to constantly maintain the projection of the spear. Such extravagant expenditure was something even he had never dared in his prime. After all, one never knew when divine power might be exhausted in battle against the alien species, leading to a miserable death. Come, let me see what this is all about. The leader leapt 5 or 6 meters, landing spear in hand. He swept his gaze over the group, then fixed it on Wu Yong and the White Tiger, who held the Thunder Immortal sword. His eyes lit up. He turned first to Wu Yong. I am Hu Dalong, successor to the second Lord of Heaven, a divine power user and the destined protagonist. Care to join my crew? Ahem, might you be interested in joining us? Wu Yong stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with equal intensity as he extended the invitation. Humph. Are you any more formidable than my second Lord Jinjuan? Hu Dalong raised an eyebrow. Wu Yong immediately introduced himself. I'm from the local armored forces. Forget the military, Hu Dalong sneered, shifting his gaze to the White Tiger. This tiger is quite impressive. I'm in need of a heavenly hound. Hand it over to me. When I conquer the world, I'll crown you a prince. Wu Yong frowned. This tiger isn't mine. Not yours? Then could it possibly belong to the scrawny kid? Hu Dalong shot a glance at Lin Mo. Roar! The White Tiger let out a low growl, its pupils gleaming with ferocity as it turned its head toward Lin Mo. The look in its eyes seemed to say, "Can I eat this rude idiot?" Lin Mo replied, "The tiger won't send you off. Go look elsewhere." After all, this was a legacy shared with his former self. He trusted Erlang Shen's standards for selecting disciples. Besides, Lin Mo stroked his chin. Among the immortal arts passed down by Erlang Shen, there was a special ability called Three-Eyed Illusion Piercer. It was practically a natural enemy to forbidden lands that relied on illusions. He would definitely need this ability in the future. Otherwise, should he just take him in? Kid, do you even know what opportunity means? Countless beauties would kill to be the leader's Shao Tian dog, but the leader himself doesn't want it. You can't even seize an opportunity like this. What's the point of a weakling like you tagging along with this bunch? You'll never amount to anything. Exactly. Follow the boss, live the high life, and rule the roost in Dainan City. A crowd of underlings swarmed around Hu Dalong. Well, I never bully the weak. Since they don't want to, I won't force it. Hu Dalong waved his hand dismissively, then a smirk touched his lips. But I'm one for robbing the rich to help the poor. You've got all these spirit crystals and materials rich. We've got a few beat-up armored vehicles poor. With a crooked smile, Hu Dalong declared, let's give the poor a little help. I'll take these yuan crystals and materials. With that, he gripped his spear horizontally, its terrifyingly sharp tip bearing down on the crowd. His entire aura shifted, radiating unmatched dominance. You! Wu Yong and the others instantly flared with anger, yet found themselves unable to move. Lin Mo watched with a smile, making no move to intervene. Nearby alien creatures began swarming in, and he was delighted to see Hu Dalong holding them off while his men gathered the materials. Just as the group finished gathering and tallying the materials, their excitement mounting as they prepared to call Hu Dalong to leave. Bai Hu lunged forward, knocking the man to the ground and snatching the backpack into its mouth. Saves me the trouble, Lin Mo murmured, smiling as he retrieved his backpack. You're asking for death. How dare you steal from us? Give it back this instant. You stinking tiger, think you're so great? The henchmen were both shocked and furious. Did this guy think they were just hired hands? Hu Dalong also fired a shot that pierced the street mutant's body. Turning back, his tone grew heavier. Kid, hand it over. I'll pretend I didn't see anything. You know nothing about the terror this old man can unleash. Indeed I don't, Lin Mo nodded. Hu Dalong frowned, firing another shot that sent the street mutant flying before turning back. Simultaneously, his three-pronged spear suddenly burst into a brilliant glow. A golden laser beam shot from its tip, aimed at the space before Lin Mo. Though he held back on the strike, the residual shockwave alone was enough to injure an ordinary person. In that instant, a flash of thunder erupted before their eyes. Lin Mo's figure vanished before their eyes. The next second, Hu Dalong felt thunderous energy swirling around him, sending a chill down his spine. Just as he raised his spear to counterattack, it suddenly shattered into countless specks of light and vanished. No! His heart sank, his divine power was exhausted. Ah! A piercing scream erupted. The once formidable Hu Dalong was now utterly helpless, electrocuted into the charred form of a scorched rat. His hair stood on end, his entire body numb and limp. Boss? Damn it, this guy has divine power too. As his henchmen swarmed around him, Lin Mo stroked his chin. Suddenly, recruiting Hu Dalong as a subordinate seemed like a decent idea. Hu Dalong, helped to his feet, glared at Lin Mo with defiance. Before he could speak, Lin Mo tossed him a yuan crystal. Lin Mo declared, I won't bully the weak. Regain some of your divine power, and we'll fight again. Hu Dalong froze, then burst into maniacal laughter. Fine. For that very spirit, I'll spare your life later. This kid's still too naive. The boss's strength isn't something an ordinary divine power user can match. One of the henchmen breathed a sigh of relief. They had witnessed the boss take down other divine power users firsthand. As long as his divine power was sufficient, he feared no one. Just as Hu Dalong finished absorbing the yuan crystal, reforged his spear, and poised himself for attack, a shimmering ancient armor coalescing around him, the air around him beginning to freeze. The white tiger, its long-suppressed fury ignited by Lin Mo's signal, leapt down. Chapter 19, Yang Meng's Collapse. None shall survive. You vile beast. I am Erlang. Hu Dalong thrust his spear upward, leaping 10 meters high. The spearhead gathered a laser so terrifying it seemed capable of shattering a mountain. But before he could finish his words, a mountain-like weight surged from the spear tip. Hu Dalong's body flew backward uncontrollably, the laser beam at the spearhead shattered. After landing and rolling once, he was instantly slapped away by the white tiger, sent flying over 10 meters. Damn it, did the boss lose? What's up with that tiger? Is it possessed? Boss, are you okay? The gang members stared in shock. After a moment of daze, they immediately rushed toward Hu Dalong. Hu Dalong was now completely stripped of his earlier arrogance. That single swipe had jolted him back to reality. His entire body was swollen and aching, his limbs feeling as if they might snap. He had believed his divine inheritance made him virtually unmatched under heaven, yet here he was, defeated by a mere tiger. Little did he know it wasn't that he was weak, but that this white tiger was simply too powerful. How many deities of equal rank could possibly defeat a divine beast of the highest tier? And he was merely a divine power user. There's always someone stronger out there. Get too cocky and you'll die fast. Want to join me? Lin Mo bent down, extending his hand. Hu Dalong froze, then suddenly felt a surge of excitement as if electrified. Following the usual pattern, this must be the protagonist's golden finger patron arriving. This guy was clearly powerful and far from ordinary. He could easily be the mastermind behind some major organization. Without a second thought, Hu Dalong agreed, though he hoped to bring his own men along. Lin Mo agreed. A few extra hands for odd jobs wouldn't hurt. His stockpile of supplies in this era could easily sustain not just these few men, but even 100 more for years as long as the supplies remain within their expiration dates, of course. Could I get your contact info? Wu Yong had orders to return to his post immediately, but Lin Mo's formidable abilities had left a deep impression. If the Bureau could recruit him, it would be an immense asset. Lin Mo nodded, and they exchanged numbers. As Lin Mo made his way back, inside Qingfeng residence. Several dozen meters from Building 7, a manhole cover shifted slightly on the street before being gently lifted by two hands. Yang Meng, drenched in filthy water, peered out. Scanning left and right to confirm no alien creatures were nearby, he exhaled in relief. Closing the manhole cover, he steadied the ladder with one hand while pulling out his phone. In the dim light, he immediately dialed the number. Pick up the phone. Yang Meng was frantic with anxiety, who knew when an alien species might appear nearby. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently busy. The familiar automated response sent rage surging through Yang Meng. He felt like his lungs would burst. What the hell do you think you're doing? You make me risk my life to come here, and then you don't even answer your phone? Why didn't the alien creatures kill you the moment they saw you? Calm down. He must be busy with something else right now. Yang Meng tried to reassure himself, mostly to avoid making too much noise and attracting the alien creatures. Taking a deep breath, he clung to his last shred of hope and kept dialing. Beep beep. Finally, after what felt like hundreds of attempts, the call connected. Hello, Lin Mo. Open the door quickly. I've been hiding outside for half an hour. Yang Meng was on the verge of despair. While flipping the manhole cover earlier, he had spotted several alien creatures lurking nearby. If discovered, he'd likely be devoured down to the last bone. Inside the residential complex, Lin Mo, who had just led a group around the corner of Building 6, didn't spot Yang Meng at first. It took him a while to notice the manhole cover that kept opening a crack now and then. Good hiding spot, Lin Mo sneered inwardly before replying, or maybe you should wait a bit longer? I'm outside too right now, so I can't open the door. Yang Meng froze upon hearing this, then glanced left and right. Spotting Lin Mo's figure in the alley beside the steel structure, he exclaimed with delight, perfect timing. Lin Shanshan must be inside. Have her open the door so we can go in together. In his line of sight, Lin Mo shook her head. No way. Look ahead, there's an alien species right there. We're planning to hide outside for now. Yang Meng's temper flared instantly. He growled, do you have any idea how much risk I took just to get here? I've flipped over at least 100 manhole covers. And I've encountered dozens of mutants. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel at his sheer luck. Just tell me straight, are you opening the door or not? Yang Meng's voice on the other end was already frantic. Lin Mo hesitated, it's not that I won't open it. I'm just afraid any noise might attract the anomalies. What if we can't close the door in time and let a few of them in? Fine. You're ing with me. Yang Meng was furious, about to yell back, when he saw Lin Mo ducking into an alley. I'll hide here for a bit. Once the anomalies clear out, I'll open the door for you. We'll go in together. With that, Lin Mo hung up. Hello? Damn it! Yang Meng froze, his body huddled beneath the manhole cover, cold and furious. Lin Mo. You're so damn close to the main gate, if you wanted in, you could have bolted through in seconds. What about me? Fine. Since you won't play fair, don't blame me for being ruthless. Gritting his teeth, Yang Meng pulled out his spare phone, turned on the music at full volume, and violently pried open half the manhole cover, hurling it toward the steel gate. After doing all this, Yang Meng quickly slammed the manhole cover shut and pressed his ear to the ground, listening intently for sounds outside. Damn it, as long as I'm here, none of you are getting in. Sure enough, the loud noise from the phone drew all the alien creatures surrounding Building 7. They swarmed in, quickly blocking the entrance completely. They wouldn't be dispersing anytime soon. Boss, that guy was an enemy, right? Should I go take care of him? In the alley, Hu Dalong frowned and made a throat-slitting gesture. By then, the nearby anomalies had already spotted them. Forget it. Just lift his manhole cover later. Lin Mo shook his head. He wasn't surprised by Yang Meng's desperate actions. A man like that had nothing good brewing inside him. He called Lin Shanshan to open the door, then led Hu Dalong and the others out with deliberate swagger. The alien creatures here were few and far between, let alone any special variants. They posed no threat whatsoever. At the sewer entrance, Yang Meng seemed to hear the sound of the steel gate opening. He froze, doubting his own ears. What the hell? They didn't open it earlier, but now the mutants are swarming over to open it? Are they trying to die? Now, Yang Meng both wanted to lift the manhole cover to look and feared being discovered by the alien species. He gritted his teeth, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation to open it. The moment he pried open the manhole cover and peered out, he saw Lin Mo and his group facing the alien creatures head-on. Has Lin Mo lost his mind? The thought flashed through Yang Meng's mind. Chapter 20, You're that damn strong? Facing the alien creatures, Lin Mo wielded the Thunder Immortal Sword, the white tiger perched on his shoulder, as if he stood in a realm untouched by others. No matter how many aliens charged at him, he dispatched them with a single sword strike. Like a thunder god descended from the heavens, enveloped in violet blue lightning that shielded him, not a single alien creature could come near. Damn it, the boss is so fierce, there's no chance for me to shine. Yeah, the new boss is just too strong. I get it now, this era belongs to the boss and Hu Laoda. Hu Dalong and his crew were all pumped to the max. Hu Dalong, who had originally intended to step in and showcase his own potential, completely abandoned the idea. With such an overwhelmingly powerful golden finger, there was simply no need for him to act. The protagonist would surely make his entrance at the crucial moment. At the sewer entrance, Yang Meng stood frozen like stone, staring dumbstruck at the scene. Didn't you say you wouldn't dare go in because the alien species was lurking nearby? What the hell are these thunderbolts? You're so damn strong it's like watching some cultivation drama, and you told me you were scared of this? Yang Meng felt utterly shaken. He thought he knew Lin Mo inside out, 20 years of friendship, growing up together since childhood. But now, he couldn't fathom Lin Mo at all. The man before him was too powerful, so powerful that dozens of alien creatures couldn't even scratch him. Earlier, he'd witnessed firsthand how a few of these creatures slaughtered an entire small unit of regular soldiers. Didn't that mean Lin Mo alone possessed strength comparable to an entire army? No, even stronger than that. In that instant, Yang Meng's expression flickered between shock and dread. He was this powerful, yet he had already offended him. No, this wasn't his fault at all. It was clearly Lin Mo who was toying with him here. Possessing such formidable strength yet refusing to rescue him from dire straits, he was the one who had disregarded their brotherhood first. That's exactly it. If he just humbled himself, admit his mistake, and let him into the steel building 7, he could forgive him. Brothers don't hold grudges overnight, right? Lin Mo. Lin Mo. I'm here. Hurry and get me out. With that thought, Yang Meng immediately thrust a hand through the manhole cover and shouted excitedly. Meanwhile, the once menacing alien creatures lay hacked to pieces. The remaining ones fled in terror. They instinctively sensed fear emanating from Lin Mo. With the path ahead now clear, Lin Mo glanced at Yang Meng and smiled. Then hurry up and get out. Alright. I knew you were still my good brother, you wouldn't abandon me. Yang Meng's face lit up with wild joy as he immediately lifted the manhole cover and charged toward this side. From Yang Meng's perspective, his attempted fraud had failed, and Lin Mo surely knew nothing about it. If there was any real conflict, it was only over the restaurant's working capital. But Lin Mo was clearly in the wrong on that front. Not only had he lent Lin 30 million yuan, but he'd also invested the restaurant's funds. Later, when he asked Lin for gold, he hadn't even received the gold yet and had already sunk nearly 1 million yuan into supplies. By any measure of reason or fairness, Lin Mo couldn't abandon him. He seems in decent shape. Throw a few hybrids at him, Lin Mo said, still smiling, though his voice carried a hint of chilling coldness. It was hard to believe that in his previous life, he had been swindled by such a low-level con artist, ending up penniless, destitute, and forced to flee for his life. Got it. Hu Daolong clapped his hands. This job was a piece of cake. But just as he was about to act, he froze. The moment Yang Meng darted out of the sewer, a mutant followed right behind him, a special three-eyed, four-eared mutant. Communication mutants venture out for food now? Three-eyed, four-eared mutants possessed extraordinary speed, hearing, and vision, typically serving as communicators for mutant teams in later stages. Lin Mo stared at Yang Meng with a look of utter bewilderment. If there were such a special mutant in the sewer, how could Yang Meng have walked out alive? That's some tough luck. Yang Meng noticed the peculiar expressions on Lin Mo and the others' faces, sending a chill down his spine. Terrified, he darted a swift glance backward. Instantly, his legs buckled, nearly sending him crashing to the ground. There stood a 2-meter-tall humanoid mutant gaunt, with black horns protruding from its skull, 3 eyes, and 4 ears. Lin Mo. Lin Gu. Lin Dad. Save me. Save me. I'm dying. Yang Meng cried out as he ran. He had never felt such terror before, as if death itself was right beside him, ready to drag him into hell at any moment. Lin Mo and the others calmly walked through the door. Turning back, Lin Mo waved at Yang Meng. It's no use. That attack drained all my strength. Run faster. Otherwise, I'll have to close the door. Yang Meng gasped in panic. Don't close it. Please, don't close it. The distance of several dozen meters now seemed impossibly vast to Yang Meng. But strangely enough, the three-eyed mutant behind him seemed to be toying with him like a cat with a mouse, maintaining a constant distance, neither closing in nor retreating. He's got some luck? Throw a few more at him. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, deciding to make things a bit harder for Yang Meng. Got it. Hu Daolong wasted no words. With a snap of his fingers, an invisible golden rope shot from his back, streaking dozens of meters forward. It wrapped around 2 fleeing creatures and flung them back to land before Yang Meng. Roar! Ah! In an instant, the mutant screamed shrilly in terror, while Yang Meng cried out in sheer fright. Overwhelmed by terror, Yang Meng's adrenaline surged. He instinctively drew his pocket knife and plunged it into the eyes of the alien creature before him, then immediately let go and fled. At that moment, he was less than 10 meters from the steel gate. Great! Great! Lin Mo, I'm coming. Seeing this, Yang Meng shouted with joy. But in that very instant, he witnessed a scene that plunged his entire life into darkness. No, Yang Meng, there are too many alien creatures behind you. I'm scared. I can't bring myself to open this door anymore. Lin Mo shook his head regretfully. As he spoke, he waved at Yang Meng and swung his long sword. A bolt of lightning sliced through the air, decapitating a mutant creature charging toward them from over 10 meters away. No, don't. Don't. Before Yang Meng's eyes, the door slammed shut. Bang! His entire body slammed into the steel gate, pinned in place before it, while several alien creatures already closed in from behind. Lin Mo. Veins bulged on Yang Meng's body, his eyes red as if bleeding. His hoarse throat roared, "You treacherous scoundrel! If I survive this, I'll tear you limb from limb. I'll feed your family and friends to the beasts." Exhausted, Yang Meng collapsed, waiting to be torn apart by the creatures. But after a moment, he realized, why was it so quiet? Opening his eyes again, he saw the three-eyed mutant, drenched in blood, had already slaughtered the other mutants. From its mouth came muffled words. "Yang Meng, this is Chen Liuonian. Want to gain power for revenge? The three-eyed one will bring you to me." Chapter 21, The Besieged Hospital. Hearing this, Yang Meng froze in shock before rising with a surge of excitement. He never imagined Chen Liuonian possessed such influence to command such a formidable alien species. Lin Mo had indeed felt his strength, yet he hadn't eliminated this particular alien creature earlier. Instead, he'd shut the door. Perhaps it was fear of Three Eyes' power. The way he effortlessly tore ordinary alien creatures to shreds spoke volumes about his power. It had to be Boss Chen money talks, power walks. Blood Eye glared at the steel door and growled, Lin Mo, what goes around comes around. Once I gain power, you're the first one I'll take down. He pulled out his phone, refreshed his location, then posted in the local community, Building 7, Jingfeng Residence. Steel safe house. Contains massive survival supplies. He attached several photos of the entrance and pictures of himself signing for the supplies. We'll see how long you can hold out. After finishing all this, he turned and spat at the door before finally leaving. Inside the steel gate. Why is it so quiet outside? Yeah, just now we heard him yell. Betrayal? Hu Dalong and his men exchanged puzzled glances before turning their eyes to Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced at them and casually mentioned Yang Meng's attempted fraud. Hu Dalong instantly flew into a rage, stomping his foot hard enough to shatter half a paving stone. That shameless bastard. Boss, why didn't you let me kill him just now? Shameful. He'd do anything for money, deserves to die. Fraudsters should be born without assholes. The gang members immediately boiled over with rage. Lin Mo glanced at them, his gaze fixed on Hu Dalong. The road's just been fixed. He then turned and walked into Building 7. This. Hu Dalong gave an awkward chuckle and immediately ushered his men toward the building. Honestly, boss, how much did you spend building this place out of steel? It must have cost a fortune. Seeing another steel structure beyond the iron gates, Hu Dalong couldn't help but stare in astonishment. This was the kind of organization a protagonist should have. It was nothing like his previous setup, just a few beat-up armored vehicles and nothing else. Not much. 500 million. Built in a day. Just the exterior packaging. Whoa. Hearing Lin Mo's nonchalant remark, Hu Dalong and his crew felt their legs go weak. It seemed this era hadn't even arrived yet, and their boss was already a tycoon. Defeated. Completely defeated. Hu Dalong felt like crying. But then he thought, the stronger the golden finger, the better. His spirit soared once more. Bro. At the doorway, the moment Lin Mo opened the door, a faint, sweet fragrance tickled his nose as his body was enveloped in a soft embrace. You're hugging me too tight. His neck was being squeezed, and Lin Mo couldn't just break free. All he could manage was a soft protest. Seeing this, Hu Dalong and the others immediately understood. This was the boss. Oh. Lin Shanshan instantly loosened her grip, standing still with a pout on her lips. Noticing Lin Shanshan seemed a bit upset, Lin Mo couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Remember when Sister Li was injured protecting me from those thugs and ended up in the hospital? Lin Mo nodded. He recalled seeing a woman who looked remarkably like his financial advisor, Li Zi, on the first floor of the building that day. The alien outbreak. The hospital was relatively safe under military control, but Sister Li said the aliens outside seem to be multiplying, and some people are even planning to loot the medicine. I'm a bit worried, Lin Shanshan sighed. Lin Mo ruffled her hair and reassured her, she saved you once. I'll go help her this time and bring her here. Hearing this, Lin Shanshan immediately frowned. No way. She's still protected by the military at the hospital. Who'll protect you if you go out? Seeing her reaction, Lin Mo chuckled softly, pinching her cheek playfully. I'm not joking. I'm the one who protects others, no one protects me. Lin Shanshan blinked and said, then promise me this, if you're in danger, run first. Sister Li has 9 lives, she'll be fine. Fine. You go back to binge watching shows and snacking. I'll make a quick trip to the hospital and be right back. You can download a few offline games while you're at it. It'll keep you busy when the internet goes out. After reassuring Lin Shanshan and instructing Hu Dalong and the others to guard the house, Lin Mo finally opened the door and stepped out. Seeing no trace of Yang Meng's body at the entrance, Lin Mo frowned slightly but didn't dwell on it before leaving. Just one Yang Meng, he couldn't stir up much trouble. But the moment Lin Mo stepped outside, shadowy figures emerged from the alley, creeping toward the steel gate. At that moment, 3rd Central Hospital of Dainan City. Armed soldiers guarded the surrounding alleys. In the distance, heavily armed personnel, carrying weapons of devastating firepower, stood poised and ready. These were Yang Xiang's men. After undergoing Lin Mo's baptism, Yang Xiang first spent half his fortune acquiring the base and stockpiling supplies, then poured the remaining funds entirely into purchasing heavy weaponry. It had proven that ordinary pistols and rifles were largely ineffective against the newly mutated creatures, but weapons like rocket launchers could inflict substantial damage. Bolstered by their formidable gear and the special abilities their leader possessed, their hearts burned with fervor. This era belonged to them. Fourth brother, has the boss given orders yet? If we don't move soon, the brothers back home will be in agony. At the front of the group, a man with a slanted fringe, a cigar dangling from his mouth as he reclined on his combat pack, turned his head to ask. Wang Xixi, who had fired the first shot at Lin Mo that day, nodded. 3 minutes. They didn't want a clash with the military either. But now, the streets were swarming with mutants. The medicines in pharmacies had mostly been contaminated by them. Those who used them either died violently or turned into mutants themselves. Across the entire city of Dainan, aside from the hospitals secured by the military, there were virtually no clean medical supplies left. Of course, the military must have realized this too, which is why they were strictly controlling access. That's also why they hadn't budged an inch during their previous negotiations. No, bad news. Hordes of mutants are approaching from East Street. Suddenly, Li Sishi's chest radio crackled with urgent voices. Meanwhile, an urgent report also came from inside the hospital. Captain, we've got trouble. Hordes of alien creatures have appeared on the streets, and they seem to be acting with purpose. Top floor office. Wu Nang had just finished a call with military high command, relaying intelligence from Wu Yong in hopes of contacting the mysterious and powerful Lin Mo for protection over the next few days. The moment he hung up, the bad news reached him. Rising to his feet, Wu Nang immediately ordered, rally all nearby squads. Focus all efforts on protecting the hospital patients. Consolidate all medical supplies and begin moving toward the West District Hospital. Yes, sir. Gazing at the desolation outside the window, Wu Nang rubbed his temples. The alien outbreak had struck too swiftly. In just these past 2 days, humanity's living space had been squeezed relentlessly. Meanwhile, just 5 li from the hospital, Lin Mo stopped the car, observing the congested road ahead with a slight raise of his eyebrows. Quite the commotion. Chapter 22, Facing Death Without Fear. Report. 3rd East Street has been breached. Report. The second line of defense on East Street has been breached. Report. The intersection on South Street has been breached. Since receiving news of the alien invasion, the hospital's military defenses crumbled like paper. Within a mere 10 minutes, nearly 1/5 of the defenses had been breached. Captain, at this rate, the defenses will collapse soon. Wu Nang's deputy stared at the incoming reports, his anxiety palpable. Impossible. The disparity in firepower is too great. Even the most basic alien requires 3 soldiers to hold it back. Wu Nang stood at the window, already catching glimpses of the alien horde surging forward like a tidal wave. At the forefront, a 3-meter-tall humanoid alien creature, radiating a fiery red glow, caught his attention. That must be the leader of this horde, the thought flashed through Wu Nang's mind. Captain, should we retreat now? Medical supplies haven't been fully evacuated, and there are still patients here who can't be moved. Wu clenched his teeth. This was a vital rear support base, still holding numerous survivors. He was unwilling to retreat, nor could he. Armed forces have appeared on West Street. It's Yang Zion's faction we negotiated with earlier. They've temporarily halted the alien creature's advance. Upon hearing the news, Wu Nang abruptly turned his gaze in one direction, his eyes regaining their focus. He immediately ordered a strong defense of the position and began making calls, instructing Wu Yong to try contacting Lin Mo. Meanwhile, 4th brother, are we really supposed to defend the hospital for the military? Amidst the deafening artillery barrage, Zhang, who his bangs swept to the side, bit down on a half-smoked cigar, his body caked in gunpowder residue. Wang Cixi hoisted his gun and fired a mortar shell, bellowing, "You're guarding medicine, our brothers' lives." If this place fell, the remaining military forces at the hospital would be stronger. Were they supposed to cross districts to seize the medicine? Damn it, brothers, fire! The din of battle raged. Inside the hospital, an entire ward building. Thousands of pairs of patients' eyes stared intently from the windows. It's over. I was only lying here for a few days, and when I woke up, the world had changed. Why, I want to go home. It's so scary out there. You think your home is safe? Here, with military forces, is far safer. Panic was spreading like wildfire. On the 4th floor, in room 17, Li Lizhi was right there. Only now, her mood was clearly off, her face filled with fear. Even though her friend Lin Shanshan had told her that Lin Mo was coming to pick her up. But in this situation, Lin Mo was just a 20-year-old youth, powerless to change anything. I'm so scared. I want to go home. Li Lizhi whimpered softly, burying her head in the blankets. Another 10 minutes passed. The perimeter outside the hospital had been almost entirely overrun. Blood soaked the ground surrounding the hospital. 4th brother. Retreat. We've lost dozens of brothers already. The men here had lost all will to fight. How could humans possibly win against monsters? Before, injured aliens would flee, but now they seemed too terrified to run. Each one fought with reckless abandon, fearless of death. Their attacks yielded little gain, while a single claw strike could take an adult's life. This was nothing short of a crushing defeat. Li Sixi realized it was over. He roared, "Retreat! Captain! Retreat! The medical supplies have been evacuated from the hospital," the military deputy shouted. Wu Nang, already on the battlefield, glanced back at the hospital and the countless eyes watching from its windows. Gritting his teeth, he barked, "Everyone! Fight to the death! Disobey this order, and you will be killed. In times of war, protecting the people's safety is your duty. Defend it with your blood if you must. Understand?" Understood. The resounding, unified roar echoed across the sky. Even the deputy who had called for retreat now gripped his heavy rifle and rejoined the fray. He, too, was a soldier. Suddenly, just as Wang Xixi prepared to retreat and the soldiers faced death with resolve, ready to fight to the last man, thunder seemed to crackle down from the sky. Boom! Amidst the stunned, bewildered stares of countless onlookers, on South Street, the alien creatures suddenly erupted into chaos. The alien creatures before them instantly retreated, surging toward South Street. What's happening? Over there. I think I saw a human figure? No way, I think I saw a white tiger. The astonished military personnel froze in place, one after another. Wu Nong stood frozen for 2 seconds before suddenly recalling the message from Wu Yong. One man, one tiger, could it be him? Binoculars. Grasping his gear, Wu Nang scanned the distance. It was indeed that man. Even amidst the surging tide of alien creatures, that thunderous presence remained unyielding, utterly dominant. It's Lin Mo, the one with the special power. Everyone, cover him. His expression brightening, Wu Nang immediately gave the order. Lin Mo? Over here, Wang Xixi halted in his tracks upon hearing the distant voice. That name was all too familiar to him. Ever since the alien outbreak, the boss had been searching for him every single moment. If not for him, the brothers might have perished long ago in this torrent. How could they have survived so unscathed? Quick, send word to the boss. Crown Club. Yang Ziong, now noticeably more muscular, was wrapped around the waists of 2 curvaceous college girls in miniskirts, his hands roaming freely over their bodies with unabashed ease. Since the outbreak of the alien species, his situation had only improved. The basement was hard to breach, stocked with food and weapons, attracting more and more recruits. Once medical supplies arrived, they would be fully equipped. Moreover, he now possessed the legacy. The only flaw in his otherwise perfect situation was that he still hadn't found that divine being. Boss. We've got news about that legendary figure. The news arrived. Learning that Lin Mo was facing an alien tide, Yang Zion's eyes blazed with intensity. He immediately stood up and barked, all personnel from teams 1 and 2, grab your gear and go rescue that godlike figure. Meanwhile, on South Street 3rd lane outside the hospital, Lin Mo thrust his sword forward, piercing the chest of the alien creature before him. Thunder and lightning erupted in spherical bursts, scattering in all directions. Over a dozen alien creatures perished instantly from this single strike. Roar! The white tiger, its frame nearing 3 meters tall, swept its claws, instantly slaughtering the surrounding alien creatures. White tiger, devour them all. Lin Mo tossed all the spirit crystals he had obtained earlier to the white tiger. He could sense the white tiger's rapid growth. Though it hadn't yet broken through from Tier 1 to Tier 2, its physical capabilities were steadily improving. Previously, a single swipe could only kill one alien creature. Now, with its formidable physique and unstoppable claws, a single swipe could take down 2 to 4 creatures. A veritable death god among the alien creatures. Swish! Lin Mo's sword sliced through another alien creature's head. His gaze swept over the countless aliens swarming nearby. The white tiger in himself held undeniable dominance over these creatures. Yet these creatures numbered well beyond a few hundred. Despite having slain dozens, their onslaught showed no sign of abating. White tiger. To catch the thief, first catch the king. His gaze pierced through the end of the street, landing on the 3-meter-tall, blood-red mutant. Lin Mo knew this creature was the reason the horde fought with such reckless abandon. One of the special variants among the alien species. The Overlord of the Mutants. Chapter 23, Exploding Fireworks. This type possessed combat prowess surpassing ordinary mutants. Though not as powerful as combat-type mutants, it retained partial sentience and the authority to command others. Typically, only one emerges among tens of thousands of abnormals. You, hold him back. The rest, fight me for the medicine. A strange, raspy voice as if imbued with magic emanated from the red alien's mouth. Trying to escape? Noticing the red mutant's movement, Lin Mo's eyes turned cold. He immediately swung his sword, unleashing dozens of bolts of lightning that pierced through one car after another. Even when some mutants tore off doors to use as shields, they couldn't stop the onslaught. Boom! In an instant, all anomalies within 10 meters of Lin Mo were blasted away, clearing the road. The white tiger's claw pierced through the alien, blocking its path, flinging the corpse aside. With a powerful leap, it charged straight down the road. Alien creatures along the path attempted to block its advance, but none could halt the white tiger. Like a bowling ball, the white tiger plowed through, sending every target in its path tumbling to the sides. Damn it! The crimson alien creature, having just moved a short distance away, witnessed this scene. Veins bulged violently across its body as it let out a beastly roar. Flaming red crystals sprouted from its palms. As the white tiger drew near, the crimson mutant clenched both fists, raised its arms, and slammed them down onto the ground with tremendous force. The fiery crystal shattered upon impact. Instantly, a fiery serpent erupted, stretching over 10 meters. The white tiger staggered, its body darting sideways. The raging flames instantly scorched the alien creatures in its path to near death. Die! Yet its flames were too slow. While devastating to ordinary beings, it faced the divine beast, the white tiger, the absolute leader of this era. Stepping over the shoulders of several aberrations and dodging the flames, the white tiger lunged directly at the crimson aberration. At the same moment, Lin Mo darted through the streets like a slender thread, blocking the street entrance to prevent other alien creatures from coming to its aid. Lightning raged, but this time Lin Mo didn't confront the alien directly. Instead, he shattered surrounding buildings and cars, using the debris to block the road. With thunderous crashes, the street was forcibly split in two by Lin Mo. Behind him, the white tiger relentlessly tore into the crimson mutant's flesh. Its claws were like steel blades, each swipe tearing apart limbs. Its fangs were razor-sharp, like bone-crushing blades, shattering the white bones within the flesh. Ah! The red alien screamed in agony, trembling violently as its piercing shrieks echoed throughout the entire street. Behind them, Wu Nang and the others inside the hospital watched the scene, frozen in place. In just 10 short minutes, the once invincible alien legion was already on the verge of collapse. Though the creatures still surged into the streets, those watching from the sidelines could clearly see the cohesive aura within the horde had vanished. The leader was powerless to control the others. Terrifying, so terrifying. That white tiger must be possessed by a spirit. You only saw the white tiger? Didn't you see that human? He summoned thunder with a single sword strike. I saw it. He sliced through cars and walls with a single strike. A god man. This is a true god man. I thought the alien outbreak was already beyond belief. Whoa. I heard those mysterious divine bureau agents are all gifted with special powers. Could they all be like this? The soldiers, who had been on high alert, covering Lin Mo and providing artillery support from a distance, now began chatting freely. Are you kidding me? In a situation like this, where he's completely crushing them, you want us to provide support? Just don't get in the way. Any clear-eyed observer could see it. Once that red alien was dead, this whole disturbance would collapse on its own. On the street, the red alien struggled, but from the moment the white tiger locked onto it, its fate was sealed death. Its roar grew fainter as crimson crystals began forming across its mangled body. White tiger! Lin Mo barked the command, urging the white tiger to retreat. This aberration's mind had shattered, and it could no longer contain the immense demonic power within, forcing it toward self-destruction. The white tiger understood and immediately leapt into the air, distancing itself from the mutant. Just as Lin Mo prepared to retreat another dozen meters, he suddenly felt the creature forcibly halting him. Please, you, save her. The red mutant, already gasping weakly, gazed at Lin Mo. It tossed something toward the distance, then plunged a claw directly into its own chest. Amidst a torrent of blood, it crushed its own core. Boom! Like a burst of fireworks, a fiery explosion erupted, engulfing a 5-meter radius within the sight of countless onlookers. After the explosion subsided, Lin Mo stepped forward and picked up the object. A photograph. The front showed two people, a man, refined and elegant, with a faint birthmark visible on his face, the red mutant. A girl sat in a wheelchair, emaciated and frail. On the back was an address. Seeking my help. Lin Mo glanced at the reinforcements charging from afar. If it hadn't crushed its core, that blast would have wiped out this entire force. But it was an invader after all, deserving of death. Lin Mo wouldn't go out of his way to do anything just because it had held back. Without their leader, the remaining alien creatures scattered like rats fleeing a street under the white tiger's ferocious assault. We won? We won. We won. Damn it. Hero. He's a hero sent by heaven. The shouts from the front lines in front of the hospital were deafening. They embraced each other in celebration, tears welling in their eyes. Before Lin Mo's arrival, they had all braced themselves for certain death. He's truly a god among men. His abilities far surpass the boss's, don't they? That white tiger, doesn't it look familiar? Didn't the boss say he was coming to back us up? Should we tell him not to bother? Support my ass. Does this look like we need backup? On the other side, Li Cixi and the others, still waiting for Yang Xiang, watched the scene unfold, equally stunned. Quick! Follow me to meet this hero. Wu Nong straightened his uniform, his face flushed with excitement as he strode toward Lin Mo. Everything that had happened today had left him utterly stunned. Reaching Lin Mo, he saluted first. Hello, I'm Wu Nong, the commander here. Lin Mo recognized him. In his previous life, Wu Nong had died on the battlefield protecting Dainan City, a responsible and outstanding commander. Lin Mo immediately nodded and smiled in return, extending a friendly gesture. Lin Mo, an ordinary citizen of Dainan City. Wu Nang froze for a moment, then gave a wry smile. If you were ordinary, we'd all be meeting the King of Hell by now. After ordering the remaining mobile soldiers to clear the battlefield and collect spoils, Wu Nang turned to Lin Mo. Rest assured, all the spoils here are yours. I'm only here to clean up. Lin Mo nodded. Thank you. He wouldn't be polite about it, it was rightfully his anyway. The quantity of first-tier spirit crystals here was substantial. Wu Nang nodded, hesitated, then adopted a more serious tone. May I speak with you? Glancing at the numerous alien corpses littering the area, cleaning up would take time. Lin Mo nodded. Chapter 24, Li Lizi's Shock. In the conference room, Wu Nang brought over a cup of tea before getting straight to the point. Are you willing to join the bureau and become the head of Dawan City? Head? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised that Wu Nang had played his trump card right off the bat. Wu Nang nodded. Headquarters has issued an order to activate the chief mechanism. Local forces will be reclassified as support units. Headquarters will deploy special armed squads, and one divine tier individual will be appointed as chief to oversee all city resources in the fight against the alien species. Though the alien species are currently rampant, the military still possesses heavy weapons and micro-H weapons, allowing them to hold out for a while longer. However, the consequences are too grave for anyone to bear responsibility. By becoming the head of Dainan City, you will have the authority to utilize all available armed forces to eradicate the alien species. Beyond that, you'll have citywide authority to mobilize divine power users, coordinate cross-city supply support, and access every power and resource available through the General Bureau, the highest level of authority granted to any commander. After delivering this message, Wu Nang glanced nervously at Lin Mo. Given the current situation, the Bureau could only assign one divine sequence to a major city at most. In some regions, even several medium-sized cities fell under the jurisdiction of a single divine sequence. Each divine tier being was an invaluable asset. Though the Bureau was doing its utmost to recruit and train them, the timeframe was simply too short. Having a leader in place for Daxin City sooner would significantly improve the situation. Moreover, he sensed that even among the divine sequence members at headquarters, Lin Mo was exceptionally powerful. The mechanism of leadership. Lin Mo understood it all too well. To join a divine squad, one must first become a leader. In the past, the 9th Divine Squad had overseen a total of 12 major cities. Unfortunately, in this lifetime, he harbored no particular interest in the General Bureau. Seeing Wu Nang's eager yet tense expression, Lin Mo shook his head. Wu Nang looked utterly disappointed, ready to add other conditions. I have no such desire at present, Lin Mo reiterated his refusal. But should the Bureau face peril, I can offer support. That's acceptable. Rest assured, even if you're not in charge, should trouble arise, we will definitely provide support. At the very least, my 3rd squadron will be present, Wu Nang exhaled in relief. Lin Mo's promise of support was already in immense favor. Dainan City is a major metropolis. The Bureau won't abandon it, Lin Mo offered reassurance. Wu Nang nodded, his smile tinged with bitterness. We should be able to secure one divine sequence. The summons for divine power users has already been issued. It's just, who knows what the future holds. Lin Mo quipped, if humanity is destined to lose, would you still fight? Wu Nang's eyes widened in realization before he smiled and thanked him. Oh, almost forgot I'm here to pick up a friend named Li Lizi, Lin Mo added. Wu Nang immediately made arrangements. Soon after, the conference room door opened. Li Lizi, dressed in a hospital gown, walked in. She looked both puzzled and nervous, unsure why the military district bigwigs here would summon her. Mr. Lin? But when she glanced around, she never expected to see Lin Mo here. All the spoils have been loaded onto the transport vehicle. Take your time leaving. The Dunan City military will forever remember the favor you've done us today. Wu Nang stood up and saluted. Lin Mo nodded, then glanced at Li Lizi and said, let's go. Ha? Go? Out? Li Lizi was still dazed. After all, she'd been hiding under the covers the whole time and hadn't witnessed the scene outside. All she could think of now were those terrifying monsters that had kept her awake at night. No, I'm not going out. I'm staying here. At her words, Wu Nang and his deputy exchanged peculiar glances. If not for their duties, they would have followed Lin Mo out. In present-day Dunan City, was there any place safer than by his side? Lin Mo glanced at her, his tone oddly amused. You want to stay in the hospital? This. Li Lizi hesitated again. Go with him. You won't regret it, Wu Nang interjected. Li Lizi glanced at this superior officer she'd never interacted with before. Trusting the military man, she finally agreed, all right. Hero. Hero Lin. Hero Lin. Your supplies are ready and loaded onto the transport vehicle. Would you like us to deliver them for you? From the moment Lin Mo stepped out of the hospital, nearby soldiers began saluting in unison. An overwhelming aura of steel swept over him, startling Li Lizi. Hero? What did that mean? Confused, she scanned her surroundings and realized these soldiers, fresh from bloody combat, were now staring at Lin Mo with almost fanatical intensity. Lin Mo nodded to each in turn, then walked to the transport vehicle. Addressing the young soldier, he said, thank you. Take me to Qingfeng residence. There's quite a lot of material here it's not easy for him to carry. It would be my honor to serve you. The young soldier saluted excitedly and immediately opened the door. Hearing this, the others felt a pang of regret. Why hadn't they signed up as transport soldiers? Seems like I need a storage-type artifact. Better get one crafted soon, Lin Mei thought to himself after helping Li Lizi into the vehicle. His approach crafting whatever type of artifact he lacked was unmatched across all of Huaxia. After all, not every divine being could forge artifacts with such ease. What are they talking about? Inside the vehicle, Li Lizi observed the prominent client he'd served for years, growing increasingly perplexed. This situation felt eerily similar to when Lin Mo had dealt with those alien creatures. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He might be handsome, but he's too frail. He doesn't seem capable of that. Li Lizi shook his head quickly. Just as the vehicle approached Qingfeng residence, Lin Mo noticed his steel gate had been forced open, bearing signs of damage. Furrowing his brow, Lin Mo leapt from the car like an arrow, sprinting straight toward Building 7. Inside the car, Li Lizi's jaw dropped wide enough to fit an egg, her pupils trembling in shock. That car was going 100 miles per hour. You just jumped out and ran faster than it? At that moment, in front of Building 7, a group of over a dozen people stood brandishing sharp weapons, glaring fiercely at Hu Dalong. I'll say it one more time. Hand over the steel fortress, and we won't make things too difficult for you. You alone think you can block all of us? Move aside. Put. If it weren't for your old man who nearly exhausting his divine power, would you dare act so cocky? I'll take you down one by one. When Lin Mo arrived, he witnessed Hu Dalong holding his ground before the building, looking far from his best. Daring to invade my base? You've got some nerve. Lin Mo's gaze turned cold as he surveyed the group. Your base? Well then, I'm a mighty divine power user. Open the door and get lost. I'll spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for slaughtering your entire family. The burly leader twisted his wrist menacingly. But before he could take a single step, Lin Mo shot forward like thunder before him. The Thunder Immortal sword in his hand, radiating purple lightning, slashed directly toward the man's throat. You! The man staggered back in shock. The world spun violently before his eyes. He saw his own body standing motionless in place, and what was even more terrifying was that it was headless. Even in death, the man couldn't comprehend it. He had just attained divine power. In this era, he should have possessed wealth beyond measure and beauties beyond count. Why did he die faster than an ant? How is this possible? The boss was a god-powered being. No, he wasn't a god strength user. He was a god-tier being. Someone suddenly realized and cried out in shock. Instantly slaying a god-tier power user? Only a god-tier being could do that. Instantly, the faces of everyone present turned ashen, and they instinctively dropped their weapons. If they couldn't even stand a chance against a divine power user, how could they possibly face a divine being who could kill one in an instant? For such an existence to crush them would be easier than squashing an ant. Chapter 25, Forced Sale. You trespassed into my home and attempted to kill my people. Tell me, should I spare his life? Lin Mo swung his sword, drawing a line of blood across the floor. Their pupils trembled, none daring to speak. Lin Mo raised another sword, its tip pointing at one man. Calmly, he asked, you tell me, should he die? The man trembled, forcing a smile. He deserves it. He deserves it. Lin Mo then pointed at another man holding a gun, his cold gaze fixed on him. What do you think? He truly deserves it. He deserves to die. He deserves it. The man's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground. A suffocating pressure descended upon the crowd. These ordinary people could now hear their own heartbeats, terrified that Lin Mo's sword might draw again. Then why aren't you leaving? Do you want me to save you for dinner? After receiving a dismissive glance from Lin Mo, the group snapped to attention and immediately began moving toward the exit. Humph. Lin Mo snorted lightly. Their faces fell instantly, but gritting their teeth, they crawled out one by one. Damn it! Boss, why did you let them go? Hu Dalong glared at their retreating backs, seething with anger. If only his divine power hadn't been so depleted, he wouldn't have let these petty thugs get away with such insolence. They're just ordinary people. It's enough that they've learned what fear feels like. Lin Mo glanced at him, pausing to wait for Li Lizi and the loot trailing behind. Li Lizi, who had witnessed the entire scene, trembled as she stared at the corpses. She couldn't believe Lin Mo possessed such overwhelming power and that he had actually killed without hesitation, with such ruthless decisiveness. Now she finally understood why those soldiers held Lin Mo in such awe. Power. Absolute power. For a moment, Li Lizi breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for her connection to Lin Mo. Speaking of which, she stared at the steel building before her for a long moment before exclaiming in astonishment, what on earth is this thing? Stop spacing out. Get inside, Lin Mo called out after instructing Hu Dalong and the others to move the materials. Oh, right, Li Lizu snapped out of it and hurried after them. The moment they entered, Lin Shanshan rushed over, phone held high. Bro, check this out. The phone displayed the video Yang Meng had posted about the base supplies, which had already gained some traction on the city's trending list. What's with this guy? Could he have known about the monster outbreak all along? What are you talking about? The government hasn't released any information yet. How could an ordinary person know? There's so much uncontaminated food here, sell some of it already. I'm a superhuman. Pay me in food, and I'll run errands for you. I'm a superhuman too. I advise this Mr. Lin Mo to voluntarily hand over the food. Otherwise, that wall won't hold us back. Comments poured in one after another. Yang Meng really left me with a tough problem. Lin Nemo narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder so many people had gathered in such a short time after he stepped outside. This video had undoubtedly thrust him into the spotlight. With the divine power inheritance selection now in full swing, divine power users were everywhere. Bro, what do we do now? We need to eat too. Yeah, boss. If you sell it now, who's gonna sell it to us later? Lin Shanshan and the others looked troubled. Lin Mo glanced over, chuckled softly, and said, "Don't worry. In just over 20 days, once the alchemy-type divine inheritance reaches the third tier, spiritual pills like the fasting pill will appear to replace food." The first month of the demon god era was a critical hurdle. After this month, the demon gods would accelerate their revival process. By then, forbidden zones would expand dramatically, alien abilities would intensify, thermal weapons would become utterly useless, and all food would be contaminated by demonic energy. However, the emergence of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the Bureau's mass production of low-tier divine artifacts, and the advent of the fasting pill would grant humanity a new lease on life. Within this month, Lin Nemo need only fortify his base, complete the second hall's trials to advance to the third hall for power enhancement, and prepare materials for future elixir forging sufficient to weather the storm. If possible, recruiting a few more divine power wielders to help him ascend to the divine rank would further strengthen his faction. So what about us now? Lin Shanshan's eyes lit up. Lin Mo's lips curved upward as he said, "Just keep enough food on hand for a month, then exchange the rest for gold and ingredients to refine the Chogu pill. That should do it, right?" Hearing this, Hu Dalon's eyes lit up with excitement. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "You're the boss, man. You're the best." Ring ring. Just then, an unfamiliar number rang in. "Hello? Lin Mo, do you remember me?" A man's voice came through the line. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. "Who is this? Seems you don't recall. After all, until today, I was just a dark, ugly, and poor construction worker." In the underground garage, Zhang He was munching on a hardtack biscuit, perched on the back of a man who was crawling on all fours, his body arched like a bench. In his arms, he held a beautiful woman. The man was covered in wounds, clearly beaten badly. His expensive clothes still hinted at his identity. It was none other than the group's young master, Li Chao, the one who casually threw around 100 million yuan figures. But now, his expression was one of sheer terror, all arrogance gone. Who knew what he'd been through? The beauty beside him possessed exquisite features and a figure of the highest caliber. Yet her dress lay in tatters, barely covering her body, revealing intimate glimpses beneath. Crimson handprints were visible on several sensitive areas. This was none other than Yang Rowan, the woman who had abandoned Zhang He that day and sought Lin Mo's help, only to be rejected. Tear streaks still marred her face. Feeling the burning stares around her, she could only bite her red lips tightly, tugging at the remnants of her clothing to cling to the last shred of her dignity. Inside the warehouse now sat a dozen burly men crammed together. The others had been driven out by Zhang He, creating a slight sense of spaciousness in the otherwise cramped warehouse. "Lin Mo, you can't have everything. How about I offer 300 million to buy your food?" Zhang He stated bluntly. "Interesting. Trying to force a sale?" Lin Mo chuckled, not hanging up immediately. With factories shut down and crops contaminated, in this era where alien threats loomed and death lurked everywhere, the economy had long collapsed. Food was now the true hard currency. So what if I am? 5 hours ago, I became a divine power user and passed the Bureau's interview, becoming a member of the Bureau's Dainan City branch. Over the phone, Zhang He's tone carried an indescribable arrogance. After joining the Bureau, he briefly savored the power and abundant food before receiving his assignment: eliminate alien threats or search for food. He decisively chose the latter, setting his sights on Lin Mo. The humiliation he had suffered that day, Lin Mo's contemptuous gaze, remained etched in his memory. So he abandoned the luxury hotel arranged by the Bureau, returned to this warehouse, beat the crap out of Li Chong, then used force to coerce Yang Ruan into giving him her first kill in front of everyone. Only then did he feel somewhat satisfied. Upon further investigation, he discovered Lin Mo hadn't joined the Bureau. Thus, he dialed the number. No matter how powerful Lin Mo was, he could never be part of the divine sequence. Otherwise, the Bureau would have recruited him as a leader long ago. Even if you gave him 20 sets of guts, he'd still have to walk with his tail between his legs. Since Lin Mo hadn't been recruited, and his fellow users of divine power, what was there to fear? As for Lin Mo choosing to refuse the Bureau? Zhang He couldn't fathom anyone turning down that kind of power. The Bureau? He joined the Bureau? No wonder he's so strong, lifting steel bars like they're nothing. He's clearly no ordinary man. In the distance, the burly men who had been beaten into submission heard this and their eyes lit up. They immediately began plotting how to curry favor with Zhang He. In recent days, the Bureau had released all information regarding divine power users and the divine hierarchy, simultaneously showcasing its own strength. Nearly 100 divine hierarchy members, all ranked quite high. Moreover, whenever a new divine power user awoke, a portion would join the Bureau. According to the official website, over 10,000 divine power users were now registered across all of China. No one dared challenge the Bureau's authority. Oh, What if I refuse? Lin Mo asked with interest on the other end of the line. Zhang He wore an amused smile. I saw that video of yours. Some people are still watching and waiting. But if I were to give it a push as a member of the bureau, do you think you could hold your ground? Hearing this, Lin Mo remained unperturbed. Are you threatening me? Not at all, not at all. I'm just a lowly divine power user in the bureau. Since I can't kill the alien species, I can only find ways to make my own life a little better. Zhang He emphasized the words the bureau with particular emphasis. He was certain Lin Mo lacked the guts to confront the bureau. The man is innocent, but the treasure he holds makes him guilty. Lin Mo was indeed powerful, but the supplies in his safe house were simply too vast enough to sustain half a city for days. Across from him, Lin Mo fell into deep thought, seemingly overwhelmed by Zhang He's imposing presence. Chapter 26, Gold at Premium Prices and Medicinal Herbs at Bargain Rates. Soon, Lin Mo adopted a deliberately solemn tone. Food is acceptable, but I won't take money, only gold. Zhang He snorted. The streets are swarming with mutant creatures. Where am I supposed to find gold for you? 1 tael of gold for 1 gene of food. My price is already fair. If you can't afford it, I'll post it online. Someone will definitely be willing to trade. Lin Mo remained unyielding. Over the phone, someone behind Zhang He heard this and immediately protested. Brother Zhang, isn't there a gold shop on the next street? There aren't many mutated creatures roaming around nearby now. You could totally try. Yeah, nobody cares about gold these days anyway. If you can just clear out the mutants inside, you can take whatever you want, right? Gold is easy to come by now, but food? Not so much. Hearing the voices behind him, Zhang He considered the suggestion. True. Gold was practically worthless now. Food was what mattered most. As long as he didn't go out of his way to provoke the alien species, he could probably loot a few gold shops clean if he was careful. Fine, I agree. But I have conditions. First, you must stop trading gold with others. Second, if I bring the gold and you refuse to give me food. Rest assured, integrity is my foundation. You better be. Hanging up the phone, Zhang He glanced at the burly man in the corner. He'd kept these men around precisely to use as cannon fodder, and now they were finally proving useful. Rising to his feet, he walked toward a corner of the warehouse. Zhang He distributed the weapons he'd requested from headquarters, letting them familiarize themselves with the equipment. Then he pulled out his phone and tapped to enter a comment. Xingfeng Residence. Lin Shanshan munched on potato chips, her wide eyes brimming with curiosity. Are they really going to raid the jewelry store? With just Zhang He, a single divine power user? I wouldn't know for sure, but relying solely on one superhuman would definitely be a stretch. Lin Mo shrugged. He could rob the place himself, but it wouldn't be efficient. Better to hire a tool guy for the job. Boss. Hu Dalong called out, exclaiming, quick, look at the new comment under that video. Lin Mo frowned in surprise and reopened the video that had exposed him. A peculiar comment appeared. I'm not interested in money. I have a large quantity of food for sale. Currently offering 2 exchange options. 1. Gold exchange. 1 caddy of gold for 1 caddy of grain. Equal value exchange. Free shipping within Danan City. 2. For those with divine power, join my team to search for gold. Food will be exchanged based on your contribution. The comment instantly sparked over 10,000 replies. Holy crap, who is this guy? A pound of gold for a pound of grain? How greedy can you get? Free shipping is all that matters. I'll take 10 gene. At least my wife's gold jewelry wasn't wasted. Wah? I'll take 5 caddies of grain too. Can you give me a discount? I only saved this much gold. Seeing these comments, Zhang He's lips curled into a smirk. Buying low from Lin Mo and selling high would let him effortlessly acquire massive amounts of food. If only he could trade away all of Lin Mo's food supplies outright. I'm a superhuman. Give me your address, I'm joining your team. I'm a divine power user too, I can swat a cow dead with 1 slap. Clearly, many who had become divine power users didn't want to risk their lives for the bureau, fearing direct confrontation with the alien species. Consequently, their lives weren't much better either. After privately messaging his address to each of these divine power users, Zhang He sat back down. As expected, he murmured with satisfaction. With my intellect, I can thrive even in this chaotic world. His gaze drifted to Yang Ruan's graceful form, and with a wicked grin, he made his move. Yang Ruan's body went limp, collapsing into Zhang He's embrace, shame and despair overwhelming her. Yet her former pride and chastity lay shattered like her torn garments, trampled into fragments by Zhang He. Tears welling in her eyes, she could only plead, Brother Zhang, can you protect me? Give me food? That depends on how you behave, Zhang He murmured, his finger tracing the curve of her cherry red lips. Gazing at the beauty before him, Zhang He felt even more triumphant. Before this era began, he had been at the bottom of society, not even worthy of polishing the shoes of a wealthy young master like Li Chong, let alone ravishing a beautiful, pure-hearted female singer. For a moment, he found himself actually enjoying this new era. Zhang He is utterly despicable. Boss, you clearly only sold one tail, yet he jacked up the price several times over a greedy merchant profiteering off the markup. Hu Dalong scrolled through the comments section, his face twisted with anger. No need to guess, this comment was clearly from Zhang He. And these so-called superpowered guys? They're clearly just hired hands. Big Head will definitely let Zhang He take the lion's share. It had to be said, in a way, Zhang He's approach was clever. After all, in Zhang He's view, with the bureau keeping pressure on, Lin Mo wouldn't dare to openly confront him. By leveraging these resources to win over the divine power users, he could secure both food and loyal subordinates, killing two birds with one stone. Looks like Zhang He isn't in too much of a hurry yet. Since that's the case, I'll add some fuel to the fire. With a slight smile, Lin Mo picked up his phone and typed out a comment. I am the owner of this base. I hereby decide to offer 90% of my food supplies for exchange. The terms are as follows. 100 G cassia seeds for 1 pound of rice, 100 G shirshi grass for 1 liter of purified water. P.S. All exchanges will be conducted in person by me. No need to worry about being attacked by alien species while going out. These materials were currently just ordinary Chinese medicinal herbs, but in a month's time, they would become the precious raw ingredients for the rare Piga Dan. Within 5 minutes of posting, the comments surpassed 10,000. Exchanging common herbs for food, and even delivering it? Boss. This is what a boss does. So generous. We've all misunderstood you. Why, such a down-to-earth price. I run a Chinese medicine shop. Trading food for this during peacetime would make my conscience ache. With a trade like this, I'm certain the boss is a great philanthropist doing good deeds. Too bad I only have gold and no herbs, it's infuriating. The guy above is literally gold obsessed. What good is gold now? In an instant, the online sentiment shifted, and Zhang He became the target of everyone's verbal attacks. Brilliant, boss. Now Zhang He must be sweating bullets. Seeing this move, Hu Dalong couldn't help but exclaim. Bro, when did you get so sharp? You've got capitalist potential, Lin Shanshan chimed in, wrapping her arm around Lin Mo's as her eyes crinkled into crescent moons. Lin Mo shifted his arm slightly and said, I've always been this way. Meanwhile. Damn it. That bastard's playing me for a fool. He asks me for gold, but asks others for worthless herbs. Zhang He slapped the man next to him across the face, sending him crashing to the ground. The man dared not utter a word in anger. Brother Zhang, what should we do now? Someone cautiously asked. First, we raid the gold shop next door. Then we go to Lin Mo's place to trade for some food. Use part of it to buy back the gold from those pigs outside at a low price, Zhang He ordered as he spoke. Save some food to lure in more divine power users who come seeking refuge. Get them ready to raid the gold shop. I'll inspect the loot when I return. Stealing gold from those freaks? I'm only doing this once. After speaking, Zhang He hurriedly led a group toward the jewelry store to secure his startup funds. There was no time to waste. If he didn't hurry, Lin Mo would secure a direct delivery contract, leaving him with nothing. Lin Mo, you bastard. You're the big shot now with your food supplies. Just wait till I earn my stripes at headquarters and climb the ranks, you'll be the first one I take care of. Chapter 27, The Bureau steps in, reclaiming gold. After being outmaneuvered by Lin Mo, Zhang He raced straight to the nearest gold shop. He hunted down several alien creatures squatting in the place, then emerged with a backpack full of gold. Now standing before Building 7, he looked disheveled and clearly battered. The door opened, revealing not Lin Mo but Hu Dalong, who had regained some of his divine power. This time, however, he'd learned his lesson and refrained from constantly manifesting his three-pronged spear. Zhang chicken thief, where's the gold? Zhang He's face darkened instantly. You'd better show some respect. Where's Lin Mo? The boss is busy and has no time for you. Hand over the gold. If you want food, say it quickly. I still need to collect herbs afterward, Hu Dalong waved his hand. Narrowing his eyes, Zhang He tossed the bag over. The throw carried a hint of divine power. Had an ordinary person caught it, they'd have been knocked flat on their back. But Hu Dalong caught it effortlessly, inspecting the gold inside as if nothing had happened, occasionally letting out exclamations of wonder like a country bumpkin seeing the city for the first time. Another divine power user. Zhang He's eyes narrowed with caution. After exchanging the gold for rice, high-calorie food, and water, the transaction concluded, and Zhang He returned to the warehouse. With these provisions secured, Zhang He immediately began exchanging his food for gold. Simultaneously, he continued posting recruitment notices locally, seeking to find more divine power wielders. For the same food, working for the Bureau meant risking your life daily, while working for him only required grabbing gold. He believed these people understood which path offered higher survival odds. Along the way, he did indeed find several more divine power users. To win their loyalty, he first distributed a small portion of the food, allowing them to replenish supplies for their families. Once they returned, he issued his directive. Raid gold shops. Exchange the gold you bring back for food. Any objections? Zhang He glanced at the divine power users and spoke with a slight smile. They all seemed honest enough. Zhang He felt they would be perfect for bolstering his team's strength. Well, that should be fine. Don't worry, it'll be a breeze. Two of them responded. The other two remained silent. Zhang He didn't dwell on it, leading the group directly toward the gold shop. Thanks to Lin Mo's cleanup, there weren't many anomalies left around the residential complex. But once they stepped out of the street, anomalies were everywhere. The plan is simple, a dozen of them will go into loot. You four handle the anomalies. I'll deal with any other irregularities. Remember, keep it quiet. Understood. With away from Zhang He, the dozen or so men quietly moved along the walls. At the corner, an anomaly was approaching. Zhang He spotted it and signaled to one of the divine power users to eliminate it. The man's eyes lit up as he instantly understood the order. With a swift dash, he charged forward, bellowing, "Me! I'm not scared. I'll swat you dead with one slap." "No!" Zhang He stared intently at the man, his heart screaming in alarm. Sure enough, the moment he shouted, alien creatures began emerging from surrounding street corners, blocking their path. Damn it, useless teammate! While Zhang He was desperately searching for the golden opportunity. Building 7, Qingfeng Residence. Lin Mo had already entered his room, taking out one yuan crystal after another to begin absorbing their energy. About half an hour later, a colossal surge of Dao essence erupted. Lin Mo had reached the second tier. Lin Mo could feel that compared to the first tier, his divine power reserves had increased by at least threefold. This was a terrifying increase. Normally, divine sequence practitioners could only double their power at most. This meant he could now handle 3 second-tier divine sequence practitioners simultaneously. With the white tiger by his side, he alone could match 6 divine sequence beings. And that didn't even factor in his divine artifact. With its enhancement, his combat power would explode even further. Once he had adjusted to his new state, Lin Mo immediately laid out materials on the empty table. The forging platform and hammer materialized beside him. Ample gold, several pairs of crystallized gray horn tips, and Yuang stone lay before him. Scanning the materials, the forging process unfolded in Lin Mo's mind. After smelting the materials on the forging table, Lin Mo formally began the forging process. Forging divine artifacts was extremely difficult. It required fusing multiple materials into a single entity while preserving their inherent power and imbuing them with new effects. Currently, only 2 or 3 deities possess this capability. This wasn't a matter of materials or experience. Rather, at their current stage, their levels simply couldn't reach the required forging tier. During this month of the demon god's further awakening, the upper limit for divine tier beings remained at extraordinary tier 2. After all, there were no additional resources for them to cultivate with. Forging a divine artifact requires at least a 4th tier transcendent level, anything less, and the divine power simply cannot sustain it. For those currently active, crafting low-tier divine artifacts that inflict additional damage on alien species is already considered a remarkable feat. Lin Mo, however, drew upon mental energy, rendering such limitations irrelevant. Time flew by, and it was now afternoon. By now, Zhang He had endured several fierce battles over gold. Thanks to that man, he'd been forced to confront over a dozen alien creatures right from the start, causing his physical condition to deteriorate significantly. In return, he had swept up nearly 1,000 gene of gold. After a quick cleanup of his filthy appearance, Zhang He gathered 10 trustworthy burly men, each carrying a small crate of gold, and headed toward Building 7. Ding dong! This time, it wasn't Hu Dalong who opened the door, but Zhao Qua. The former had already left to handle his Chinese medicine business. 978 gene. I hope you honor your word and deliver 9,780 gene of grain, Zhang He stated bluntly, his gaze fixed on Zhao Qua. Zhao Qua sucked in a sharp breath at the figure before replying, no problem. The transaction concluded swiftly. Just as Hu Dalong's former henchman hauled out the grain and carried away all the gold, then locked the door again, another piece of news shot to the top of the online trending charts, its popularity rapidly soaring. Latest announcement from the China Dawn administration, due to special circumstances, we are now purchasing large quantities of gold at premium prices in exchange for food supplies. Temporary city coordinators will oversee the exchange, with the following standards. The announcement instantly caused an uproar, especially on the city-wide rankings in Dainan. No way, this price is way too low. I just spent 10 gene to buy food from that shady dealer. Damn it! All that gold I painstakingly saved and now some shady middlemen are pocketing the difference? After all, just hours earlier, Zhang He had made a high-profile gold buyback at an exceptionally high price. Now, compared to the General Bureau's rock-bottom offer, he was naturally the target of criticism. Who's with me? Let's take down this crooked merchant. This is outrageous. Profiteering to this extent? Who's with me to form a group and take him down? Let's get everyone's gold back. Public opinion instantly turned against him. Upon seeing this news, Zhang He was instantly stunned. Great. Now the whole world knew he was selling gold at inflated prices. If this wasn't handled properly, it could be seen as profiteering from a national crisis. Getting fired by the Bureau would be the least of his worries. Inciting public outrage would be the real disaster. Brother Zhang, what should we do now? Should we go and seize the gold back? One of his underlings asked. Lin Mo, I'll kill you. Zhang He roared, his face contorted with rage. Go get reinforcements. With this much gold here, I don't believe no one will be eyeing it. A single door, a layer of sheet metal, and he thinks that'll stop us? He's delusional. Chapter 28, A Fake Iron Fortress? Darkness gradually descended. As the entire Qingfeng residence fell silent, the wind rustled the willow branches around them, creating a soft rustling sound. Suddenly, a golden light erupted from Building 7, shooting straight into the sky before quickly fading. Anyone who happened to see it would likely dismiss it as a trick of the light. Inside the building, on the top floor, Lin Mo stood utterly exhausted, yet a smile graced his face. Finally, it's done. The table, once piled high with materials, now stood bare except for a single gray glass bead. It glowed with a faint golden light, roughly the size of an adult's fist, engraved with the intricate patterns of a mountain peak. Merely placed there, it radiated an immense pressure, as if a towering peak reaching the heavens stood directly before one. Its majestic presence evoked awe and a sense of one's own insignificance. Beyond its original effects, some of the Yu Wang Stone's abilities have been unlocked. Not bad. Holding the Vajra mystic bead, Lin Mo descended the stairs. 4th floor. Lin Shanshan, dressed casually, lay sprawled on the sofa eating potato chips while binge-watching a show. Her long, white legs dangled back and forth. Li Lizi was still asleep in the next room. Seeing the door open with Lin Mo holding a glowing orb, Lin Shanshan set down her chips and sat up, curiosity in her voice. What's that? Hold on, Lin Mo flashed a mysterious smile before summoning Hu Dalong and the others over. Zhao Kuai had left earlier, driving the little girl back to his hometown to find his daughter. Lin Shanshan had given him some supplies and weapons. The moment Hu Dalong entered, his gaze was drawn to the mystical orb in Lin Mo's hand. He sensed this orb was no ordinary object. Boss, what is this thing? A valuable artifact with 2 primary functions, Lin Mo replied, glancing around before opening the metal-clad door. He pressed the bead firmly into place, then channeled divine energy into it. A faint golden light enveloped the doorway. Waving Hu Dalong over, Lin Mo declared, try it. If you can smash this door with one punch, I'll give you a divine artifact matching the Thunder Immortal Sword's grade. Seriously? Hu Dalong was instantly thrilled. He only had a spear forged from divine power, which he dared not use recklessly for fear of exhausting his reserves and ending up in dire straits. Lately, he'd been drooling over Lin Mo's sword. Cracking his knuckles, Hu Dalong raised his fist and grinned, Boss, if you wanted to give me a divine artifact, you could have just said so. His eyes sharpening, Hu Dalong swung his arm forward with divine power surging through it enough force to shatter steel. Bam! After the collision, however, the door didn't shatter as Hu Dalong had imagined. Instead, his hand went numb with pain, forcing him to pull it back immediately. The first function is pure, ultimate protection. Its range can cover the entire residential complex. Naturally, the more concentrated the power, the better the effect. Lin Mo glanced at Hu Dalong, having anticipated this outcome. And the second function? Hu Dalong asked, startled. Lin Mo smiled, snapped his fingers, and communicated with the Vajra mystic pearl through divine power. Thud! Hu Dalong's entire body suddenly felt heavy, as if he were carrying a mountain on his back, making it impossible for him to stand straight. Simultaneously, the divine power circulating within him seemed suppressed. The second function, Lin Mo explained, is that anyone who attacks the mystic bead will be branded with the mountain mark. Based on the force of their attack, it unleashes a mountain-like weight. The upper limit is currently unknown. This effect was an addition from the Yu Wang Stone, essentially adding a terrifying barbed wire barrier to this already impenetrable wall. Anyone daring to strike would pay a heavy price. Damn, boss, you're practically a god incarnate. How many divine artifacts do you have? Hu Dalong finally caught up, realizing this was yet another divine artifact. Lin Shanshan smiled and lifted her head proudly. What's wrong with being a god? How does that saying go? My brother, with his mortal body, stands shoulder to shoulder with the gods. No, wait, he could definitely beat the gods at Go. After a few more casual exchanges, reminding Hu Dalong to keep an eye on the army's distress signals, Lin Mo picked up the mystic orb and walked toward the rooftop. He pressed it directly into the top floor metal wall. In the next instant, a faint golden glow enveloped the entire building. Half an hour later, the golden light had completely fused into the metal structure. Lin Mo's steel fortress plan was now fully complete. Finally, a good night's sleep, he murmured, rubbing his weary eyes as he headed toward his room. Meanwhile, in the underground warehouse. Brother Zhang, that Lin Mo is also a divine power user, right? With so many of us, why should we fear him? He also has a white tiger whose power rivals that of a divine force user. Plus, he wields a sword that seems like a divine artifact. Bottom line, play it safe and stick to my plan. Understood. No problem. As long as we get the gold. Zhang He had already decided, early the next morning, they would first stir up a disturbance with the mutant creatures to lure Lin Mo away. Then they would launch a lightning strike on Building 7, completely seizing Lin Mo's food and gold. If possible, he could even threaten Lin Mo with his family to force him into submission. Zhang He had even begun plotting his future course, utterly convinced he wouldn't fail this time. After all, in his eyes, Building 7 without Lin Mo was no match for him. Early the next morning, the chaotic clamor of alien creatures outside roused Lin Mo. Scanning the rooftop, Lin Mo spotted an alien creature with gray horns. Without hesitation, he charged out with white tiger in tow-free materials delivered to his doorstep were too good to pass up. Right after Lin Mo left. Brother Zhang, you're the man. You lured Lin Mo out with just a few people. Quick, let's go inside and loot. I brought a big bag this time. But that gate's made of steel. And that building inside looks like a steel fortress too. Are you sure this is safe? Zhang He and his crew appeared before the steel gate. Ha, what steel fortress? That's just some flimsy thing they threw together in a day. Good enough to bully ordinary folks, Zhang He sneered with utter disdain. He'd worked on this construction site for months and had watched the steel plates being installed with his own eyes. You, Zhang He gestured to the burly man beside him, blow this gate open. This man's heritage came from the North Peak Mountain god, making him the strongest among the divine power users present. Understood. The man nodded, took a deep breath, and began to swell until he stood 5 meters tall, nearly matching the height of the steel wall itself. Then he thrust both hands against the gate. The immense force crushed the gate, snapping the lock inside clean off. With a loud crack, the gate swung open. You stay outside. Don't let any outsiders or humans in, Zhang He instructed the burly man before leading his men swiftly inside. The thought of endless food and mountains of gold inside the building ahead made the group's eyes burn with excitement and their hearts tremble with anticipation. Those inside, I give you 3 seconds. Open the door and you may live. Otherwise, die. Arriving before the building, Zhang He crossed his arms, his expression confident, and shouted toward the structure. Yeah, right. Come on in if you can. Hu Dalon's voice echoed from within almost immediately. Zhang He's expression darkened. Fine. You can talk tough now, but just wait and see how tough you'll be later. As he spoke, divine power surged through his hands like a raging river, forming 2 thunder hammers. Chapter 29, Collapse. An opponent too terrifying to stare at. Boom. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Zhang He swung his hammering drill with sweeping, powerful motions. The hammer struck the drill handle, and the drill struck the steel wall. Then, as thunderous roars echoed from all directions, streaks of purple lightning suddenly flashed from the air, striking the steel fortress with brutal force. To the eye, the entire steel fortress seemed to tremble, its walls cratered with deep, gaping holes. Ha. As expected of Brother Zhang. The Heavenly Lord's legacy of the Thunder Department's supreme deity has reached such destructive power now. Once he becomes a sequence, won't a single thunderbolt shatter 10,000 techniques? At first, I thought Lin Mo's steel fortress was downright cheating, but now it seems pretty ordinary after all. It might hold off some minor threats, but blocking us? Dream on. Zhang He's lips curled upward, his expression brimming with excitement. Lin Mo, I'll be taking all your supplies and gold. It seemed as though his next strike would effortlessly breach the fortress, allowing him to seize all of Lin Mo's accumulated wealth without difficulty. Raising his arm, Zhang He swung the hammer drill once more, thunderous clangs reverberating throughout Qingfeng residence. As the metal shell, nearly the size of a wall, began to cave in, the crowd lost their composure. Divine power users mobilized their abilities, itching to join the fray. Ordinary people raised their guns and rifles, shouldered their backpacks, and prepared to enter and loot the supplies. Joy and anticipation radiated from every face. But at that moment, Zhang He furrowed his brow. Something's wrong. What's with this metal? Each strike inflicted damage, and the metal was visibly mangled like crumpled paper. Yet why hadn't it been breached? Is my lightning not powerful enough to pierce this metal? With that thought, Zhang He summoned several other divine power users to attack together. Delay could bring complications. If this continued, he suspected Lin Mo would return soon. Truthfully, he needn't have felt such urgency. Lin Mo had long since heard the commotion here and could return at any moment. Yet the crisis unfolding was far less compelling than the allure of the alien material before him. Boom! Bang! Snap! Hammers, drills, spears, arrows, bare fists. The assault continued relentlessly. Though the steel wall grew increasingly dented, not a single crack appeared. In the end, no matter how fiercely it was battered, the metal remained utterly unyielding. It's moving! Just as beads of sweat formed on everyone's foreheads and they began to lose heart over this bizarre situation, one of them cried out in surprise and delight. Did the wall open? This has worn me out. Hurry in and load up. Thank goodness Lin Mo was held up by those alien creatures, otherwise, he should have been back ages ago. The divine power users breathed a sigh of relief. No, something's wrong, this metal seems to be regenerating. Ha! Their pupils dilated in shock as they hurriedly glanced to the side. They saw the once tattered metal wall, bathed in a faint golden glow, actually begin to repair itself. And at an astonishing speed in less than 10 seconds, it was restored to its original condition. What the hell? This is crazy. Just as Zhang He stared wide-eyed and the others stood dumbfounded, tiny specks of golden light suddenly began to appear on each of their bodies. Something's wrong. This is a trap. A chill gripped Zhang He's heart as he prepared to flee outward. But in the next instant, a terrifying gravitational force crushed down upon every one of them. Thud. The group crashed to the ground as if each were carrying a colossal mountain on their backs, their bodies slamming into the earth with a thud. The sound of bones snapping and cracking echoed through the air. In that instant, the divine power users were all gravely injured, their bones trembling violently. The sudden turn of events left all the ordinary people present stunned. They had no idea what had happened. Zhang He bore the brunt of this bizarre assault. Every bone in his body now felt as though a mountain pressed upon it. Movement was impossible, even the slightest shift sent the distinct crackling of shattering bones ringing in his ears. By conservative estimates, half of Zhang He's bones were now shattered. Consider this, Wu Dalong, another divine power user, had merely thrown a punch and was already pinned to the ground, barely able to move. Zhang He, however, had unleashed his full power with his signature technique. Had the Vajra Mystic Orb's primary function not been defense, with suppression as a secondary effect, that single rebound alone would have been enough to kill him. Ah! The next moment, a piercing scream of agony echoed through the air. It rang out again and again, showing no sign of stopping. The divine power users pinned to the ground had long since lost their earlier arrogance. Their faces contorted in agony as they wailed incessantly. Zhang He himself could barely maintain his composure. Yet every time he writhed in agony, the crushing weight shattered more of his bones. Finally, Zhang He bit down so hard his teeth shattered, and only then did he cease struggling. What the hell is going on? Brother Zhang! Are you alright? Quick, help them up! The ordinary people were utterly terrified and rushed forward to help them up. Don't move, ah! Zhang He stared at them in terror. Before he could finish speaking, his arms were grabbed. The next instant, excruciating pain shot through his forehead, nearly knocking him unconscious. What? The person let go in fright. This was agonizing for Zhang He. The moment his arms hit the ground, it felt like thunderclaps exploded in his ears. That sound, every bone in his entire arm had shattered. A scream like a pig being slaughtered erupted once more. A divine artifact. This fortress is protected by a divine artifact. A divine power user who possessed knowledge of divine artifacts gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with both hatred and deep envy. Hearing this, the other divine power wielders' pupils dilated in shock. What did a divine artifact signify? Weapons belonging to deities themselves. The power they contained might not grant direct ascension to godhood, but it would multiply one's strength exponentially, enabling combat far beyond one's current tier. If their battles were like children playing with water guns, then divine artifacts were like high-pressure water cannons capable of cutting through metal. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. That sword in his hand is already a divine artifact, so how could he have another? Disgusting, utterly disgusting. If I'd known he had two divine artifacts, I'd never have come here, even if you killed me. I'd rather go loot the bureau's food supplies than stay here another moment. The group cursed and grumbled, yet the fear in their hearts only deepened. They simply couldn't find a way to escape this place. If this continued, forget about Lin Mo returning. Even if a child emerged from the steel fortress and kicked them a few times, the pain alone would kill them. Zhang He and the others racked their brains, desperately searching for a way to escape. Suddenly, their bodies grew light, and they found they could move again. Quick, help me up. Let's go. Looks like this artifact has a time limit after all. It saved our lives. Let's get out of here fast. I'll never dare provoke Lin Mo again. I'm hiding somewhere until I starve to death. Just as they were overjoyed, helping each other up, grimacing in pain as they prepared to leave. A voice like a demon rising from hell echoed through the air. Well, what a coincidence. What brings you all to my residence? At the outer steel gate, Lin Mo leaned against the iron door that had opened at some unknown moment. Behind him, the 5-meter-tall god-strength warrior lay fallen, utterly silent. Chapter 30, The Demon God Sequence, Xinliuanian's Trail. Lin Mo. Look behind him. Some trembled with fear, others cried out in shock. Behind Lin Mo now, alongside the fallen divine power user, stood a 3-meter-tall white tiger, radiating an imposing presence. And upon the white tiger's body, battle horns from the alien creatures and vast quantities of yuan crystals had piled up. He killed all the anomalies outside? How is that possible? That's 3 or 4 blocks worth of creatures. He took them all down alone? How long has it been? 10 minutes? In an instant, the entire group felt their own peril. Their faces grew as cold as frost, lifeless and desolate. The gap between them was simply too vast. They had assumed Lin Mo merely held an advantage through his divine artifact, but now it seemed he himself was a bug-level existence. Even if each of them were given a divine artifact, they wouldn't last long enough to clear the tidal wave of alien creatures before their divine power drained them to death. As Lin Mo approached, Zhang He froze in terror, his lips twitching as he forced out a single sentence. What do you want? I'm with the Bureau. You can't kill me. Lin Mo stood before him, smiled faintly, and reached out to pat his shoulder. Ah! As if witnessing a demon's grin, Zhang He shrieked and collapsed to the ground, his entire body trembling. Relax. I just need you to move out of the way. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Really? Zhang Yi gasped in relief. Ignoring his pain, he gritted his teeth and squeezed aside, barking orders for the crowd to clear the path. Lin Mo walked forward. Relax. I just killed a bunch of mutants and I'm tired. Can't be bothered to fight. Watching him walk away as if he truly had no intention of attacking, Zhang Yi's heart gradually settled. He even began to feel a sense of gratitude toward Lin Mo. But breaking into someone's home is no small offense. Hu Dalong, these people are yours to deal with. From a distance, Lin Mo's voice rang out again. Got it. Zhang Yi spun around in terror, only to see Hu Dalong, spear in hand, approaching him with a smug grin at the entrance of the steel fortress. In that instant, Zhang Yi's gratitude vanished, replaced by hatred seared into his very bones. Watching the figure gradually disappear, he screamed with heart-wrenching fury, Lin Mo, even as a ghost, I won't let you off. Outside the house, agonized screams echoed. With each thrust and withdrawal of Hu Dalong's spear, another greedy life was claimed. Turning to the last man standing, Zhang Yi, he sighed, why did you have to mess with the boss? The protagonist's golden finger isn't something a lowly scumbag like you can take advantage of. As Hu Dalong raised his rifle to take Zhang Yi's life, a black arrow whistled through the air from afar. Hu Dalong instinctively dodged to the left. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed as the arrow tore a gaping hole through the ground. Such destructive force made it clear, had Hu Dalong not dodged, he would have been either dead or gravely wounded. In the next instant, a three-eyed, four-eared mutant appeared, bearing a blood-red longbow, attempting to rescue Zhang Yi. White Tiger! Inside the building, White Tiger burst forth, instantly growing colossal. With a single leap, he charged forward. Sensing danger, the mutant released Zhang Yi and fled outward. The two figures pursued each other for a moment. The three-eyed, four-eared creature drew its bow and fired an arrow, aiming directly at Lin Mo with terrifying force. Seeing this, White Tiger immediately charged back, shielding Lin Mo and blocking the shot. Lin Mo was right about one thing: he was exhausted. Clearing the outer perimeter of alien creatures had drained nearly all his divine power. Without the White Tiger's intervention, he would never have withstood that strike. Witnessing this, the alien creature let out a frenzied cry, Lin Mo. You're not invincible after all. Chen Liuyan? He wasn't dead? Could it be? Lin Mo frowned, recognizing the voice. Boss, what was up with that alien creature just now? How could it speak like a human? Hu Dalong approached, covered in dust and grime. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Chen Liuyan has ascended to the Demon God sequence. Hu Dalong froze. Demon God sequence? What's that? I know about the God sequence. Lin Mo glanced at him before walking into the house, recalling his past life as he walked and explained. Demon God sequence heirs chosen by demon gods. Unlike the divine sequence tasked with purging aberrations, their purpose is the exact opposite, to eradicate demon gods. Their purpose is to accelerate the demon gods' revival. Whether by providing divine power or sacrificing the flesh of the divine sequence to restore the demon god's physical form. Or by instilling terror, allowing the demon god to devour power from human minds, all for the sake of a swifter revival. In this regard, the divine sequence held a profound disadvantage. To destroy the demon lords, one must venture deep into forbidden lands, even entering the ancient battlefields sealed within the river of time where the demon lords lie dormant. These realms are saturated with magic and overrun by monstrous beings. For the divine sequence, venturing in alone meant facing certain death. Then doesn't the demon god sequence hold a massive advantage? Hu Dalong's expression turned stunned. Lin Mo glanced at him and said, if you factor in the demon god sequence's ability to control the aberrations corrupted by the corresponding demon god, the demon corrupted divine power users, the practice of devouring their own kind for cultivation, and the resurrection through the forbidden land before their cores are destroyed, then yes. Hu Dalong's eyes widened. Then there's no chance of victory at all? Don't worry. Human spirit is far more resilient than you imagine. Patting Hu Dalong on the shoulder, Lin Mo walked toward the rooftop. In the underground warehouse, Zhang Yi limped back, barely escaping. Damn it, if it weren't for that mutant, I'd be dead. Lin Mo, I'll kill you someday. But I'm in rough shape now. I need to grab supplies and get back to headquarters fast, at least I'll have some credit for this, he gasped, his body throbbing with pain. But when he opened the warehouse door, a thick stench of blood hit him. The sight of several familiar corpses inside made Zhang Yi's expression tighten. Just as he was about to flee, several figures blocked his path from behind. Zhang Yi, a tall man, stepped forward. Considering you gave me the address yesterday and invited me to join your team, hand over that gold and you might live. Zhang Yi looked at him and instantly understood what had happened. He had been far too conspicuous online. Now everyone assumed he was carrying millions in gold. Worst of all, he had inadvertently revealed his own address. I don't have any gold here. Lin Mo swindled it all away, Zhang Yi replied truthfully, though the men clearly didn't believe him. Lin Mo? He's got plenty of food. Why would he need gold? Exactly. If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. Looks like you won't give in until you're forced to. We don't want to work for the Bureau, but selling gold is fine. Don't make this hard for us. You're badly injured, taking on 3 of us will kill you. The men burst into laughter. Zhang He gritted his teeth. You bunch of fire-riding bastards. Taking advantage? You're the one selling grain at inflated prices. Big brother, cut the crap. Take him out first, then interrogate him. Right. As they closed in, Zhang He's pupils contracted. His instinct was to flee, but in his current state, escape was impossible. Run? I'll break your legs first. Ah! An iron rod smashed his knees to pieces. Zhang He crashed forward, his body convulsing as his wails echoed throughout the warehouse. Just as the 3 were plotting how to torture Zhang He for the gold's location, 3 black arrows shot from the shadows, instantly snuffing out their lives. All who hate Lin Mo are my friends. Join me, and I shall grant you power. A voice echoed from the shadows. Who are you? Zhang He's teeth chattered from the agony. Me? You may call me Qin Liuonian, or you may call me Demon God Sequence, Yazi. Zhang He gritted his teeth. Whoever you are, I want power. I'll slaughter every last one of these minions. Kill Lin Mo. Chapter 31, Forging continues, the restless forbidden zone. Reaching the rooftop, Lin Mo gazed down toward the city center. There, a dragon palace shrouded in mist and fog radiated a chill, as if it were a weight pressing down on the very heart of the city. The range keeps expanding. Looks like quite a few divine power users have already been sacrificed. Lin Mo muttered to himself. According to his past life's memories, once the dragon palace expanded to cover the entire city center, the demon god's consciousness would fully awaken. Time was running out, and his current strength was still too weak. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Mo entered the inheritance space with his consciousness. Upon the mountain of weapons in the second hall, Lin Mo stared at the ancient text in his hands, lost in thought. 100 divine artifacts. It sounds difficult, and it truly is. Unless I forge identical artifacts continuously and someone supplies the materials, with enough practice, it should be doable within 10 days. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the mystic pearl nearby, and a sharp gleam flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He could strike a deal with the Bureau using the Mystic Pearl. The Bureau would supply materials, and he would forge the Mystic Pearl. This would solve his cultivation needs while also helping the Bureau establish a solid base for more stable development. It would forge a stronger bond with the Bureau, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, this matter couldn't be rushed. Given the Bureau's current strength in Great Nan City, self-preservation was all they could manage. Last hunt left behind quite a few exotic materials. Wonder if any are suitable for forging. Lin Mo began flipping through ancient texts, his lips curling upward with each page. He did discover an intriguing artifact. The Spirit Void Ring. It possesses a storage space, something we desperately need right now. I could craft another diamond mystic orb. It could be used to reinforce metal armor, turning it into a temporary defensive item. Later, I could even sell it to the Bureau. There were plenty of defensive artifacts, but he lacked the materials needed for such items at the moment. He'd have to make do for now. There are still thunder stones left from the Thunder Immortal Sword. I'll craft 2 more swords to prepare for unexpected needs. Divine artifacts that could command exorbitant prices from countless divine power users were, to Lin Mo, as commonplace as selecting vegetables at the market. He could simply point and have them crafted. This was the terrifying power of the second hall. First, forge all the remaining materials into divine artifacts. Starting tomorrow, hunt down the alien species with full force, gather materials, and complete this assessment. Lin Mo's eyes burned with determination. Completing this trial would not only unlock more powerful artifact forging techniques but also grant him entry to the third hall. That would mean another leap in his strength. Meanwhile, an operation targeting the divine power users of Great Nan City commenced silently. Within the Forbidden Grounds, the diverse creatures gathered here, those destined to remain within the Forbidden Zone until at least the next phase of the demon god's full revival. Red-horned humanoid creatures, gray-horned beastly beasts of immense stature, and winged lizards. They descended like a dark cloud, pressing down upon the city center. Upon a throne forged from white bones, Chen Liuonian, a monstrous form with crimson-black eyes, surveilled it all. At his side, Yang Meng, Zhang He, humanoid aberrations prostrated themselves in reverence, their eyes burning with fear and madness. Go hunt. The more you slay, the greater the blessings of the demon god you shall receive. But don't forget your ultimate goal, the divine sequence forest end. Chen Liuonian's voice was mad. The one who had plunged him into hell by sacrificing Lin Mo to the demon god, Lin Mo's divine lineage would undoubtedly awaken the demon god Yaji. He would become the first demon god in the world to regain consciousness and resume action. Then, as Yazi's heir, he would be the first to reign supreme over all. That very night, in an upscale villa, a man wielding a long sword, flames dancing around him, halted his movements. He glanced outside, his brow furrowing. Suddenly, glass shattered all around as waves of alien creatures surged in like a tidal flood. The man snorted coldly, raising his blade to strike a gray-horned combat mutant. Flames roared like a raging bear as he charged forward, simultaneously retreating to prepare his escape. SSSSH. Then, a dark shadow materialized behind him, its eerie tentacles piercing through his chest. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he spun around. He was a God Force user on the verge of ascending to the second tier. How could a mutant creature approach him without a sound? Just as he ignited his body in flames to repel the tentacles, 4 or 5 combat mutants charged simultaneously. Powerless to resist, the man was beaten to death. Lin Mo, it's all your fault. You turned me into this monstrous abomination. This time, I'll kill you. Yang Meng, his body drenched in black ink and a dozen tentacles sprouting from his back, snarled with madness as he wrapped his tentacles around the terrified man's neck, dragging him toward the forbidden zone. At the same time, a similar scene unfolded near the central district of Dainan City. Numerous divine power users went missing, and the Bureau immediately sensed something was amiss. Captain Wu, within our jurisdiction, 4 out of the 11 newly recruited divine power users have gone missing within the past hour. Additionally, 3 others have sent distress signals, the deputy officer reported the grim news. Wu Nang's brow instantly furrowed. This was undoubtedly a targeted operation against divine power users. Had the alien species evolved again? Every divine power user was now a precious combat asset. Losing even one was unbearable. And now, should they go to rescue them? If we don't, we risk losing 7. If we fail to rescue them, we might lose the entire force. Wait. Yang Xiang's team is also requesting rescue. They report humanoid alien species leading the assault. The aide stared at the message and suddenly exclaimed. After careful consideration, Wu Nang ordered, have the 2 newly joined divine power users lead a portion of the armed members to rescue Yang Xiang's team. Yang Xiang's faction is now a crucial ally. If necessary, request Mr. Lin Mo's assistance. As for the other 3, we'll see if Mr. Lin Mo's faction has another divine power user available. The aide's expression darkened. Doesn't this place all the responsibility on Mr. Lin Mo? Wu Nang sighed deeply. The situation leaves us no choice. In all of Dawan City, who else can we rely on besides him? The aide stiffened, clenching his jaw. Understood. I'll request reinforcements immediately. Help! Help me! At a crossroads on Dongchen Street. Lin Mo wiped the blood from his blade, about to gather the alien materials and spirit crystals scattered across the street, when cries for help reached his ears. Turning his head, he saw a motorcycle roaring toward them. The man frantically maneuvered the bike to evade the bites of over a dozen alien creatures chasing him, all the while shouting at the top of his lungs. White Tiger. She sheathed her sword and called out calmly. Roar! The tiger's roar echoed in all directions. White Tiger transformed into a streak of cold light, charging forward. Its claws, sharp enough to slice through iron like mud, descended from the sky, instantly smashing a large crater into the rear of the motorcycle. The dozen or so pursuing alien creatures were all knocked flying. The man froze in shock at the sight, his motorcycle nearly crashing into the traffic light. What's the point of shouting so loud? Afraid the mutants couldn't find you? Lin Mo suddenly appeared behind him, startling the burly man so much he nearly jumped off the bike. But upon recognizing Lin Mo's face, he trembled violently and immediately knelt, pleading, Divine Being, I beg you, save my boss. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Which boss? Yang Xiang. Last night, we were ambushed by the alien species. Most of our brothers died. That's why we escaped. So they've already started targeting divine power users? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Lead the way. The man was overjoyed, immediately leading the way as a huge weight lifted from his heart. With this man's help, the boss's life was saved. Meanwhile, just 3 blocks away. Boss, we need to get out of here fast. Reinforcements from headquarters should be arriving soon. If we can link up with them, your life won't be in danger. That. If we die together. Yang Xiang, wielding a halberd, kicked 2 alien creatures to death with a single blow. He turned and roared angrily, sweeping his halberd horizontally to cleave several more creatures in half at the waist. Yet even so, the alien creatures surged forward like a relentless tide, fearless in the face of death. What a touching display of brotherly devotion. Don't worry, you'll all die together. In the distance, Zhang He, surrounded by a swarm of creatures, had his left cheek bulging grotesquely. Behind him, blood-red wings spread faintly. Chapter 32, Cheating. You're cheating. You're the mastermind behind this? An alien? Doesn't seem like it. Yang Xiang gripped his halberd tightly, sensing a dangerous aura emanating from the man across from him. Zhang He coldly retorted, Don't lump me in with these abominations. I am a noble demon seed. Yang Xiang's lips curled upward as he spat. Noble? Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see what you've become, neither human nor ghost? You're asking for death. Zhang He gritted his teeth. He knew full well how terrifying his appearance was, even he couldn't bear to look at himself. But so what? Abandoning his status as a divine power user to become a demon seed meant no more living in fear. He could now control the monstrous, fear no food contamination, slaughter freely, even sacrifice divine power users to gain greater strength. This world belongs to the demon god. You remnants of the old era, all of you, die. With a cruel grin, Zhang Yi charged straight at Yang Xiang, his expression savage. His wings fluttered faintly behind him, leaving a blurred afterimage where he stood while his body closed in on Yang Xiang. No! Mentally exhausted, Yang Xiong couldn't react in time. A claw pierced straight through his abdomen, blood spurting wildly. Become nourishment for the demon god. Raising his claw, Zheng He let out a battle cry and slashed toward Yang Xiong's throat. What a coincidence. You didn't die last time, and now you think you can do it again? In the next instant, a voice piercing to the bone echoed. Zheng He's body trembled, and his movements halted for a moment. In that brief instant, thunder erupted beside him. Boom! The familiar thunderous roar instantly hurled Zheng He backward. After rolling several times on the ground, Zheng He flapped his wings to rise, his gaze darting sharply in one direction. There, a figure he feared even in his dreams had appeared. Lin Mo. It's you again. Glaring at Lin Mo, Zheng He clenched his jaw so tightly his teeth nearly shattered. Senior Lin Mo? On the other side, Yang Xiong's expression instantly lit up with excitement at Lin Mo's arrival. It wasn't just gratitude for Lin Mo's timely warning. More than that, it was because of Lin Mo that the Bureau had agreed to allocate some medicine that day, considering their efforts in protecting the streets. That medicine had saved the lives of many brothers. This debt of gratitude he intended to repay. Lin Mo, you've come at the perfect moment. I'm not the same man I was back then. The current me is no longer someone you can handle. Zheng He brushed the dust off his clothes and looked at Lin Mo. With a wave of his hand, dozens of mutant creatures surged toward them. A closer look revealed that these anomalies were all specialized combat variants, not a single ordinary one among them. They're all combat variants. Aren't these supposed to be the kind that only appear 1 or 2 per street? Impossible. This must be nearly half of Dongchen District's combat-type mutated creatures. Forget just us, even the entire East Qin District's armed forces couldn't handle this. Let's retreat. We can't win this. Upon seeing this horde of combat-type creatures, the people here instantly lost all will to fight, their faces turning ashen. Are you kidding me? A Tier 2 divine power user would be lucky to handle 2 combat mutants at once. With the numbers like this, each person would face at least 10. This was a suicide mission. With such overwhelming numbers, even you, Lin Mo, would be in deep trouble. Once your divine power is depleted, I'll step in to finish you off. Zheng He sneered coldly, watching Lin Mo surrounded by the abnormals ahead. What unsettled him, however, was Lin Mo's unflappable composure even in this dire predicament. Looks like you don't understand. I brought these alien creatures from the Forbidden Zone. Every single one is at the 2nd tier. Lin Mo simply stared back at him, saying nothing. This only made Zheng He feel even more panicked. Lin Mo. What the hell are you thinking? Do you realize that if it weren't for keeping the city's divine power users from fleeing, we could have wiped out the entire city long ago? Lin Mo replied calmly, What? Do you think you're just raising sacrificial offerings for a demon god? Of course we are. Zheng He raised his head, arms crossed over his chest. If you beg for mercy now, I might grant you a merciful death. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Mo stared at him, saying nothing. His expression serene, he retrieved a set of armor from his spirit void ring. This was the spirit void ring he had forged last night, possessing an internal space of 10 cubic meters. The armor itself was made of ordinary metal. The core, however, was the 2nd Vajra Mystic Pearl he had forged. With the inner Vajra Mystic Pearl present, this armor provided him with top-tier defensive capabilities. Armor? Metal armor? Zheng He watched the scene and couldn't help but feel like laughing. What, have you given up already? Armor? Do you think you're still living in ancient times? The others present were equally dumbfounded. The armor on Lin Mo's body looked like nothing more than a layer of ordinary metal. Against common alien creatures, it might withstand a hit or two with luck. But these were combat-type aliens. To them, metal of this caliber was no different from paper. Don't say I'm picking on you. Choose whoever you want as your opponent, Lin Mo said, patting the white tiger's side as he looked at Zheng He. You jerk. Zheng He gritted his teeth, suddenly feeling disrespected. Lin Mo nodded. You choose me, right? Fine. Zheng He's expression froze. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding creatures surged toward Lin Mo and the white tiger, their aura surging. Roar! The white tiger showed no mercy. It opened its gaping maw, revealing razor-sharp teeth, and lunged forward. With a single bite, it tore through the upper body of one of the creatures, leaving the onlookers gaping in shock. What was wrong with this tiger? It was even more monstrous than the alien creatures. Meanwhile, Lin Mo strolled toward Zheng He with the ease of someone strolling through his own backyard. Arrogant! Zheng He roared in fury, his wings flapping behind him. He lunged forward, claws extended, his terrifying aura leaving no doubt he could pierce through an inch-thick steel plate. ZZZZT. The claws scraped against the surface of the armor, sparking and leaving a deep gash. No! This armor is useless. Why didn't Lin Mo dodge? He's done for now. Yang Xiong and the others gasped in shock, ready to rush forward to save Lin Mo. But in the next instant, Zheng He recoiled in terror, backing away as if he'd seen a ghost. You bastard! You bastard! That thing again! How many divine artifacts do you have? Before his eyes, the armor that should have been pierced like paper was actually healing itself once more, indistinguishable from the steel fortress of that day. The excruciating pain, like bearing a mountain on his back, still vivid in his memory. He never imagined Lin Mo could actually wear this divine artifact. Cheating. This is cheating. How could anyone possess so many divine artifacts? Chapter 33. So what if I have many divine artifacts? What? Scared? Lin Mo looked at Zhang He across from him, a smirk curling his lips. Zhang He's mouth twitched as he gritted out, "You're ruthless. With that artifact, I'll let you pass this time." Then, while everyone else was still baffled, Zhang He actually prepared to retreat. "Oh? Did I say you could leave?" Narrowing his eyes slightly, Lin Mo's body surged with a heavy aura of divine power. A massive influx of divine energy poured into the Thunder Immortal Sword, causing thunderbolts to erupt from all directions in an instant. Boom! A pillar of lightning struck directly toward him, forcing Zhang He to dodge frantically. "Lin Mo. You're not afraid of death, but do you truly not care if all these people die here too?" Zhang He, his retreating resolve shaken, shouted angrily, then pointed at Yang Xiang and the others. Lin Mo looked at him with a playful expression. "What? Can't you read the situation?" Zhang He froze, then whipped his head around. The battle, which should have been one-sided, was now being held back by a single white tiger. Dozens of alien creatures took turns tearing and charging, while eerie magic shrouded the surroundings. Beneath the white tiger's paws, the earth cracked and split apart, with sharp stone spikes ready to pierce its feet at any moment. The white tiger's combat style was simple: evade, strike with its claws, and claim the lives of the beasts. Not a single aberration survived beyond its second strike. Roar! 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 Over a dozen beasts lunged at the white tiger like mad, their claws tearing through its skin and ripping at its flesh. Good! Seeing this, Zhang He's face lit up with delight. This was it. As long as he took down the white tiger with the combat alien's boost, he might not lose. Even if it came down to a war of attrition, he could wear down Lin Mo's divine power. But in the very next moment, Zhang He's smile froze. The white tiger, pinned to the ground by the relentless creatures despite its blood-soaked state, suddenly radiated a powerful aura. Its pupils turned crimson, its body swelled in a frenzied transformation, and its pristine white fur began to glow with a blood-red hue. The white tiger's second ability has activated. Watching this unfold, Lin Mo knew this farce was about to end. The idea of fishing was clever, but unfortunately, the rod wasn't sturdy enough. Lin Mo cracked his neck, stepped forward, and hurled the Thunder Immortal Sword. The sword shot forth like thunder, and Lin Mo followed close behind. "Get out of the way!" Zhang He's pupils contracted as he roared in fury, summoning two combat-type creatures to act as human shields before him. SSSSH. The Thunder Immortal Sword pierced straight through both creatures before halting before Zhang He. "My chance!" Seeing the Thunder Immortal Sword pinned, Zhang He exclaimed with delight. He lunged forward, his ugly claws snapping toward Lin Mo. Without the Thunder Immortal Sword, Lin Mo's threat was greatly diminished. Now, all he needed to do was restrict his movements, and he could escape. This time he had lost, but next time once he sacrificed more divine power users and gained greater strength he would have his revenge. SSSSH. Yet, to Zhang He's disbelieving eyes, another Thunder Immortal Sword appeared in Lin Mo's hand, piercing straight through his chest. What? How is that possible? Why do you have another one? Zhang He spat a mouthful of blood, turning to confirm the Thunder Immortal Sword was still lodged in the alien creature's body. Lin Mo replied indifferently, "Who said divine artifacts are limited to one per person?" Boom! Terrifying thunder erupted within Zhang He's body at that moment, like a balloon pierced by a needle. His face contorted in agony as his entire body swelled violently. Then, with a loud bang, he exploded, leaving behind only a crystal-clear black crystal. When magic users and demon god sequence beings perished, they yielded high-purity elemental crystals far superior to ordinary ones. They could accelerate the revival of demon gods by sacrificing them through the divine faction. Conversely, members of the divine faction could hunt them down to obtain demonic essence crystals for cultivation. Meanwhile, the white tiger was now in a bloodlust frenzy, trampling the corpses of the alien creatures beneath its feet. Having lost Zhang He's control, the remaining aliens scattered in all directions. So, we won? Holy crap, Senior Lin Mo is truly legendary. Yang Xiang and the others had nearly given up hope of survival the moment this horde of alien creatures appeared. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Mo had single-handedly resolved everything. Yang Xiang grew increasingly certain Lin Mo was absolutely no ordinary deity tier being. What god possessed such overwhelming personal strength, an arsenal of divine artifacts, and a pet this terrifying? And that pet of his looked strangely familiar. After stowing his divine artifacts and armor into his spirit void ring, Lin Mo turned his gaze toward Yang Xiang and the others. Glancing enviously at the spirit void ring on Lin Mo's finger, Yang Xiang clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Senior Lin Mo, for your rescue. I owe you another favor this time." Lin Mo nodded. "Besides you, most of the divine power users in South City should be dead by now." Yang Xiang gasped in shock. How could that be? Have the mutant species in Dainan City grown that powerful already? From the Forbidden Zone have emerged. Across all of Huaxia, few cities' forbidden zones would have dared join the fray this early, Lin Mo remarked, glancing toward the distant forbidden zone, the Dragon Palace. With half the alien species out, that meant the defenses inside were weakened an opportunity. Ring ring. Snapping back to reality, Lin Mo answered the call. Boss. Help. There are too many alien species over here. Hu Dalong's frantic voice came through the line. Address, Lin Mo frowned. Hu Dalong wasn't weak, and with his specially crafted array-breaking spear, couldn't he even manage a rescue? Chen Liunian must be out of his mind this time. Who starts a game by flipping the table? Jianbing Pedestrian Street, Nanhu District. Hold on, 5 minutes. Calculating the distance, Lin Mo leapt onto the white tiger. Thanks for your hard work. Roar. The white tiger let out a low growl, its eyes still burning with battle intent. Senior. Take us with you. Yang Xiang stood up and shouted, his voice brimming with defiance. I still have strength left. I can still be useful in a one-on-one fight. All right. Seeing Lin Mo nod, Yang Xiang climbed onto the white tiger's back. Admiring the terrifying beast from above, Yang Xiang couldn't help but marvel, Senior, where did you find this white tiger? Lin Mo's expression turned slightly peculiar. You don't recognize it? Yang Xiang froze for a moment, then let out a shriek. Damn it, I've been dumped. Damn it, thank God the boss gave me this damn array-piercing spear. Otherwise, I'd be dead already. As wave after wave of monstrous creatures surged forward, Hu Dalong felt like a fragile boat tossed by the raging sea, teetering on the brink of capsizing at any moment. Behind him, the 3 divine power users who had sought his aid lay gravely wounded, nearly incapacitated. Across from them, 2 men clad in ordinary work clothes, their skin as ugly as toads, watched like cats toying with mice, mocking smiles on their faces. Calling for help? Go ahead, go ahead. The more divine power users who come, the better. As they laughed, a woman's voice echoed from the distance. A bunch of minions. Your laughter is sickening. Chapter 34, The Head of Dainan City. Jianling Street. By the time Lin Mo arrived, the scene was already a mess. 2 mangled corpses lay pierced by spears at the center, their faces frozen in terror. Boss. Hu Dalong, wielding his array-piercing spear, immediately approached as Lin Mo entered. Lin Mo glanced at him, his gaze sweeping the surroundings before settling on a woman in red. She wore a crimson robe, her short hair fluttering. A red maple leaf pendant dangled from her ear. Her features were less delicate and beautiful, more strikingly handsome at first glance, one might almost mistake her for a handsome man. Yunling? The name surfaced in his mind, and Lin Mo frowned involuntarily. In his previous life, though he'd never worked alongside this divine sequence member, he'd heard rumors of her reclusive nature and overwhelmingly strong-willed personality. She'd practically offended the entire bureau. In this life, due to certain shifts in Lin Shanshan's fate, was she now in charge of Dainan City? On one side, Yunling had clearly noticed Lin Mo as well. The white tiger beneath Lin Mo was simply too terrifying, nearly 4 meters tall, with limbs as sturdy as iron pillars, and fangs that looked like they were forged from steel, gleaming with a cold, menacing light. The sight sent everyone nearby into a state of heightened alert. You are Lin Mo? The divine sequence of Dainan City? I hear you refuse to join the bureau. Well, I'm here now. All armed forces across Dainan City will henceforth be under my direct command. Yunling's gaze was cold and piercing as she fixed her eyes on Lin Mo, her aura thick with icy hostility. It doesn't matter. I have no interest in the bureau's power. Just leave me alone. Lin Mo returned the frosty stare, having only come to help. What? Are you refusing my command? Yunling narrowed her eyes. Lin Mo scoffed. I'm not part of headquarters. Why should I listen to you? Arrogant. Yunling's expression turned icy as she suddenly lashed out, slapping Lin Mo across the face. Are you here to cause trouble? I don't want to be responsible for the first deity ranked being in Dainan City dying the day they arrive. Lin Mo seized Yun Xian's arm, his breath heavy. Behind him, the white tigeress crimson eyes fixed on her, its blood-red aura radiating like it had risen from hell. The pendant dangling from Yun Xian's ear swayed slightly as she withdrew her hand. I'm merely reminding you that a divine being now resides in Dainan City. As an ordinary citizen, you have a duty to serve the nation. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't. The Bureau and I have the power to suppress this entire city. We don't need you. As she spoke, dozens of fully armed agents emerged from behind Yun Xian. Lin Mo glanced at them. Each wore pure black armor and wielded uniquely shaped firearms, the Bureau's armed squad. Every piece of equipment had been forged by the divine sequence within the Bureau. While not on par with divine artifacts, a month before the demon god era, this was the backbone of most ordinary people's defense against alien species. Paired with divine power users, it might have been enough to stabilize the situation in other cities for a short time. But in present-day Dainan City, where even the Forbidden Zone's alien species had mobilized, this gear was clearly inadequate. Unfortunately, Yunling had only just arrived and was still unaware of the city's true depths. Still, since she was now in charge of Dainan City, Lin Mo didn't intend to dwell on these problems. Ding dong. The phone rang. Brother. The base is under attack by alien species, there are tons of them. Lin Shanshan's voice came through the line. Lin Mo frowned. Yunling remained calm, though it was unclear if she was secretly gloating. Looks like your base isn't exactly peaceful either. If you can't even defend a small building, it's probably for the best you didn't join the bureau in charge of this city. Lin Mo ignored her, turning to leap onto the white tiger, ready to leave. Wait. Yun Xian waved her hand, and the surrounding armed squad immediately surrounded the white tiger. Lin Mo turned back, his eyes cold. What's this about? Yunling replied, you may leave, but not these two. She pointed at Hu Daolong and Yang Xiong. I saved him. As the person in charge, I have the authority to mobilize all divine power users. Yang Xiong is an ally of the bureau, so he naturally follows my orders. If he refuses, I have the right to kill him. Hu Daolong instantly flew into a rage. His three-pronged spear materialized in his hand as he shouted, damn it! If it weren't for you saving me, I'd have stabbed you through the heart. How dare you! In an instant, Yunling produced a similar fire-tipped spear. With a flick of her arm, which appeared as soft as jade lotus root, she deflected Hu Daolong's spear, driving its tip into his throat until blood spurted out. A mere divine power user dares to talk back? Do you know I could kill you at any moment? Hu Daolong's face froze. The gap between a divine power user and a divine being was simply too vast, they weren't even in the same league. Yunling, you can try it. Lin Mo's voice dropped low as the Thunder Immortal's sword pointed directly at her throat, thunder rumbling faintly around them. Yunling regarded Lin Mo coldly. I'm following protocol. Is this your idea of disrupting law enforcement? Lin Mo replied, I gave the bureau some face, so you called it enforcement. If I don't give that face, do you believe I could kill you and the bureau would just send another replacement? Dead people hold no value. Even if you attack, I can still kill him, Yunling declared. If you can kill him, I can kill you, Lin Mo retorted. Yunling stared at him. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Lin Mo countered, I can single-handedly eliminate over 100 combat-type mutated creatures. Why do you think I can't kill you? Yun Xian's rifle remained motionless, and Lin Mo's sword likewise held steady. Suddenly, Yun Xian holstered his fire-tipped spear. Stand down. My new post is imminent. I have no time for games here, but this is the last time. I hope you guard your base well. Your death matters little, but if you accelerate the demon god's revival, you'd better pray none of your loved ones survive. With that, she led her armed squad members toward departure. Yet before leaving, she abruptly turned back, fixing her gaze on Lin Mo. Only after a long moment did she finally walk away. Watching the figure of this divine sequence member retreat, Hu Daolong clenched his jaw tightly, while Yang Xiong atop the white tiger also furrowed his brow sharply. Lin Mo fixed his gaze on Yunling. In that instant, he had indeed been ready to strike, his killing intent momentarily unchecked. But now was not the time. The bureau bore the responsibility of protecting the city. Regardless of the consequences, if this divine sequence were lost to Dainan City, there would be no replacement in the short term. Hope she doesn't go looking for trouble. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Mo headed toward the base. At the same moment, Building 7 of Qingfeng residence. Layers upon layers of alien creatures surrounded the area, forming an impenetrable barrier. At the very front of the horde, Yang Meng stood silently, his gaze fixed on the already open gate. Lin Mo, the pain you've inflicted, I intend to make you feel it too. With a wave of his hand, the horde surged through the gate like a tidal wave. Behind the gate, several figures stood respectfully in place, they were the ones who had opened it. Chapter 35, The Game of Life and Death. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo returned to Qingfeng residence. Before Lin Mo left the residential complex, unattended corpses were still scattered everywhere. But upon his return, it was spotless. Lin Mo's heart sank. This meant a massive wave of alien creatures had arrived. Only such creatures would devour the flesh and blood of corpses. He had tried calling Lin Shanshan repeatedly along the way, but the line remained unanswered. This was highly unusual. With the base protected by the Golden Void Pearl, no one should be able to force their way in at this stage unless. Among the 9 offspring of the dragon, the second was Yazi. Beyond its terrifying combat prowess, it possessed an assimilative power irresistible to ordinary humans. If the alien species attacking this time happened to possess this ability and made eye contact with ordinary people inside the base, there was a high probability it could assimilate their minds and seize the Diamond Mystic Pearl from within. Carelessness. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He had underestimated these alien creatures. As Lin Mo approached the base, he could still hear the sounds of clattering and things being smashed. At the entrance, dozens of alien creatures stood guard like sentinels, watching over the now closed door. The door to Building 7 had indeed been opened. But if Shanshan and the others had been subdued, it should have been quieter. This very fact meant they hadn't been found yet. This realization calmed Lin Mo's nerves somewhat. Damn it! Boss, it's my crew! Hu Daolong suddenly yelped, pointing at several corpses lying on the empty ground in front of the door. Lin Mo glanced over and grasped the situation. Lin Mo, long time no see. Just then, a voice echoed from the rooftop terrace of Building 7. Yang Meng stood there, his limbs awkwardly contorted, bloodshot eyes spreading like spider webs across his entire face, his body swollen to nearly 10 feet tall. His gaze fixed on Lin Mo, Yang Meng's pupils burned with a blood-red hatred. Lin Mo looked up and said slowly, "You're still alive. You really are lucky." Yang Meng let out a cold, hollow laugh. "Do you have any idea what I endured at Chen Liunian's place? A horde of humans vying for magic like they were breeding poisonous insects. I crawled back from hell just to kill you." "Well, you've certainly gone through a lot," Lin Mo nodded. Yang Meng narrowed his eyes, then suddenly smiled. He produced the Vajra Mystic Pearl and said, "Let's play a game." With that, Yang Meng produced a mobile phone and handed it to a combat mutant to hold. Divine Hierarchy of Dainan City, Lin Mo humiliated? Can he turn the tide? He actually started a live stream. "This is a mission, after all," Yang Meng said with a playful grin. Recently, their videos hunting divine power users had gone viral online, sparking widespread fear among the populace. And fear, as it happened, was the perfect nourishment for the awakening of demon gods. It must be said, Chen Liunian was quite the expert when it came to methods for summoning demon gods. The moment the livestream went live, tens of thousands flooded in from the same city. No wonder whether they had food or not, everyone was stuck indoors, and their phones were their only source of entertainment. What's this livestream? Isn't Lin Mo that big shot? Divine sequence? That big shot is actually the legendary divine sequence. This view looks like the big shot's base. I've seen videos showing tons of supplies inside. Comment streams poured in. I already heard about this base from Zhang Yi. A divine artifact that can grant metal top-tier defense. No wonder you spent a fortune installing those metal shields in a single day. But, how did you know about this? Yang Meng adopted a pensive expression. And all this gold, it's as if the bureau prepared it. Never mind. It's all mine now. As he spoke, Yang Meng pressed the diamond mystic orb back onto the metal barrier. Instantly, the entire building shimmered with golden light. I know Lin Shanshan means everything to you. Let's see, will you break through your own defenses to save her first, or will I find her and eliminate her first? Bursting into laughter, Yang Meng strode toward the exit. Interesting, isn't it? The base you painstakingly built, the priceless artifact, all now in my hands. The game begins. When Yang Meng's voice and image appeared in the livestream, panic instantly swept through the audience. Wait, what's happening? The boss's base has been taken over? What a vicious scheme. Playing this kind of life or death game? Those alien creatures deserve to die. The alien species are terrifying enough, but retaining human intelligence makes them even more frightening. The chat exploded with chaos. Below, watching Yang Meng's figure vanish onto the rooftop, Lin Mo's gaze grew deep, though he appeared relatively calm. Boss, what do we do now? Senior, what's the situation with that artifact? Can't we force our way in? Hu Dalong and the others clearly understood the grimness of the situation. Lin Mo scanned the area ahead and declared, "White Tiger." With a low growl, the white tiger lunged forward, tearing into the crowd. Its massive form tore through the ordinary mutant creatures like a wolf among sheep. They couldn't stop it in the slightest. In less than half a minute, the entire horde lay reduced to piles of flesh and blood. Seeing this, Yang Xiong's eyelid twitched involuntarily. Powerful. Too powerful. The live stream chat exploded with comments. Holy crap, what's up with the boss's pet? How strong is it? Big shot, come save me. I need you. A white tiger this terrifying? It'll definitely take care of that alien creature from earlier. At that very moment, countless eyes glued to the livestream watched as the white tiger's sharp claws lashed out at the metal wall, instantly leaving 3 terrifying gashes. Boom! 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 One crash followed another, yet no matter how fiercely the white tiger attacked, the metal would always snap back to its original form at the last possible moment. Only then did the crowd grasp the meaning of Yang Meng's opening words, a defensive artifact. No wonder the boss was so calm and collected before, casually trading food without fear of being robbed. He had such a terrifying artifact. But now it's fallen into the hands of the alien species. If even a god-tier figure like him can't handle these aliens, then what about us? A palpable gloom descended upon the citizens of Great Nan City. Yet those watching this livestream extended far beyond the citizens of Great Nan. Forbidden Dragon Palace. Chen Liunian watched as the shadowy form of the demon god solidified further, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. Exactly. Yang Meng, I didn't save you for nothing. Your hatred for Lin Mo proved invaluable. You truly have a knack for being a tool. Grand South City Temporary Headquarters Center. Yunling watched the scene unfold and sneered coldly, is that all you've got? Sir, he is still a member of the esteemed divine hierarchy. Shouldn't we send reinforcements? A subordinate asked. Yunling shot him a glance. The subordinate understood instantly and fell silent. Lin Mo, you are indeed formidable. But my assessment parameters do not permit a second divine sequence to emerge in Dawan City. Meanwhile, many in other cities were also watching this situation unfold. The truth was, over the past 2 days, the alien species in Dawan City's forbidden zone had struck with brutal ferocity. Coupled with the widespread dissemination of footage online, the impact had become overwhelming. Yang Meng had merely employed a minor stratagem to amplify this terror to its absolute peak. Chapter 36, The Failed Forging. And just as all eyes were fixed upon this place, Yang Meng, Lin Mo chuckled. You think you've got me cornered? Using my own artifact against me? You know full well that's my artifact. Shaking his head with a smile, Lin Mo waved his hand and a forging bench materialized. Boss, what's this? Hu Dalong and Yang Xian looked utterly bewildered. At a time like this, when the situation is dire, what are you doing? Lin Mo remained unfazed. He had just received a message from Lin Shanshan. Bro, I saw the live stream. Don't worry, Lizzie and I are hiding in the basement pantry. We're safe for now. That spot was fairly hidden, and the first floor entrance was the easiest place to overlook. By the time Yang Meng realized what was happening, several minutes would have passed. That would be more than enough time. Hand me the array-breaking spear, Lin Mo said, glancing at Hu Dalong. Hu Dalong promptly handed over the gun slung behind his back. Amidst the puzzled and astonished stares of the others, Lin Mo unexpectedly began the forging process. Wait, what is he doing? Is he trying to forge a divine artifact? That's unlikely. Divine artifacts? According to the Bureau, they're beyond human creation. But the boss isn't ordinary, he's part of the divine sequence. At that moment, in the capital city. Inside the Huashidan Bureau, others were watching this development, all former military zone leaders whose mere presence could send tremors through entire regions. That gun looks extraordinary. Could it be a divine artifact? Is he trying to imbue it with abilities or something? If he truly endows the artifact with additional capabilities, his influence will be immense. Not just significant, we should extend the highest honors to invite him to headquarters. With both him and Elder by here, our odds of success in this era would improve considerably. Let's observe further. We still don't know what he's actually doing. Thud. With a resounding hammer strike from Lin Mo, this peculiar scene instantly captured everyone's attention. The array-breaking spear inherently possesses array-breaking effects, but the base's Vajra Mystic Pearl is imbued with Yuang Stone. Relying solely on the spear isn't enough, we need to enhance its effects. Lin Mo pondered, retrieving several thunder stones from his spirit void ring. Combining the array-breaking spear with the Thunder Xian runes, the destructive force unleashed by its eventual failure would likely shatter the Vajra Mystic Pearl's defenses. Indeed, he never intended for this forging attempt to succeed. The terrifying power unleashed when the Thunder Immortal Sword nearly failed during its forging was still vivid in Lin Mo's memory. This time, he intended to double that power. Time ticked by, the sounds within the building gradually fading before refocusing on the first floor. Lin Mo knew full well that Yang Meng wasn't exactly a pushover. Since no one was upstairs, they must be downstairs. He had to speed up. Lin Mo's eyes burned with intensity as his hands moved faster. Wait, is the boss actually going to pull this off? Something's off. The boss seems flustered. Probably something changed in the building, like that mutant found its target first. An expert chimed in. If the boss keeps this up, he'll likely fail. If Lin Mo failed, wouldn't that mean even the divine sequence would be outmatched when facing intelligent alien species? If even the divine sequence, revered by the Bureau, ends up like this, what about us ordinary people? Boom! As Lin Mo's hand jerked, the final segment of the Thunder Xian rune on the array-breaking spear failed to form, instantly filling the scene with thunderous roars. Lin Mo could feel the spear in his hands was about to explode. Its power radiated like a volcano ready to erupt, affecting everything around him. The sudden flash of lightning paralyzed his entire body, while the sharp spear intent sliced through his skin. Oh no! The boss failed. Does this mean the boss's base has fallen? Won't the alien species become even more arrogant now? Wah, this is terrifying. It really makes you feel hopeless. At the headquarters in Daijing City, a heavy silence hung in the air. So it was ultimately impossible? He was trying to imbue the artifact with new power. Failure, well, it's not entirely unexpected. What a waste of that gun. It was a divine artifact too, and now it's ruined. Inside the building at that moment. Still nothing? Yang Meng stood on the 7th floor, surveying the wreckage around him. His frustration grew. He hadn't dug up the entire building, but he'd searched every inch of it and still no sign of Lin Shanshan. This was impossible. Before arriving, he had confirmed Lin Shanshan was inside. From the first floor to the rooftop, he'd searched nearly every inch except the basement. Does this building have a basement? Yang Meng realized suddenly. He descended to the first floor and waved his hand. Dozens of mutant creatures instantly scattered, wreaking havoc everywhere. Thud. After one creature smashed an empty crate, a passageway opened below. Found it. A cold smile spread across Yang Meng's face as he stepped forward. At the same moment, amidst the crowd's collective groans, Lin Mo's face broke into a smile. Sure enough, free materials like the Thunder Xian pattern were the most dangerous. He hoped this power wouldn't damage that special Vajra Xian Pearl Yuang Stone was hard to come by. Back off. With a loud shout, Lin Mo hurled the array-breaking spear in his hand, which was on the verge of detonation, toward the metallic wall. The moment of contact. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated across half of Great Nan City. Thunder gathered from all directions, while the gun's intent raged wildly. A storm erupted from the heart of Qingfeng residence, raging for about half a minute before finally subsiding. Hu Dalong and his companion, now far from Qingfeng residence, watched the scene unfold, their jaws dropping in utter astonishment. The original Qingfeng residence had vanished, leaving only Building 7 standing. The once fortress-like Building 7 now lay in ruins. While its core structure remained largely intact, its outer metal shell was torn apart in patch after patch. It opened? It really opened? That's our boss for you. Hu Dalong exclaimed in delight. He knew all too well the destructive power of that metal defense he'd witnessed Zhang Yi's fate that day. Whoa! Yang Xiong sucked in a sharp breath. Wherever this destructive force was unleashed, its rampaging divine power could obliterate everything in its path, couldn't it? And now, the first floor stood wide open. Before they could react, Lin Mo had already charged inside. He had spotted Yang Meng and the others. Inside the building, Yang Meng had been certain of victory in this game. But just as he was about to enter the basement, the entire structure began to shake violently. What's happening? An earthquake? Yang Meng froze in shock. The next instant, light streamed in through the doorway, and Lin Mo burst through. Staring at Lin Mo, Yang Meng was utterly incredulous. You actually broke through the artifact's defenses? Who the hell are you? Yang Meng now understood the terrifying power of Lin Mo's divine inheritance. It was far beyond ordinary. But so what? He wasn't the same man he once was. Perfect. I'll finish you right here. With that, Yang Meng let out a laugh and charged toward Lin Mo. Lin Mo watched him calmly. You're courting death. Chapter 37, The Alien Horde. Who knows what the situation is like now? This is bad. The feed's frozen. Inside the livestream, nearly 1 million viewers who had flooded in were watching anxiously. Yet the footage hadn't changed since the explosion moments ago. Soon, however, they all heard the sound of a door being forced open. The next instant, a flash of golden light erupted, and the screen spun violently before being firmly grasped by a figure. It was Hu Dalong. The original purpose of this livestream was to spread fear, to make these ordinary people abandon all hope of survival. But now the tables had turned. Hu Dalong couldn't let this opportunity go to waste. He wanted the crowd to witness their leader's heroic stance and understand that the alien creatures weren't invincible. Thud. Thud. At that moment, the alien creatures that had been chasing them along the path surged forward. Yang Xiong, hold them off. I'm going down. Hu Dalong gripped his phone tightly and scrambled to run downstairs again. Yang Xiong had just kicked one alien creature away and suddenly felt overwhelmed. Damn it, shouldn't we have rescued people on the first floor first? Why are we fighting over a phone? Without turning his head, Hu Dalong replied, the boss said if we ever face real danger, the boss lady's got our backs. Just as Hu Dalong was about to descend the stairs, his footsteps abruptly halted. From the distance came the sound of heavy impacts, the roars of mutants, chilling noises that grew ever closer. What's happening? Hu Dalong's brow furrowed deeply. He rushed to the rooftop, and when he saw the scene before him, he froze solid. The stench of blood mingled with the putrid smell of decay wafted over the horizon. Alien creatures surged forward like a dark cloud, crowding in from all directions. The streets were swarming with them. It seemed as though every alien creature in the entire Dongchen district had gathered here over the past 10 days since the demon god era began. In that moment, not only Hu Dalong and his companions, but even the viewers in the livestream thousands of miles away held their breath in utter silence. In their understanding, the creatures operated without command, nearly roaming the streets and attacking humans within sight. They never moved in such large, coordinated formations. This was clearly organized and disciplined. As far as the eye could see, even the unranked common alien creatures numbered in the tens of thousands, while first-tier creatures were countless. Leading the charge at the front were second-tier creatures sporting crimson horns. My god, what's happening? Has the alien king appeared? This is a deliberate attack on the boss. Boss, run for your life. With this scale, they could just start slaughtering the entire city right here. The live chat exploded with messages: fear, worry, despair. If the creatures were merely mindless beasts slaughtering indiscriminately, there might still be a chance to survive. But when powerful monsters possessed intelligence, how could weak humans possibly stand against them? Dying city. Reports concerning Lin Mo were being submitted one after another. A single man and a tiger hunted down hundreds of alien creatures? What incredible combat prowess! Saved an entire hospital? It's a shame such talent refuses to join the bureau. At that moment, a white-haired elder slammed his hand on the table and declared sternly, everyone has their own aspirations. If he doesn't wish to join the bureau, we won't force him. But as fellow Chinese compatriots, we have a duty to protect him. Rescuing such a powerful divine sequence entity would be immensely advantageous for the entire situation in Dainan City. Contact Yun Xian in Dainan City immediately, along with the armed forces in surrounding cities, to provide artillery support. Even if we can't eliminate the high-tier anomalies, wipe out those pesky flies and mosquitoes. As the old man spoke, the others rose solemnly. Yes, sir. Soon, armed forces from various cities began mobilizing. Only Daxing City reported that its commander was occupied handling an alien incident and could not spare support. Within Qingfeng residence. Hear that? The cry of death, Yang Meng roared, his body bulging as he exchanged blows with Lin Mo, fist for fist, claw for claw. Lin Mo stepped back, his thunder immortal sword gleaming with lightning as he moved with lightning speed. Opposite him, Yang Meng radiated overwhelming power. Empowered by Qin Liunian's influence, he had become the leader of the alien species, hunting down over a dozen divine power wielders and offering them as sacrifices to the demon god. By now, his cultivation had reached the peak of the second extraordinary tier. Combined with the alien species' ability to devour its own kind to heal wounds, Yang Meng was growing stronger with every battle. What a grand gesture, unleashing so many aberrations at once. Lin Mo's figure flickered as his sword pierced Yang Meng's right arm, sending surging lightning bursting outward in all directions. Yang Meng let out a piercing scream, severing his own arm cleanly. Staggering backward, he plunged a claw into the chest of another combat mutant, clawing out a second-tier elemental crystal and devouring it whole. Soon, Yang Meng's arm regenerated. Lin Mo, you still underestimate me. Do you think the power of a demon god is so simple? Laughter echoed as Yang Meng began summoning the alien creatures, absorbing their life force. Any abnormality he seized saw its vitality visibly drain away, while Yang Meng's muscles swelled, his aura rising to a third-tier level. Lin Mo, no matter how strong you are, you're still only second-tier. Can you withstand the power of a third-tier being? With a furious roar, Yang Meng charged forward like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey, his claws wrapped in crimson energy threads. His eyes burned with madness, as if he could already see Lin Mo's defeated form after this strike. This strike possessed the power to instantly obliterate 100 first-tier aberrations. Across the entire great southern city, he knew of no one who could withstand it. This was the power of a demon god. Once an aberration ascended to leadership, it could devour endlessly, devour and grow stronger. Humans, however, could only increase their strength slowly. What good was the divine hierarchy? This world belonged to the demon god. Has no one ever told you that devouring the cores of your own kind impairs your mobility? Lin Mo's voice came from across the battlefield, calm and detached. Ha! Yang Meng's eyelid twitched, but his hands didn't stop moving. Roar! Suddenly, the white tiger's roar echoed from the side it had returned after dealing with the surrounding alien creatures. This is bad. Yang Meng's heart skipped a beat, his gaze instantly sharpening. He had to deal with Lin Mo first, otherwise, even with one man and one tiger, he couldn't guarantee they'd escape unscathed. But Lin Mo had no intention of engaging him head-on. Beneath his seemingly robust, yet somewhat bulky frame, Lin Mo dodged left and right, managing to avoid every single strike. Just then, the white tiger's massive form blocked the attack before it could land. SSSSH. Yang Meng's claw pierced the white tiger's body, but what followed was a chill that rose from the depths of his soul. Stared at by the white tiger's blood-red eyes, he now sensed absolute danger. In the next instant, the white tiger raised its claws high and brought them crashing down. Yang Meng tried to retreat, but as he took a step back, excruciating pain shot through him. Looking down, he saw a thunder-forged blade piercing toward him. You think killing me ends it? Chen Liunian hates you more than I do. The outsiders won't let you off. Lin Mo drew his long sword, speaking calmly, then you needn't trouble yourself. Extracting Yang Meng's core crystal, he tossed it to the white tiger along with the one zhan he had provided earlier. The white tiger snapped its jaws twice, chewing them down. In the next instant, a snow-white radiance emanated from the white tiger's body. Its limbs grew even more robust, and its overall strength underwent explosive growth. White Tiger, Stage 2. Chapter 38, What is there to fear? Brother! Boss! Two voices rang out simultaneously. From the basement, a slender figure burst forth and threw herself into Lin Mo's arms. At the staircase entrance on the second floor, Hu Dalong rushed down, panic etched on his face. Something's wrong outside. Hu Dalong started to speak, but Lin Mo cut him off. I know, Lin Mo waved his hand, soothing Lin Shanshan in his arms. It's okay. I'm back. Lin Shanshan met Lin Mo's gaze with a hint of guilt, about to speak, when she suddenly glanced outside. Her mouth fell open as she pointed at the wave of alien creatures surging toward them, exclaiming, so many alien creatures. Don't worry, I'm here. The voice reached her ears. Though only 4 simple words, they instantly calmed Lin Shanshan. The alien creatures within the base had already been completely wiped out by the white tiger, and the few remaining were mostly ordinary ones that Yang Xiang and Hu Dalong could handle. Lin Mo didn't hesitate, heading straight out of the base. What a grand spectacle, aliens besieging the city. Standing at the steel gates, even Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel at the sight of over 10,000 alien creatures. Boss! Hu Dalong felt a deep sense of helplessness before rushing back upstairs. The rooftop. Damn it, what the hell are you doing back up here? Yang Xiang, who had just slain an alien creature and was preparing to head downstairs, couldn't help but curse angrily upon seeing Hu Dalong rush back up. Hu Daolong grinned. That mutant tried to embarrass the boss, didn't it? Well, I'll make sure the boss becomes famous far and wide. Just watch. He immediately positioned himself on the rooftop, aiming his phone camera forward. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream were all incredibly excited. Damn it, boss, why aren't you running? Are you waiting to die? The boss is actually moving forward? He's going to confront all those mutants? How could he possibly win? Comments flooded the screen one after another as eyes glued to the display. What do you know? The boss is a god-tier character, not some ordinary person. True, that's superhuman power. Soon, a user named Serving the Nation posted a bold comment, I'm also divine tier. Without exaggeration, no one in present-day China could face this many anomalies alone. What do you know? Can you even comprehend the big shots level? Exactly. God tier? You're just a keyboard warrior. Boss, keep it up. At that moment, in the headquarters of Daijing City. In the somber conference room, everyone remained silent. Yet, while staring at their phones, their eyes all darted toward a man with a general star on his shoulder. They clenched their jaws, fighting back laughter. The man remained unperturbed, quietly tapping his screen. In the livestream chat, the prominent comment Serving the Nation loyally repeated, given the current situation and the tier restrictions imposed by the Divine Inheritance opening, neither Divine Power users nor Divine Inheritance bearers can exceed Tier 2. Second tier Divine Power has limited reserves. Suppose one faces 1,000 alien creatures. Even with Divine Power, they could eliminate 990 without injury. But once that power is depleted, those final 10 creatures could instantly annihilate a fully healed divine being. This statement instantly doused the fervor of those who had been fired up moments before. We're done for. What he says makes sense. That big shot is finished now. Our great southern city is finished. If we can't stop them, once these alien creatures take down the boss, won't they just come straight for the city? Big shot, just run. They're after you. If you escape, we'll be safe. Damn, the guy above isn't human. Amidst the chaos in the livestream chat, a thunderous roar erupted from all directions. It felt like someone had pressed pause. The barrage of comments ceased, and everyone fell silent, staring intently toward one spot. At the steel gate, Lin Mo raised his thunder immortal sword high, summoning celestial lightning. Where his sword pointed, a purple pillar of thunder crashed down, shattering a section of the surrounding wall and sending nearby alien creatures flying. You take 7, I take 3. Capture only the leader. Sound good? Lin Mo called out as he charged forward. Roar! Bai Hu responded, charging toward the tallest, red-horned alien creature at the farthest point. Charging into the thick of the alien horde was hardly an ideal choice for Lin Mo, but he had to conserve every ounce of his divine power. Only at close range could he wield the thunder immortal sword without wasting its potential. Amidst the stunned gazes of the livestream audience, dozens of massive, monstrous creatures descended from the sky, pouncing from behind Lin Mo. Lin Mo clenched his left hand, and 2 thunder immortal swords materialized. 2 identical divine artifacts? A gasp of astonishment erupted from the live-stream audience. The next instant, thunder coiled around Lin Mo's twin blades. As he spun, the sword tips collided, like the thunder god summoning lightning. Countless searing bolts of lightning danced along the blades before erupting violently outward. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Lin Mo stood like a thunder god descended from the heavens, terrifying power erupting from his blades. A torrent of thunderous light, like the wrath of divine punishment, poured forth. It first tore through the air in a straight line, followed by a sprawling explosion of lightning. The frenzied lightning raged like a beast, tearing apart the alien creatures in all directions. Terrifying shockwaves spread outward like crashing waves, hurling hundreds of the creatures into the air. The aftershocks rolled in relentless succession. Lin Mo, I truly underestimated you. If I don't deal with you now, you'll only become harder to handle in the next phase. On the rooftop of a distant skyscraper, Chen Liunian stood surrounded by dozens of alien creatures. His expression was grim, his eyes burning with hatred and jealousy. Why, when they were both in the divine sequence, had he never possessed such overwhelming power? But this ends here. Human strength has its limits. A quarter of Dainan City's alien species are gathered here. What makes you think you can stop us? Chen Liunian sneered coldly once more. At this critical juncture, he should be cultivating the alien species to prepare for the next phase of the divine lineage's eruption. Yet, unless he killed Lin Mo, his heart would never find peace. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, witnessing Lin Mo's devastating strike before charging back into the alien horde like a fearless general leading his troops into battle, viewers felt their blood boil. They yearned to leap through the screen and take his place on the battlefield. Go boss! Wipe out these alien creatures. Slaughtering 10,000 foes on level ground, I raise the banner for our boss. Mom, I want to join the fight against the alien creatures too. Among the viewers, some informed commenters spoke up. That last strike cost him at least 1/10 of his divine power. This is dangerous. At this rate of depletion, he'll be drained of divine power in 5 minutes at most. There are too many alien creatures. Even if he had another 10 minutes, standing there letting him kill them, he couldn't finish them all. This is an inescapable formation. But Lin Mo couldn't see these comments. All he felt now was the surge of battle fervor within him. He hadn't experienced such exhilarating combat in far too long. He feared nothing alone, and with the white tiger by his side now, he feared nothing at all. Just as Lin Mo cleared a path before him with a single sword sweep only to be surrounded again by the alien creatures, the sound of propellers echoed from the distant horizon. Simultaneously, the clatter of armored vehicles approached. Military reinforcements had arrived. Chapter 39, Reinforcements and Counter-Reinforcements. Far away, aboard an armed helicopter, Wu Nong wore a military communicator as he directed the battle. From his vantage point, he could clearly see Lin Mo repeatedly attempting to break through the alien tide, only to be pushed back each time the enemy numbers were simply too overwhelming. Men, Lin Mo once single-handedly rescued us from the jaws of death. Now it's our turn to save him. Lay down suppressive fire. Coordinate infantry and artillery. Push forward. Armored vehicles, rocket launchers? Firepower poured down like rain. The alien creatures roared furiously, charging headlong into the military barrage. Yet the explosive force tore apart one formless alien after another. Devoid of magic, they possessed little resistance to thermal weapons. The once raging assault began to wane. Wu Nang gazed down at the thousands of soldiers below, his expression grave. He knew that after this battle, most of them would likely lose their lives here. But Lin Mo, as a deity tier being, held far greater future value than any of them. Moreover, he had vowed, should Lin Mo ever face peril, he would come to her aid without fail. Temporary headquarters, Dainan City. Yunling gripped the walkie-talkie, her voice cold. Tell Wu Nong, defying military orders carries consequences he cannot bear. Withdraw now, and I'll spare him this once. Reporting, Commander Wu Nong has refused communication. Her gaze fixed on the screen, Yunling narrowed her eyes slightly, a box still in her hand. This contained the activation switches for all of Dainan City's missiles. The targets were already locked onto the Qingfeng residence area. With a single press, the two missile bases would unleash an immediate carpet bombing. Such destructive force would either kill Lin Mo and those special anomalies outright or severely cripple them. Then she could simply reap the benefits. But Wu Nang had brought over 1,000 soldiers, disrupting her plans. Once the missiles launched, ordinary people within a radius of several kilometers would perish. She had to consider the consequences of this action. After Lin Mo's death, Wu Nan will naturally withdraw his forces. His defeat will then be my victory, which will only serve to bolster my authority and stabilize the troops, Yunling mused for a moment before setting the box down. Within Qingfeng residence. That's. Lin Mo scanned the horizon and quickly spotted Wu Nang reinforcements had arrived for him. In the instant Lin Mo was distracted, a 4-meter-tall, gray-horned, deformed mutant creature hurled a burning car at him. Lin Mo sidestepped the attack. The car crashed into the ground, instantly erupting in flames and an explosion. The monstrous creature showed no fear of the explosion, charging straight through the heart of the flames. Its fist, as hard as rock, came crashing down with such force it seemed capable of piercing steel armor. It's that monstrous creature. I saw it obliterate an armored vehicle with a single punch. In the livestream chat, civilians who had been protected by the military quickly typed out their shocked exclamations. The next instant, Lin Mo reached out to grab the fist. He then lowered his body, pivoted his right foot, and thrust his hips forward, attempting to hurl the creature away like a sandbag. However, the creature was far too massive, and it merely stumbled to the ground. Swish! Seizing the moment, Lin Mo thrust the Thunder Immortal sword directly into the mutant's heart. The creature let out a wail and died instantly. Extracting the spirit crystal from its heart, Lin Mo cultivated with one hand while slaughtering nearby creatures with the other. Hundreds of thousands of viewers in the livestream were stunned by this brutal slaughter. Meanwhile, over 10 meters away, the white tiger had already carved a bloody path through the surrounding alien creatures, its combat prowess surpassing even Lin Mo's current strength. As they continued their relentless slaughter, opposite Wu Nong, a bat-like humanoid alien emerged beside the armed helicopter. Its face resembled a Frankenstein's monster as it sneered, "A mere mortal dares oppose us?" Oh no! Wu Nang's heart sank. This alien creature retained its intelligence, clearly no ordinary foe. In the next instant, with a wave of its hand, the alien creature decapitated the pilot of the armed helicopter, sending the aircraft spiraling out of control. Fortunately, the helicopter was already in its descent, not far from the ground. Wu Nang threw down the rope and leaped out. Knowing he was no match for the mutant, he decisively chose to flee. But the mutant creature had locked onto Wu Nang as its target, plunging in free fall to pursue him like a cat chasing a mouse. Sir! Squadron leader! Soldiers shouted in alarm, their sights locked on the alien creature behind Wu Nang. Bang! 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 Bullets fired in rapid succession, most hitting their mark. Yet the alien creature neither dodged nor flinched, taking the bullets head-on. Even so, the men could only watch as the creature's muscles twitched, forcing each bullet that had already penetrated its body right back out. This is hopeless. Ordinary firearms are useless against these monsters. If even the military can't handle these creatures, we're as good as dead if we run into them. In the livestream, as the camera shifted angles, viewers witnessed the same scene, gaining a visceral understanding of the alien creature's terror. Seeing no way to evade, Wu Nang drew a dagger, preparing for close combat. This was a special weapon issued by headquarters, effective against the alien creatures. Gripping the dagger horizontally, Wu Nang's gaze sharpened as he slashed at the neck of the attacking alien. But it dodged at an unnatural angle, and in the next instant, hordes of aliens surged in from all sides. SSSSH. Stabbing one alien through the heart with his dagger, then spinning to kick another away, Wu Nang was suddenly slammed backward by a powerful force. He crashed into the armored vehicle, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Sir! The soldiers rushed to aid him, but hordes of alien creatures formed a barrier, blocking their path and rendering them unable to advance. Soldiers, do not mourn for me. Our blood shall not be shed in vain. Let these alien creatures witness the fiery spirit of the sons of China. Wu Nang roared, drawing two purple glowing glass spheres from his grasp. As his words faded, he hurled one forward. The moment the sphere hit the ground, a thunderous explosion erupted. A terrifying divine shockwave rippled out, instantly blasting a crater 10 meters wide. All the unranked alien creatures within were obliterated, while the ranked ones lay mortally wounded. The next second, Wu Nang charged toward the alien creatures, clutching the remaining orb, his expression resolute. This is the spirit of the Chinese soldier. We Chinese never fear a formidable foe. Sir! Rest in peace. Countless people stared at their phone screens, tears welling up. Their very survival depended on these heroes defending the homeland with their lives. Even the high-ranking officials at headquarters, witnessing this scene, could not help but salute silently. He truly lived up to the name of a Chinese soldier. Get lost. Yet the alien creature's expression shifted in shock. It hadn't anticipated that this ordinary human possessed an artifact imbued with divine power, one of such immense destructive force. Just as it prepared to flee, the sun overhead was suddenly obscured. A tiger's roar echoed, as if rising from the depths of hell, cold, ruthless, and murderous. Chapter 40, Who is rescuing whom? The white tiger soared like a sea eagle, leaping over the alien creature's head and propelling itself dozens of meters forward. Upon discovering Wu Nang's predicament, Lin Mo immediately mounted the white tiger. Soaring above the stitched face alien, Lin Mo glanced at Wu Nang and his eyelid twitched. He recognized the artifact in Wu Nang's hand, the spirit blast. Developed collaboratively by several Divine Sequence members at headquarters, it unleashed a divine force shockwave capable of inflicting significant damage. That such a dangerous artifact had already been activated by Wu Nang, he truly wasn't afraid of death. Throw it! At Lin Mo's sharp command, Wu Nang snapped to attention and hurled the divine slaughter toward the swarm of alien creatures nearby. Instantly, another crater erupted as the explosive shockwave rippled outward. The sheer force of that blast was staggering. If not for Lin Mo, Wu Nang would likely have been reduced to dust. Damn it! Everyone says you're so powerful, Lin Mo. I'll see just how powerful you really are. Seeing the divine slaughter finally unleashed its power, the alien creature let out a sigh of relief before adopting a vicious expression and launching a punch. Lin Mo didn't even move. Beneath him, the white tiger's body shifted, its tail lashing out like a thorn-covered whip. It struck the alien creature viciously, tearing flesh and bone apart, leaving a gaping wound that exposed white bone. The alien creature trembled violently, about to retreat, when the next instant, a tiger claw pierced its chest, extinguishing its life. An ordinary person encountering a defenseless alien creature would not last 2 rounds against this white tiger. Wu Nang watched this unfold without a hint of surprise. If anything, he thought the creature was foolish. While other intelligent creatures kept their distance, this one had charged straight in. Here, take this. It protects against the creatures, Lin Mo said, tossing the light armor inlaid with diamond mystic pearls to Wu Nang. The light armor would slow his reaction speed, making it unsuitable for Lin Mo in this situation. Wu Nang reached out to catch it, his hand trembling so violently it nearly dropped. Protect against aliens? With this thin metal? He froze. Not only could a second-tier alien pierce it, but even a first-tier alien could breach an armored vehicle's plating. The next instant, Lin Mo grabbed a level 1 alien creature, its emotions raging, and hurled it toward Wu Nang. Wu Nang's pupils contracted as he instinctively raised his arms to block. The alien creature's frenzied attack sounds echoed in his ears as he stumbled backward. But soon he realized the alien creature couldn't harm him at all. Its claws were firmly blocked by the armor. The mutant's pupils widened in astonishment. SSSSH. In the next instant, the Thunder Immortal sword pierced through the creature's corpse. Lin Mo calmly kicked the monster aside, then smiled at Wu Nang, who was still shaken. So, how about it? Pretty decent gear, huh? It's yours. If you find the armor impractical, embed the pearl inside an armored vehicle and you can drive a bumper car. The light armor was made of ordinary metal, and the material for the diamond mystic bead was easily obtainable. What others would consider divine artifacts or treasures were nothing more than commonplace trinkets in Lin Mo's eyes. Wu Nang had brought so many reinforcements. This favor meant far more to him than a mere set of light armor. If I'm not mistaken, this should also be classified as a divine artifact. Ordinary metal can't possibly stop a first-tier alien species. Those who recognized its value immediately lit up at the sight. Some were already glued to their phones, steaming to obtain Lin Mo's contact details and prepared to pay any price for the equipment. After all, Lin Mo had demonstrated his forging skills, though it ended in failure. Who could say it wasn't intentional? If he could gift such a divine artifact, who knows what other treasures he might possess? Holy, a big shot is a big shot. What kind of armor is this? The alien species can't even scratch it. Scared the crap out of me, thought the boss was gonna murder that officer. Another divine artifact? That gun, this sword, and the light armor. Someone explain, are divine artifacts common? Immediately, someone retorted, like hell there are. I don't even have a decent weapon right now, let alone a divine artifact. Amidst their heated debate, Lin Mo scanned the swarming alien creatures closing in and the nearby military forces. The soldiers' equipment was generally only effective against ordinary alien creatures. Fortunately, all creatures above Tier 1 had focused their attention on him, allowing the formation to barely hold. In that case, Lin Mo smiled faintly. I'll leave these outer ring ordinary alien creatures to you. It'll spare me and White Tiger from draining our divine power. Got it. Wu Nang, still marveling at the terrifying defense of the light armor, nodded immediately upon hearing this. Watching Lin Mo's retreating figure, Wu Nang's gaze hardened with resolve. With such a precious artifact bestowed upon him, what excuse could he possibly have not to give his absolute all? Attention, all units. With a shout, Wu Nang activated his commander's walkie-talkie, directing troop formations to intercept all the ordinary alien creatures on the outer perimeter. Yet war inevitably brought casualties. No matter how skillfully tactics were employed, the enemy was not human, their combat prowess was formidable. Yet, since the operation began, not a single casualty had been reported on the military side. Roar! The alien creature, veins bulging across its body like a monstrous beast, burst through the wall and yanked a mortar operator from behind. Just as it was about to strike, a black arrow shot toward it. Whoosh! Blood spurted as the alien creature exploded into pieces. On the other side, dozens of ordinary aliens surrounded a small squad of soldiers. Just as the soldiers were about to be torn apart and killed, thunderous explosions erupted, lightning flashing and exploding in all directions. Within seconds, the entire horde of aliens was annihilated. In the distance, Lin Mo looked relaxed. With a black bow strapped to his back and the Thunder Immortal sword in his right hand, he stood atop the White Tiger. While dealing with the surrounding special alien creatures, he also kept an eye on the army. The moment any soldier faced danger, he would intervene immediately. After all, they were here to provide support. He couldn't let them all lose their lives here. Initially, he had only intended to rescue them, but later, he began transporting wounded soldiers directly to Qingfeng residence. White Tiger, charge! Thunderous radiance enveloped the White Tiger, leaving no alien creature capable of blocking its path. Even those transformed by divine power dared not make a move. He charged through the horde, splitting the alien creatures into two groups. After retrieving the wounded soldiers and returning, Lin Mo plunged back into the swarm of alien creatures, continuing his slaughter. White Tiger, charge! White Tiger, retreat! White Tiger, charge! This place felt like Lin Mo's personal backyard. In his spare time, he'd enter the alien hordes to hunt down these reckless creatures. When busy, he'd simply ignore them and focus on rescuing soldiers. Holy crap, this guy's terrifyingly skilled. Does he really need rescue? Wait, this situation feels like the alien swarm is besieging the army, and the boss is acting as backup. Roar! A mutated alien, unable to withstand the pressure, blocked Lin Mo's path as he prepared to rescue the soldiers. Lin Mo, you really think this place is your family's business? Block him! The mutated alien, covered in tentacles, roared furiously, but its vision was instantly blocked by the imposing tiger-like figure. A fierce tiger claw struck out, and the mutated alien's dozen tentacles instantly coiled around it. The White Tiger showed no fear, raising another claw to strike again. You think I fear you? The mutant creature lashed out with its tentacles again. Just as it blocked the strike and let out a cold laugh, a crack suddenly appeared across its chest without warning. The tentacles snapped. The White Tiger's two sharp claws slammed directly into its skull. Thud! The mutant's head hit the ground like a watermelon dropped from a height. This scene stunned the other alien creatures. When Lin Mo came to the rescue, not a single one dared to interfere. Useless! A bunch of useless trash. At the center of the alien tide, several mutated aliens huddled together, unable to retreat or advance, their rage boiling over. Chapter 41, You Are Too Weak. After several rounds, the numbers of ordinary aliens had dwindled significantly. The first-tier creatures, along with the second-tier ones still driven by primal instincts, and the stronger demonized second-tier ones, now began to fear Lin Mo's combat prowess. Though the alien creatures still swarmed the surrounding streets, each one harbored thoughts of retreat. Yet whenever they attempted to fall back, they halted abruptly, as if something even more terrifying lurked behind them. Just hold on a little longer. I refuse to believe that humans' divine power hasn't been exhausted yet. A demonized mutant spoke up. The others nodded in agreement. Without that man's command, they dared not retreat. Recklessly doing so would truly mean certain death. But soon, they discovered something that nearly drove them to despair. Whenever Lin Mo depleted a significant amount of divine power, he would immediately cease his attacks. He would then sit cross-legged atop the white tiger and use their essence crystals to recover. The white tiger's combat prowess was terrifying. Ordinary aberrations couldn't even get close, and even second-tier aberrations couldn't last more than 2 moves. What terrified them most was that the white tiger seemed to know no fatigue, growing fiercer with every clash. The corpses of fallen creatures were piling up, nearly covering the streets. Maybe we should retreat. We truly stand no chance against this man and tiger. Some demonized creatures began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Damn it, if I can't beat them, I can at least avoid them. I'm getting out of Dainan City right now, heading somewhere else. A winged mutant roared, flapping its wings like a locust as it took flight, fleeing into the distance. Damn coward, deserting the battlefield. I'm going to catch this bastard. Another mutant roared in anger and immediately gave chase. The once gathered horde of demon-corrupted creatures quickly scattered like birds from a forest, forming small groups of 2 or 3. These bastards. The remaining mutated creatures, sensing trouble, immediately commanded their ordinary minions to charge forward while preparing their own escape. Damn it, the alien tide seems to be receding. Their numbers are dwindling. They're scared off by the beating? How could such a massive horde of creatures actually be afraid? How is that possible? There were tens of thousands of them. They're fleeing? The boss is amazing. The boss is unstoppable. I'll raise the banner for the boss. Someone actually held back such a terrifying alien tide? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never have believed it. In an instant, countless bullet comments flooded the screen, while Lin Mo's earlier recorded battle against the alien species was reposted by countless users, maintaining its top spot in popularity. Without a doubt, Lin Mo's heroic feat had given many people the confidence to survive. Just as the crowd cheered, believing the invasion had ended with the aggressor's retreat, Lin Mo was having none of it. Come and go as you please? Do you think this is some kind of clubhouse? Lin Mo's expression remained calm, yet the killing intent in his eyes surged like waves. Charge! Roar! White Tiger's bloodthirsty pupils flared, having waited for this command. He charged headlong, trampling the heads of ordinary alien creatures as he sprinted toward the demonic ones at breakneck speed. Hey, look! The boss charged in. He's out for revenge. This is getting intense. Just showing up whenever they please? Who do these abnormals think they are? Kill them. Make them tremble with fear. Witnessing this scene, countless spectators' emotions surged instantly. Don't push your luck. The demonized outsider, lacking any special means of travel and relying solely on its legs, was the first to be caught. It spun around, managing only a single word before its vision was filled with 2 gleaming blades. After barely dodging the strike, it turned to flee once more. Staring down in shock at the inexplicable gash across its chest, it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Beware that white tiger. Its second strike deals damage regardless of whether it connects. One of the mutated creatures realized the danger and cried out in alarm, but in the next instant, it too became a corpse. 1, 2, 3. None of the demon-corrupted creatures caught by the white tiger could escape. Along the way, Lin Mo continuously unleashed thunderous sword blades. Wherever he passed, the screams of the beasts echoed without end. They were mad, they were in agony, they fled. Thrilling. Absolutely thrilling. Slaughter every last one of these monsters. For a moment, some spectators were moved to tears. They had lived in fear for far too long. When encountering the creatures, almost everyone had only ever known flight. When had they ever imagined they could be the ones hunting them down and hunting down such overwhelming numbers? Without a doubt, in that moment, Lin Mo planted hope deep within their hearts. What? You think escaping grants you freedom? Fugitives, I shall personally strip you of your magic and grant you death. Just as the swarm of creatures was about to break free, a voice echoed in their minds. Instantly, their expressions turned pale with shock. They halted and turned their gaze toward a single direction. On the rooftop of that towering building, Chen Liunian stood, his expression inscrutable, seemingly utterly indifferent to the deaths of these alien creatures. In fact, he seemed to be forcing them toward their doom. Lin Mo, kill. The more you slay, the stronger I become. Gazing toward Qingfeng residence, Chen Liunian's eyes seemed to lock with Lin Mo's. Chen Liunian felt the surging demonic energy within him, a faint smile curving his lips. Before Qingfeng residence, Lin Mo halted his pursuit as over a dozen demon-corrupted creatures closed in from all sides. Meanwhile, the white tiger was also trapped by a massive horde of ordinary beasts led by several demon-corrupted ones. Despite slaughtering them swiftly, the path was momentarily blocked by this frenzied mob. Lin Mo, you've gone too far. Don't you understand the principle of leaving a way out? Do you really think we're afraid of you? You're only a second-tier cultivator. Without that tiger and that artifact, you're nothing. Stop wasting breath on him. All out. Extended, grotesque tentacles and blood-red claws. Attacks from over a dozen demonic mutated creatures surged in from all directions. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, sidestepping a tentacle. As a claw lunged at him, he drove his knee upward, snapping the creature's joint before dragging it toward him. Its eyes widened in horror as it watched its own body used as a shield against the attacks of several other creatures. Agonizing pain coursed through its body, and it couldn't help but let out a wail of agony. SSSSH. A sword pierced its heart, extinguishing its life force. Lin Mo kicked the corpse aside, sending it crashing into another alien creature. The tentacled creature barely dodged the corpse when a flash of lightning erupted before its eyes. Lin Mo's figure streaked forward, his blade descending in a swift strike. The creature's pupils contracted as terror erupted in its mind. It had no time to dodge, pierced through its body. Lightning exploded within, reducing it to a charred husk. These demonic creatures, once the leaders of alien species across Great Nan City's districts, now lay scattered like roadside weeds, casually mowed down by Lin Mo. Blood splattered onto his shirt. Shaking the blade, Lin Mo declared, "Trying to separate me from the white tiger was the right idea. Too bad you're all too weak." Chapter 42, want it? Here you go. Inside Qingfeng residence, Wu Nan and the other warriors rescued by Lin Mo watched the scene, utterly speechless. Their reinforcements seemed rather unnecessary now. This Lin Mo was simply too powerful to be human. With Lin Mo here, wouldn't our Great Nan City be as formidable as Mount Tai? If Lin Mo could become the leader, Dawan City would surely be safe. What were those at headquarters thinking? We already have Lin Mo here, yet they insist on parachuting in another leader. An officer with no small rank spoke up, beginning to lament. Wu Neng could only offer a bitter smile. It wasn't that headquarters didn't want him, it was Lin Mo himself who refused the position. Having faced Lin Mo's slaughter before, this group of alien species dared not linger any longer. They fled in droves, desperate to escape. After all, the slow ones would be killed. But just as the alien creatures were fleeing, a thunderous roar seemed to echo in their ears. Lin Mo had just slain two creatures with a single sword strike and was about to pursue when the white tiger beneath him suddenly dilated its pupils and turned to flee backward. Seconds later, a railgun track materialized. Boom! 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 Missile after missile rained down, striking the escape route the alien creatures had taken, sending mushroom clouds of vapor skyward. The screams of the alien creatures filled the air. Under such overwhelming firepower, ordinary aliens were utterly annihilated. Only those of Tier 1 or higher survived. Damn it, these bastards! I'll wipe them out sooner or later. Several demonized aliens crawled out of the craters, covered in dirt and dust. Don't think like that. Look, Lin Mo's been blocked too. This is our chance run. One alien creature, embedded with shrapnel but otherwise unharmed, was overjoyed and about to flee. Did I say you could leave? At that moment, a cold female voice cut through the air. Ahead. A woman clad in red, spear in hand, stood directly in their path. A woman? I don't have time to play with you. Get lost. Kill her and escape quickly. The two demon-corrupted beasts charged at Yun Xian from both sides. But before they could close in, two crimson ribbons formed, instantly coiling around their bodies. The spear thrust through horizontally, flames snapping like severed threads as it cleaved both creatures in two. All units, engage. In the next instant, a squad of heavily armed black-clad soldiers appeared. Wielding special equipment issued by headquarters, they charged into the midst of the severely wounded alien creatures and slaughtered them without mercy. If we're not severely injured, you're nothing but a bunch of puny chickens. Damn them! Run! Spirit explosives were hurled like they were free candy. This divine power surge inflicted even greater damage than missiles, swiftly halting the alien tide. With Yun Xian blocking the front and Lin Mo guarding the rear, the remaining thousands of alien creatures found themselves trapped on the street. Like rats cornered in a street, they scattered toward the ruins on either side. At either end of the street, stepping over the alien hordes, Yunling and Lin Mo exchanged a glance. Damn it, that bastard! He's trying to steal the credit. Damn it, that bastard deserves to die. Inside Qingfeng residence, the soldiers held no high regard for Yun Xian. Seeing her now attempt to steal Lin Mo's glory only fueled their fury, leaving them with not a shred of goodwill toward this commander. Meanwhile, those watching the live feed grew increasingly excited, some even believing this was a coordinated operation between Lin Mo and the Bureau. What commander? She's just a clown stealing credit. But soon, through Chen Liunian's explanation, people quickly realized why Yun Xian hadn't provided backup earlier. She'd been so confident Lin Mo could handle it alone. So that was the reason. I strongly demand that Dainan City replace this person in charge. Exactly. Just let Lin Mo take over. I'm willing to serve as his loyal servant. Countless people began to resent this person in charge. His actions were utterly inhumane. What? Are you after the credit, or the spoils? At the end of the street, Lin Mo's cold gaze fixed on Yun Ling across from him. Yun Xian spoke, her voice carrying across the street, credit means nothing to us. That stuff is useless. As long as I don't betray the human race, everything I'm entitled to will be mine. But with all these crystals and materials here, in your current state, you won't be able to consume it all. Lin Mo stared at her for a long moment before smiling faintly. True enough. In that case, they're yours. Yunling frowned. After uttering those words, Lin Mo didn't linger for even a second. He retreated straight toward Qingfeng residence, leaving the crossroads behind him open. That bastard. Rage boiling within her, Yunling immediately ordered the armed squad to advance. She hadn't expected that with thousands of alien species here, enough yuan crystals and materials to equip an entire squad of second-tier divine power users, Lin Mo would simply walk away without a second thought. You attack me, then expect me to work for you? Think you've got me cornered because my divine power's depleted? Ridiculous, Lin Mo murmured as he stood before Qingfeng residence, watching Yunling bustle about. Though he and the white tiger appeared in good condition now, Yunling was correct, their divine power depletion made them unsuitable for high-intensity combat. Pursuing frightened alien creatures was perfectly manageable. But why bother? When their condition was weakened, at least half the spirit crystals and materials on this street would be taken anyway. The path is clear. Run. Sure enough, the moment Lin Mo retreated and signaled he wouldn't pursue, the alien creatures scattered like cornered rats. They abandoned all caution against the pursuing force, fleeing through every available exit. No matter how hard the armed squad pursued, they couldn't hold back so many. In the end, at least 4/5 of the creatures escaped. What the hell? Why did the boss pull back? Damn it, I saw that damn woman talking earlier. She must have threatened the boss. Damn it, that's stupid. With so many of them getting away, it's us ordinary folks who'll suffer. I'm writing a blood petition to headquarters to get this brain-dead idiot replaced. Witnessing this scene, nearly everyone seethed with rage, wishing they could hang Yun Xian and burn her alive. Releasing such a massive number of alien creatures back into the city meant countless ordinary people would suffer terribly. Sir, what should we do now? The deputy squad leader of the armed unit gritted his teeth as he asked on the street. That Lin Maitai isn't human. Doesn't he understand the consequences of his actions? He's utterly selfish. Yun Xian listened to the voices around him, responding only with a cold, clean up the battlefield and withdraw. This group of alien species should settle down for now. Pursue them. Lin Mo, looks like you've got your own troubles now, Chen Liuyan sneered from the high rise. This battle appeared to be his loss, but in truth, it was not. When the demon-corrupted creatures chosen by the demon god perished, the demonic energy within them did not return to the demon god of the Forbidden Land. Instead, it transferred to the members of the demon god's order. Before this battle, he had never imagined Lin Mo could survive. But if, by someone in 10,000 chance, Lin Mo won, he would only grow stronger. Had he not been uncertain about Lin Mo's current state and the need to assimilate the immense demonic energy, Chen Liuyan would have confronted him immediately. With Chen Liuyan's return to the Forbidden Land and Yun Xian's departure, the battle finally drew to a close. Online, Lin Mo became the undisputed sensation, hailed as humanity's beacon of hope and the guardian deity of Dawan City. Countless voices clamored for him to defend the city. Chapter 43, Call from Headquarters. No need for formalities. Though food supplies are far less than before, we still have enough to ensure everyone gets a meal. Inside Qingfeng residence, after the battle concluded, Lin Mo naturally invited everyone to eat. Upon hearing Lin Mo would provide meals, the warriors were thrilled. During their recent battles against the alien species, their rations had consisted solely of compressed biscuits. They had even begun dreaming of instant noodles. Lin Mo did not disappoint. He brought out self-heating hotpots, homemade dishes, and an endless supply of happy fat guy soda. Thank goodness you stashed so much food in your spirit void ring, boss. Otherwise, all this would have gone to waste. On the rooftop, Hu Dalong mumbled with his mouth full as he bit into a bagged hamburger. Ever since they began preparing for the food exchange, Lin Mo had stocked his spirit void ring with copious supplies. His original plan was to act as a courier, delivering goods door to door for convenience. Little did he expect that before he could make many deliveries, his base had been raided. Numerous transactions had already taken place, with many medicinal herbs stored in the cellar. Honestly, he didn't need that much anymore. Still, after finishing this meal and setting aside enough provisions, Lin Mo planned to let Hu Dalong complete the remaining transactions. After all, this food could save countless lives. As long as it didn't affect his own interests, Lin Mo didn't mind saving more ordinary people. After all, he had once been one of them and knew how difficult that life could be. Wah, this is too good to be true. Getting to eat all this stuff? I'm gonna cry. Hurry up and eat more. Who knows if you'll ever get to taste this again. Hey buddy, why aren't you eating? Doesn't suit your taste? I'll help you finish it. I've got kids and elders at home. I'll save this for them. I'm not hungry. Damn, I just remembered I snuck some compressed biscuits this morning. I can't finish it all. Here, have half. In the vast first floor space, each room held soldiers savoring a long-awaited peace. Some, tasting this food, were overcome with nostalgia for days gone by, tears welling up in their eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was studying the diamond mystic pearl, wondering if its effects had been compromised. Knock knock. The rooftop door rattled as Lin Shanshan arrived with Wu Nang in tow. What's this? Captain Wu isn't hungry? Do officers get special rations? Lin Mo smiled and joked, glancing at Wu Nang. Wu Nang gave a wry smile. If only that were true. I've had my fill of hardtack. He pulled out his phone. Headquarters is video calling. Should I decline it for you? Lin Mo had anticipated this and shook her head. No need. Yun Xian doesn't represent the bureau. Headquarters' intentions are well-meaning. The call connected. Meanwhile, at the Daijing city headquarters, the group of high-ranking elders sat with hearts full of anxiety. The conflict between Lin Mo and Yun Xian was something they hadn't anticipated. Even if Lin Mo refused the call, they had no recourse. It's coming. The call is coming through. At the assistant's excited cry, the group immediately sat up straight, their eyes fixed on the screen at the front. The moment the video call connected, Lin Mo saw over a dozen figures on the other end. Having been leaning against the rooftop railing, he now stood up straight. Wang Qiguang, Director of Equipment at the Divine Affairs Bureau. Huang Tong, Director of the Support Department at the Divine Affairs Bureau. Zhang Limin. These individuals were all figures he had looked up to in his previous life. In his previous life, it was precisely these individuals who had devoted themselves tirelessly, forcibly extending humanity's lifeline by over a decade. Facing such figures, even Lin Mo with his noble lineage and 2 lifetimes of experience could not help but feel profound respect. At the head of the table, an unremarkable-looking middle-aged man caught Lin Mo's attention. Long Guozhu. Lin Mo's expression grew solemn. This man was a divine being of Sequence 4, the heir to the Yellow Emperor, one of the 5 ancient emperors, and also the director of the Divine Affairs Bureau. Lin Mo vividly recalled his words, "For those who serve the nation, the body itself is the sword. Why seek a scabbard?" When multiple demon gods awoke to attack the capital city in his previous life, and overseas divine sequence beings came to seize ancient Chinese artifacts, he single-handedly slew a demon god amidst internal turmoil and external threats. His act terrified millions of enemies beyond the borders, forging a path to survival for China. True to his name, he lived up to the title of Pillar of the Nation. "Hello, I'm Lin Mo." Lin Mo addressed Director Long first. Long Guozhu paused briefly before replying, "Hello, Lin Mo. You are formidable. Have you considered joining our ranks?" Lin Mo shook his head with a smile, declining the offer. "Sorry, I'm more accustomed to working alone." "No problem, no pressure. This time, we mainly hope to discuss matters concerning divine artifacts." "You can forge divine artifacts, correct?" Long Guozhu inquired. The others present were equally curious about this matter, their gazes now fixed on Lin Mo. Under their collective gaze, Lin Mo nodded. "Yes. You really can?" "I knew it. How could ordinary divine beings possess so many divine artifacts? What kind of divine lineage could possibly grant the power to forge divine artifacts at this stage?" At these words, the high-ranking ministers first expressed astonishment and delight, then began to marvel. Long Guozhu's eyes lit up as well. He immediately inquired, "Might we have the opportunity to trade for divine artifacts with you? We'll supply all materials and pay sufficient labor costs. You won't be working for free. As you know, ordinary weapons are nearly useless against second-tier or higher alien species." Lin Mo replied, "No problem." Seeing Lin Mo agree, Long Guozhu breathed a sigh of relief, though his expression turned slightly sheepish. "I wonder how many divine artifacts you could potentially trade. 20 pieces, is that acceptable?" If that's too many, then 15, or even 10 would be fine. Currently, the Bureau has almost no offensive divine artifacts. Long Guozhu spoke, his voice tinged with tension as he clenched his fists. With just 10 offensive divine artifacts, he could immediately assemble the divine sequence, arm the battalions, and launch a sweeping operation against the alien species in surrounding cities. Then, using the capital city as the center, they could advance horizontally. Divine artifacts proved invaluable in combating alien species. Even a divine power user, equipped with a compatible artifact, could temporarily unleash the power of a divine sequence, enabling them to fight opponents of higher tiers. Agreed. As for quantity, 10 is too few. Make it 100. Forget the fees, just provide the materials, Lin Mo nodded. Seeing Lin Mo's nod, Long Guozhu breathed a sigh of relief. 10 would solve our immediate crisis. 100. Suddenly, Long Guozhu and the other ministers present simultaneously widened their eyes. How many? 100 divine artifacts? What an enormous transaction! Oh wait, no payment. What an immense contribution. Damn it, I'm ashamed. This position as Equipment Department Director is yours, Brother Lin. Brother Lin, from now on you're as close as kin to me. Whatever you need, just say the word, my support department will assist with everything we've got. In an instant, the entire conference room erupted in astonished gasps. If 10 divine artifacts could temporarily ease tensions, 100 would swiftly elevate certain divine lineages, propelling China's cutting-edge forces to new heights. This was equipment whose value defied measurement. Chapter 44, Zhaokui in Trouble. 100. Won't that affect your cultivation progress? In the conference room, Long Guozhu felt a bit embarrassed. This did make it seem like they were pressuring the young man. Lin Mo shook his head and smiled. Of course not. Not only would it not hinder him, it would actually accelerate his cultivation. That's good. To be honest, when we learned of your conflict with Yun Xian, we feared you might cease communication with headquarters. It seems we were being overly suspicious. Long Guozhu sighed. Lin Mo replied, when national interests are at stake, personal conflicts should take a back seat. Every citizen bears responsibility for the nation's rise or fall. At these words, every person in the conference room sat up straight. A thunderous applause erupted spontaneously throughout the room. China is fortunate to have you. With young men like you, how could we ever fear not conquering the demon god's forbidden land and restoring peace? All personnel, salute Lin Mo. Led by Long Guozhu, all the ministers saluted solemnly. By the way, regarding the situation in Dainan City, should we assign a new liaison officer? Huang Tong spoke up at this moment. Before today, replacing a leader would have been unthinkable. Every deity tier being was an invaluable combat asset, and their sentiments had to be considered. But now it was different. With the contribution of 100 divine artifacts, Lin Mo's importance was self-evident. Unnecessary. It would be unfair to the other cities, Lin Mo declined. A mere Yunling, as long as she didn't cause trouble, it was fine. But if she dared to challenge authority, Lin Mo wouldn't accept a simple transfer. He would make her understand just how high the heavens were. In that case, we will enforce strict supervision. Rest assured. As for the forging materials for the divine artifacts, please compile a list. We will dispatch a dedicated courier within a day to deliver them without delay. This battle is destined to be a long one. Thank you for your hard work. After Lin Mo hung up, Wu Neng finally relaxed. Every person on the other end was an absolute heavyweight. He dared not disturb them in the slightest. 100 divine artifacts, how long will that take you? Lin Mo pondered for a moment, holding up 2 fingers. 2 months? That fast? Wu Neng's eyes widened. These were divine artifacts. Did forging them really cost nothing? 20 days is plenty, Lin Mo said, handing back the phone and stretching. Let's go. It's getting chilly up here. Let's head down for some hot pot. 20 days? Wu Neng was struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. Forging 100 divine artifacts in 20 days? What terrifying forging prowess. Watching Lin Mo's retreating figure, he began to suspect that Lin Mo wasn't human at all but a true deity. Meanwhile, back in the conference room, the executives remained, awaiting Lin Mo's materials list, the headquarters' highest priority, with no room for delay. By the way, why didn't anyone ask him which deity he inherited from? There's no need to ask. With such terrifying forging prowess, it can only be one of the top 3 in the sequence. There's no other possibility. True. Even Elder Bai, ranked 11th, still can't forge stable divine artifacts. The moment Huang Tong spoke, he knew he'd put his foot in his mouth. Glancing at the frowning white elder beside him, he hastily explained, "Not that you can't, sir. What I meant was..." "Poof. No need for explanations. You're simply outclassed." "I admit I can't forge one now," Old White shot him a glance. Huang Tong gave an awkward chuckle. "How could you say that? You can mass-produce low-tier divine artifacts. That's perfect for equipping a squad of divine power users. Then you could provide divine artifacts for the divine sequence. You two would complement each other perfectly. So you're saying I'd just be his assistant? Damn it, don't twist my words." For a moment, laughter filled the conference room, seeming to dispel some of the gloom. "Alright, the list's here. Let me see. Holy." Huang Tong grabbed the list first and blurted out a curse after reading it. 30 diamond mystic pearls, with the following functions. 10 array-breaking spears, function. 10 demon-slaying blades. 10 sets of demon-subduing armor. 10 radiant divine bows. With materials supplied by headquarters, Lin Mo spared no expense, providing only divine artifacts capable of delivering genuine utility. He even gifted 10 storage spirit rings. "Honestly, I can't handle this. Maybe we should just hand over the support department director position to him?" Bull. If we're giving anyone anything, it should be the equipment department director position. Long Guozhu cleared his throat, observing the 2 men fuming with anger. Enough. Business comes first. Assemble the team. Summon all those in the divine sequence. I'll lead the team personally. We must gather all materials before sunset. At his words, the group regained their seriousness, rising to salute. "Yes, sir." Within Qingfeng residence, the warriors, well fed and content, gathered before Building 7 only after collecting and cleaning up all the trash. Many carried food in their hands, intending to take it home. After all, in this era, such provisions were precious commodities. "Should I handle things with Yun Xian?" Lin Mo addressed Wu Neng. After all, Wu Neng had come to support him this time, and it was obvious he'd disobeyed orders. That bastard Yun Xian wouldn't have let him come to help willingly. Wu Neng replied, "No need. Headquarters is handling it. We won't have any issues. Thanks. Should you ever need help, I'll be there," Lin Mo replied with a smile. Wu Neng immediately scowled. "Couldn't you say something nicer? It'd be better if you never needed me. Let's go." Saluting, Wu Nang led his team away, returning to their base. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Mo turned and headed back to Qingfeng residence. Boss, what about our steel base now? Hu Daolong approached the moment he entered. Lin Mo glanced around. After his earlier strike, the apartment building was in shambles. The main entrance had been blown open, revealing a gaping hole, and most of the metal panels covering the building had been torn off. No idea where Zhao Kuai is now. Not sure if we can find anyone to fix this, Lin Mo mused before dialing Zhao Kuai's number. Specialized skills were needed for such a large building, he certainly couldn't fortify it on his own. But after several consecutive calls, none went through. Did something happen? Lin Mo frowned. Just as Lin Mo was about to dial one last time, the call finally connected. Zhao Kuai, where are you? Are you my dad's friend? Dad, he's dying. A young girl's strained voice came through the phone. Zhao Kuai's daughter? Lin Mo's brow furrowed deeply. After confirming her location and instructing the girl to stay safe, he immediately left White Tiger behind and drove straight there. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Dainan City, Zhao Kuai and a group of ordinary people were fleeing for their lives, pursued by a horde of alien creatures. Chapter 45, Are humans easier to fool than mutants? The outskirts of Dainan City. This area seemed to have a lower population density to begin with, so the number of mutated creatures was also relatively small. Following the map's navigation, Lin Mo arrived at the location the little girl had mentioned. It was an abandoned office building. Inside the building now, several ordinary people armed with guns reclined in armchairs, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds as they swayed back and forth. Have you heard? Apparently, some incredible figure has emerged in downtown Dainan City. Yeah, heard about it. One guy took on over 10,000 monsters in one? Sounds kinda fishy. Who cares? Have those guys come back yet? Not yet. It's just grabbing some gold. They can't even pull off such a simple job? Total losers. Hey, Zheng Tiger, you got that sweet young wife over there? Lend her to me for a bit, said a man with a sharp nose and monkey-like features, glancing at the burly, dark-skinned guy beside him. Zheng Tiger glanced at him and chuckled, Don't you have a pretty schoolgirl over there? Want to swap? Sure thing. Let's go upstairs. Wait, someone's coming. Suddenly, another man growled lowly, raising his gun toward the doorway. Everyone immediately went on high alert. Zheng Tiger narrowed his eyes and saw a young man walking in through the doorway, a white cat perched on his shoulder. For some reason, he felt like he'd seen this young man's face somewhere before. Hey, what are you doing here? Come join us? Zheng Tiger barked. Before the youth could respond, several people heard the distant growls of the alien creatures. The monsters are coming. Grab your weapons. In this remote wilderness? They're just ordinary monsters. What's there to fear? Within sight, several alien creatures lunged toward them from the distance. The group startled at first, then immediately hoisted their heavy weapons. These were the valuable tools they relied on to defend this building. They could still handle ordinary alien creatures. Aiming directly at the doorway and paying no heed to Lin Mo, Zheng Tiger pulled the trigger. Streaks of fire swept outward in a sweeping arc. In their vision, the young man vanished abruptly. Before they could react, the alien creatures outside had already burst through the door. Grey horns, combat-type aliens. The bullets struck its body like rubber bullets, bouncing off harmlessly without inflicting any damage. Damn it! It's a combat mutant, a high tier 1. Run! Why isn't the boss back yet? We're done for. Witnessing this, the group's faces drained of color. Without hesitation, they dropped their guns and fled. Following me, huh? Your intelligence is on par with an elementary schooler. A voice rang out beside him. Zheng Tiger spun around in shock to find the young man had appeared beside them unnoticed, now standing directly in front of the swarm of mutants. Holy! The heavens have eyes. They sent a idiot as bait. Run! Just as they were about to flee in sheer excitement, a razor-sharp sword shot from its sheath, piercing straight through the combat mutant's forehead. Blood spattered everywhere. Roar! The combat mutant let out a wail of agony. The sword was withdrawn, and the corpse collapsed straight to the ground. Dead? Seeing this, the group trembled in disbelief. The remaining abnormals, witnessing this, scattered without hesitation, preparing to flee. The white tiger in its white cat form leapt forward, its body swelling in midair to nearly the height of the floor. Under the stunned gazes of the others, a single swipe of its claw flashed with a white blade light, cleanly severing the remaining abnormals at the waist. Lin Mo retrieved a second-tier spirit crystal and a gray crystal from the corpse of the combat mutant, along with several other ungraded spirit crystals, tossing them into his spirit void ring. Turning to face the others, Lin Mo asked, Are you the survivors here? The others remained frozen in disbelief. The colossal alien creature immune to bullets had been disposed of so easily? Then there was that white tiger, enormous in stature, its fierce eyes now glaring at them like the demon king of hell. A mountainous pressure descended upon them, sending shivers down their spines. It's him. Zheng Tiger snapped out of it. This was the divine man and divine tiger who had single-handedly fought against tens of thousands of alien creatures. The thought that they had fired at him moments ago made his knees buckle and he fell to his knees. We're survivors from this place. We fired at you in desperation earlier. Please forgive us. Seeing this, the others knelt as well, their faces pale with terror, sweat pouring down like rain, terrified that the tiger might tear them apart in a fit of anger. Lin Mo, of course, wasn't about to hold such a trivial matter against a few ordinary people. He promptly asked, "Is there a man here named Zhao Qua?" Zhao Qua? Zhang Tiger shuddered violently, then forced a laugh. "Don't know him. Just us few in this building." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Mo's eyes instantly turned cold. He stepped forward, grabbed Zhang Tiger by the throat, and tightened his grip. Zhang Tiger instantly felt suffocation, gasping for air as his feet dangled helplessly in the air. We really don't know any Zhao Qua. Our boss is a divine power user from the bureau. You can ask him if you don't believe me." Seeing Zhang Laohu on the verge of death, the other man urgently interjected. Joking aside, they knew Zhao Qua perfectly well. They'd been stealing their food from that man these past few days. This big shot clearly had connections with him, otherwise he wouldn't have come here. If he found out what they'd done, they'd be dead meat. "Is that so?" Lin Mo said, releasing his grip. Zhang Tiger immediately crashed to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing violently. A wave of relief washed over him. Zhang Tiger glanced at the man who'd spoken and thought, "Well played. As long as we fooled him for now, the boss will handle the rest." Just as the others breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they'd fooled Lin Mo, a flash of sword light sliced through the air. Before the man who'd spoken could react, his arm severed cleanly, dropping to the floor. The next instant, a blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, echoed through the building. "Did you think I'd be easier to intimidate than that mutant?" Lin Mo crouched down, staring at the man. "I saved your lives. It's only fair I take them back, right?" The remaining men trembled violently, each one pale as death. "Now, take me there," Lin Mo said, sheathing his sword as the white tiger settled back onto his shoulder. He turned his gaze to Zhang Laohu. Zhang Tiger trembled violently, scrambling to his feet. Yes. At that, they dared not utter another word. Any further delay, and this youth truly would kill. At that moment, on the fourth floor, inside large pet cages were elderly people, women, and children. In the farthest cage, a girl in a pink dress, shivering cold, curled up in the corner, crying out for her father. Chapter 46, The Bait. Upon reaching the fourth floor, Lin Mo saw dozens of pairs of eyes fixed on him from within the cages. A woman, completely naked, her pale skin covered in scars, exhaling a faint, weak breath. An elderly man, who hadn't eaten in days. Children, huddled together, their bodies still damp from being doused with cold water. This isn't our doing. It was all our boss it was all that bastard Zhang Zun's idea. Yeah, he joined the Bureau for gold and quotas to eliminate the alien species. He just wanted to use ordinary people as bait. These people are his hostages. He forced their husbands, sons, and fathers to voluntarily lure the alien species and fight them. If they refused, he tortured the hostages right in front of them. At that moment, Zhang Tiger and his men knelt without hesitation, their heads pounding against the ground, blood flowing freely. Yet they dared not stop. The Bureau. "Yun Xian, you've certainly trained a fine bunch of soldiers," Lin Mo said coldly, opening the cage at the front and helping the old man inside to his feet. Here, Lin Mo offered a biscuit, but the old man did not take it. Instead, he trembled and said, "I'm useless. I couldn't bring myself to die, and now I've brought disaster upon my son." He repeated this phrase over and over. "His son died yesterday at the hands of the alien species," a man hurriedly interjected. "That bastard Zhang Zun planned to use him as bait, which is why he spared him." The others hurriedly opened the remaining cages. "Ah!" Shrill screams erupted from the women's throats, piercingly wretched. It was hard to imagine what torments they had endured to react with such agony at the sight of Zhang Tiger and his men. "Enough!" Lin Mo barked. The group froze instantly, dropping to their knees and holding their breath. Glancing at the group, Lin Mo pulled out his phone and dialed Zhao Qua's number. No answer. He tried again. No answer. But Lin Mo's gaze had already shifted to the last, unlit cage. There, a faint light appeared. How does she still have a phone? Didn't they search her? Someone realized, their voice hollow with shock. The next moment, he trembled violently, his head bowed low, terrified death might strike at any second. Lin Mo ignored him, striding swiftly to the cage and slicing through the lock with a single stroke of her sword. Are you Daddy's friend? The little girl whispered, tears welling in her eyes as she hugged her knees. The light seeped through the holes in her worn-out shoes. I'm here. Don't be afraid, Lin Mo said, lifting the little girl into his arms. He's not dead, is he? He shouldn't be. It's all my fault. I'm the one who held Dad back. It's not your fault. Can you save my dad? Yeah. Can I cry? Dad said I can't cry, or they'll beat me. Lin Mo remained silent, then nodded. The next moment, the girl could hold back no longer and burst into loud sobs. Holding the girl in one arm, Lin Mo dialed Wu Nang's number, instructing him to come rescue the people here. He then turned his gaze to the kneeling figures, his eyes blazing with undisguised murderous intent. Take me to that so-called boss. Yes, yes. Suburb, outer street, inside a factory building. Zhang Zun was collecting one yuan crystal after another, a smile on his face. The boss is truly unmatched. First, he lured these useless fools into the factory, then unleashed his divine laser barrage. Unstoppable. Though this time, the casualties were a bit high. Should we go kidnap more hostages? Better to grab more young couples. They're more useful. You idiot. Which is more useful, the husband or the wife? Amidst their jubilant laughter, in the farthest corner of the factory, Zhao and several young men lay sideways, their bodies covered in wounds. When will this hell end? I want to escape. Those freaks are terrifying, one burly man trembled. Your wife is still in their hands. Hearing the voice beside him, the man wept even harder. His gentle, kind wife, what kind of abuse must she be enduring at the hands of these scum? Overhearing their whispers, Zhang Zun merely smiled. Rest assured, I value my word above all else. Once each of you has served as bait 5 times, I'll release you to reunite with your families. Seeing the group grit their teeth, seemingly resolved to endure, Zhang Zun sneered inwardly. Once you've served your 5 turns, I'll send you straight to hell to reunite with your families. Using living bait like this? There was no way he'd let these men expose that secret. I can't take it anymore. I'm escaping. I refuse to face those monstrosities again. A young man, his face twisted in terror, leapt to his feet and bolted toward the door. Childish, Zhang Zun sneered coldly. Does this fool really think he can escape? Too naive. The boss is right here. Amidst the group's laughter, Zhang Zun caught the fleeing youth in mere seconds. A bullet struck the youth's arm. Zhang Zun laughed. Why bother? I feed you, take care of your family, why leave? Bang. Another shot rang out, the youth's agonized screams piercing the air. Zhang Zun turned to the others and said, I'm a reasonable man. Since he doesn't want to stay here. Li Air. Got it. The henchman behind him lifted a steel plate, grinning as he raised it to smash the youth's skull. Just then, Zhao interjected, hold off. He can still run. He'll make good bait. Zhang Zun turned to glare at him. Do I need your advice on how to run my business? He raised his gun, aiming it at Zhao. Just as Zhang Zun was about to pull the trigger. Bang! The next moment, the factory door burst open as Lin Mo strode inside. At a glance, Lin Mo spotted his target. Who are you? What are you doing here? Zhang Zun frowned, firing several shots at Lin Mo. But Lin Mo merely swayed his body and dodged them. A god-powered being? So we're kindred spirits, Zhang Zun chuckled. I'm not the same kind of scum like you, Lin Mo said, striding deeper into the factory. Zhang Zun's expression turned icy. You're asking for death. Just as he moved to strike, a chill ran through his body. A flash of sword light sliced through the air, severing his arm clean off. Agonizing pain surged through him. Wailing, he raised his other hand, a weapon coalescing in his palm as he snarled, I'll kill you. Swish. Another flash of sword light, and his other arm was severed. Ah! A piercing scream erupted. No need to be so impatient. If you're so fond of fighting and killing, why not take it out on the alien creatures? Lin Mo said calmly. All around, Zhang Zun's henchmen fell silent, frozen in shock and terror. Before they could comprehend what had happened, their leader had been effortlessly dispatched by the man before them. Roar! The next moment, roars of alien creatures echoed from outside the factory, intermingled with the wails of human victims. It's Zhang Tiger. How did they end up here? No! They've drawn the alien creatures here. Outside the factory, a blood-soaked Zhang Tiger and another man burst in, terror etched on their faces. Behind them, dozens of alien creatures surged through the entrance. They loved bait, so Lin Mo had used them as bait. Chapter 47, You only know you're going to die. Boss, save us. Zhang Tiger and the other man wailed as they fled. After being thrown into the alien horde by Lin Mo, they could only flee this way. Along the way, 3 or 4 others had already died, leaving only the 2 of them clinging to life. Inside the factory building, Zhang Zun was frozen stiff with terror, utterly unable to comprehend the situation unfolding before him. They had just taken down dozens of alien creatures. Their assessment goal was almost complete. They could have exchanged for special equipment to boost their strength. Why had things suddenly turned out like this? Roar! 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 The alien creature's snarling roars at his ears snapped the divine strength user out of his pain-induced stupor. No, I can't die here. I have to escape. All trace of Zhang Zun's former pride vanished. Like a rat in an underground tunnel, he charged toward the factory's rear door, his entire body trembling. That youth was terrifying. With just 2 sword strikes, he'd been utterly helpless. This level of power, it had to be someone like Yunling, the leader overseeing all divine power users in the entire great southern city. Divine sequence? The terrifying thought flashed through Zhang Zun's mind, but he had no time to ponder how he'd offended this man. For directly opposite him, Lin Mo had stepped forward, blocking the exit. With a thud, Zhang Zun fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Senior, esteemed senior, I don't know when I've offended you. Please, give me a chance. All these spirit crystals are yours. Whatever else you desire, I'll fulfill it even if it means sacrificing my life. To the side, Zhaoque and the others stared in stunned silence. I knew he was powerful, but this powerful? Zhaoque froze in place, then exhaled in relief. Lin Emo looked at Zhang Zun before him and smiled faintly. Rest assured. I am not one to kill indiscriminately. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Zun's expression shifted from solemn to joyful. Then, Lin Emo grabbed him by the collar and hurled him toward the direction where the alien creatures were surging. The sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed him, and all Zhang Zun could hear was, "Kill these alien creatures, and I'll spare you." The next moment, Zhang Zun's body slammed into the front of Zhang Laohu and the other man. The three collided violently, each crashing to the ground. Roar! The first combat mutant lunged forward, sinking its jaws into Zhang Tiger's neck. His entire body convulsed, and a piercing scream erupted. The remaining man scrambled frantically to escape, but the mutant swiftly caught up. Help! Help me! Save me! Zhang Zun, both arms severed, was now so terrified he wet himself, screaming frantically for rescue. A dozen combat mutants swarmed him, savagely tearing at his flesh. Just then, a second-tier combat mutant outside the factory building caught the scent of a divine power user. As Zhang Zun wailed in despair, the horde abruptly halted. A colossal creature approached, clutching him under its arm as if carrying him away. The remaining creatures then pounced on the group led by Zhang Zun. No matter how desperately the group pleaded for help, Zhang Zun could only feel fortunate to have escaped death. He'd heard that the creatures selected suitable divine power users for either demonic transformation or sacrifice. If luck favored him, perhaps he wouldn't have to die. But the next moment, Lin Mo's figure reappeared before his eyes. Run! Run now! Zhang Zun's pupils contracted as he struggled and roared, desperately urging the alien creature to flee faster, to avoid confronting this terrifying being. The alien creature, sensing the danger emanating from Lin Mo, immediately ordered the others to provide cover while it fled the factory building. Upon seeing the sunlight outside, Zhang Zun painfully turned his head toward the factory building. Only after confirming Lin Mo hadn't followed did he breathe a sigh of relief. He survived. He had survived. For the rest of his life, Zhang Zun would never dare plan anything involving bait again. He was utterly terrified. From now on, as long as he could survive, he would quietly hide in a corner and scrape by. Before he could fully grasp the likelihood that he'd been sacrificed, a thunderous tiger's roar suddenly echoed in his ears. A tiger? There were tigers here? Zhang Zun was just beginning to wonder. SSSSH. A long sword suddenly sliced past his face, piercing clean through the chest of the alien creature. The blood, a strange color, splattered directly across his face. He fell flat on the ground, and once again he saw that figure that filled him with utter terror. I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I'll never dare do this again. Please spare me. Kneeling and kowtowing, Zhang Zun wept uncontrollably, unable to muster even a shred of resistance. Lin Mo looked at him. They begged for mercy too. Did you spare them? You didn't. Please, I truly know I've done wrong. No. You only know you're about to die. Zhang Zun's pupils dilated as he tried to step back. A flash of purple lightning-colored swordlight sliced through the air. The head rolled to the ground. Lin Mo sheathed his sword and retreated. Inside the factory building at that moment, all of Zhang Zun's accomplices had been dealt with, and the white tiger had also disposed of the mutant creatures. Does this mean we're saved? Thank goodness. They're all dead. We won't have to be bait anymore. The group of burly young men, overwhelmed by the thought of escaping that hellish existence, found themselves choked with emotion. Zhaoque, however, kept his eyes fixed on the factory entrance, a look of concern on his face. Lin Mo's strength was undeniable, but that giant mutant didn't look like someone to mess with either. Fortunately, within a minute, that familiar figure reappeared. Are you okay? Lin Mo looked at Zhaoque. Zhaoque paused, feeling a sense of déjà vu in this situation. Whenever this young man was nearby, he always radiated a reassuring sense of security. I'm fine. Sorry to make you worry, Zhaoque replied with a wry smile before asking why Lin Mo had come. Lin Mo replied as usual, your daughter is settled. No need to worry. Benefactor, our family. A burly man spoke up immediately upon hearing this, but quickly fell silent. Lin Mo glanced at him. Troops will soon arrive to escort them into the security zone. You may accompany them. That's wonderful, so very wonderful. Tears streamed down the burly man's face as he spoke. The others were overjoyed as well, nearly prostrating themselves to express their gratitude. After ensuring all were properly settled and escorted to the security zone by Wu Nang's deputy, Lin Mo finally returned to Qingfeng residence with Zhaoque and his daughter. By the way, what about that little girl? Lin Mo suddenly asked. Zhaoque froze for a moment before scratching his head. How should I put it, she vanished right before my eyes. Vanished? Lin Mo frowned. Had some deity chosen her? Inside Qingfeng residence, Zhao Kuo immediately began preparations to repair the steel building. Fortunately, the equipment hadn't been moved far that day, and the materials were still on the way, they just needed to be transported. As for manpower, he witnessed the sheer terror of Lin Mo. Originally, that group of people refused to leave their hiding place no matter what, not even when promised meals. But the moment Lin Mo's name was mentioned, the moment Qingfeng residence was mentioned, they agreed immediately. After all, this was the residence of the legendary figure who fought 10,000 alone. Where could be safer than this? That very night, Lin Mo received a call. The divine artifact materials promised by headquarters were on their way. 2 deity-level figures from headquarters arrived alongside them. Chapter 48, A Beauty Trap? That night, Lin Mo and Lin Shanshan sat together on the rooftop. Brother, which 2 divine sequence members from headquarters are coming? Lin Shanshan turned her head to look at Lin Mo, blinking as she asked. Lin Mo replied, "Are you interested in that?" Lin Shanshan pouted. Headquarters has been recruiting you all this time, right? What if they send one of those fair-skinned, stunningly beautiful, long-legged older women to use a beauty trap on you? Lin Mo chuckled, flicking her forehead playfully. What's your little brain thinking? They'd have to find someone based on your standards for that to work. Blinking, Lin Shanshan stared at Lin Mo's profile. Ever since their father passed away, she had stayed by Lin Mo's side, walking alongside him for over 8 years. Brother. I feel. Before she could finish, a blinding light erupted from the distance. Lin Mo could distinctly feel a surging divine power sweeping across the street. The source of that power was precisely. Lin Mo squinted into the distance, where several armed helicopters were approaching. Let's go. Our guests have arrived. He reached out to take Lin Shanshan's hand, and the two headed downstairs. Lin Shanshan pouted, saying nothing. Downstairs, as soon as Lin Mo descended, he heard the sound of an argument echoing from afar. How many times have I told you? Don't be so flashy. Not only is it a waste of divine power, but if we attract the attention of the alien species, it's dangerous. Oh, Yang Juzi, you're always like this. I'm really fed up. If any alien species show up, I'll definitely handle them. What's there to be afraid of? You promised before we left no starting trouble. Keep this up, and you're not coming on future missions. Yang Juzi, are you annoying or what? Fine, I won't do it again next time. A group approached from the distance. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow at the girl with the high ponytail leading the way and the slightly plump man beside her. Is it them? He recognized them instantly. Muing, captain of the 3rd Divine Squad in his previous life, and her deputy, Yang Ju. It's Lin Mo. Spotting him from afar, Muing gasped with delight and immediately ran over, her high ponytail bouncing with each step. Lin Mo. I want to marry you. Muing exclaimed excitedly the moment they met. Lin Shanshan? Yang Ju? Everyone else present? In an instant, the gazes of the divine power users on Wudong Mountain turned hostile toward Lin Mo. What the hell? They'd thought this little princess just wanted to take a stroll down the mountain, but now she's giving herself away? If this actually happened, wouldn't they get smacked to death by the old grandmaster when they returned? Lin Mo rolled her eyes. I refuse. You don't know who I am, do you? I'm the next grandmaster of Wudong Mountain, the heir to the true martial emperor, known as the big sister of the Bureau Muing. Muing spoke, expecting to see astonishment in Lin Mo's eyes. But she was disappointed. Lin Mo merely responded with a flat O. Seeing his utterly unruffled reaction, Muing gritted her teeth, about to speak again. Alright, let's get down to business. Yang Ju tugged at Mu Ying's sleeve from behind. This lady won't be silenced. My father said I must marry a hero, one with unmatched combat prowess, capable of saving all living beings, and unafraid of power clouding his vision. Muing declared, pointing at Lin Mo. You fought tens of thousands of alien creatures, contributed 100 divine artifacts, and refused headquarters authority. You're perfect. Marry me. With that, Muing lifted her chin and gave her chest a proud shake. At that moment, Lin Mo could clearly sense that every single person from Wudong Mountain was glaring at him as if they wanted to devour him whole. Hold on, you know you're the face of Wudong Mountain, right? Who pitches themselves like this? It's utterly unbecoming. Disgraceful. Utterly disgraceful. Our sect's reputation is ruined. The elite disciples of Wudong Mountain now wanted nothing more than to beat Lin Mo to death and drag Muing back. It felt as though the weight and prestige of the name Wudong Mountain had vanished into thin air in that instant. So, Muing paid them no mind, her excitement undimmed as she pressed on. It must be said, Mu Ying's beauty was truly top tier. She possessed an air of superiority and an otherworldly intellectual grace. As long as she remained silent, she was a beauty of the highest order. But Lin Mo glanced at Lin Shanshan's figure, so short she couldn't even see her own toes when she looked down, and thought to himself, too bad. You're still a bit lacking. Hey! What do you mean by that? I saw everything. Are you looking down on this lady? Muing flared up instantly. Lin Shanshan, who had been wary of Muing, suspecting this was headquarters beauty trap, caught Lin Mo's gaze and flashed a haughty smile. Just as a scene was about to erupt, Yang Ju quickly pulled Muing back. Brother Lin Mo, we've brought all the materials you requested. Headquarters has also instructed us to assist with renovating and guarding your base during your forging period, including looking after your friends. Yang Ju appeared noticeably more composed. With a wave of his hand, the robed man behind him carried all the items inside. However, as they passed Lin Mo, he distinctly felt a chill run down his neck. Then we'll be taking you up on that, Yang Ju said once everything was inside, preparing to follow. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. You'll be staying here too? Yang Ju nodded. Naturally. How else would we guard this place? But rest assured, we won't disturb you, nor will we probe your forging secrets. Lin Mo wasn't worried about that, but he glanced at Muing and then at Lin Shanshan. He couldn't shake the feeling that having the two of them stay together was somehow inappropriate. Still, it did offer a measure of reassurance. Late at night, after settling them in and giving Lin Shanshan a few instructions, Lin Mo headed up to the top floor room. Most of the room was filled with materials. This time, Lin Mo began forging immediately. After this forging session, he would complete the assessment, obtain the blueprint for a top-tier artifact, and unlock the third hall. With his prior forging experience, the process proceeded smoothly overall. Within 10 days, Lin Mo had already completed half of it. After handing this batch of divine artifacts to Yang Ju to deliver back to headquarters, Lin Mo plunged back into forging. Forging, eating. Fortunately, Lin Mo's constitution far surpassed that of ordinary people. After his consciousness sank into the inheritance space, he could quickly recover his state. Otherwise, how could he possibly withstand such exhaustion? During this period of Lin Mo's forging immersion, the situation in Huaxia underwent equally monumental shifts. First, 2 cities fell completely, becoming forbidden zones of demonic gods where the living would die upon entering. Second, several organizations founded by members of the divine sequence emerged, establishing themselves as local warlords. The headquarters tacitly approved and even provided assistance. Simultaneously, numerous core artifacts of divine lineages surfaced, igniting fierce battles as the Central Bureau, rogue factions, and demon god lineages all vied for control. In contrast, the situation in the great southern city had calmed. Yun Xian remained confined to the human survival zone, while Chen Liunian had ventured deep into the Forbidden Lands and had not been seen since. On the very day Lin Mo was about to complete his forging exactly 1 month after the demon god's revival, the demon god forbidden zones across all of Huaxia began expanding to varying degrees. Within Great Nan City, the Dragon Palace Forbidden Zone expanded over twofold, while vast numbers of combat-oriented alien species surged forth. Chapter 49, 10,000 Arrays Descend. Thud. With the final hammer strike, Lin Mo completed the forging of his 100th divine artifact. Without hesitation, Lin Mo's consciousness plunged into the inheritance space. At that moment, in the second hall, the remnants of the mountain of weapons still remained. But the 2 ancient texts that had floated at its center were gone, replaced by 3 craftsmen bearing Lin Mo's likeness. Positioned at the mountain's 3 corners, each guarded one of the forging stations. What is this? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. Just then, an ancient voice echoed within his mind. 10,000 years ago, I became deeply immersed in the art of forging. Later, finding it monotonous, I devised the one chi transforms 3 bodies forging technique. After hearing the explanation, Lin Mo was utterly stunned. What an unearthly ability! In essence, it meant Lin Mo's consciousness had been split into 3 parts, allowing him to forge simultaneously within this space. What once took enough time to forge a single divine artifact now sufficed for 3. At this rate, I'll become a divine artifact wholesaler. Lin Mo sighed aloud. At this rate, another 20 days would be enough to forge 300 divine artifacts, a truly terrifying prospect. The only drawback was that starting from high-grade divine artifacts, the forging materials became extremely rare. 10,000-year blood dragonstone, demon god's claw, immortal phoenix feather. These were all top-tier materials that only appeared in the mid to late stages of the demon god era. With Lin Mo's current capabilities, obtaining them would be extremely difficult. Still, it was enough. Among the high-grade divine artifacts, several could still be forged. Thunder Punishment Sword. The superior artifact version of the Thunder Immortal Sword, its blade effortlessly cuts through magic power while granting its wielder the divine power to command thunder. It also possesses terrifying energy-amplifying capabilities. Most crucially, this sword also possesses the effect of summoning the true god of the Thunder Department. Indeed, based on the materials used in its forging, it would briefly manifest the presence of a deity. Though its power level would depend on the wielder, it was still a deity possessing might far beyond what ordinary tiers could measure. Find a way to forge the Thunder Punishment Sword first. It will be my greatest trump card in the short term. After recording the required forging materials, Lin Mo descended the mountain and headed toward the 3rd hall. Though he called it descending, by the time Lin Mo reached the mountainside, the surrounding scenery began to fade. The outline of a palace gradually materialized before his eyes. After exiting the true 2nd hall, a tranquil path led to a hall that seemed both ethereal and tangible. 10,000 arrays descend. Under the shroud of an eerie and profound array, 3 deep, ominous characters appeared on the door plaque. The instant he saw these characters, Lin Mo felt as though he had stepped into a void, surrounded by arrays appearing in all directions. 10 arrays in total, each radiating a distinct divine power attribute. Entrance assessment: defeat 10 foundational arrays. Before Lin Mo could process the voice echoing in his mind, a bolt of thunder erupted from the 9-pointed star formation on one side, striking him squarely in the head. Boom! Intense pain surged through his mind, snapping Lin Mo back to consciousness. He felt utterly miserable. What just happened? My consciousness got knocked out. Did I fail the test, or is there something wrong with the inheritance? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Lin Mo's consciousness plunged back into the inheritance space. This time, the entry was smooth, no signs of any issues with the inheritance itself. Relieved, Lin Mo returned to the entrance of the 3rd hall. This time, his focus was razor sharp. The Thunder Immortal Sword materialized in his hand, and the spirit of the White Tiger appeared at his side. This was his consciousness space. As vassals to the 1st hall, the divine artifact and divine beast could naturally accompany him here. Master, the formations here cannot be overcome by force alone. Only cunning will prevail, the White Tiger spoke. Only within this space could they communicate normally. Lin Mo nodded. He had noticed it too, a single bolt of thunder could obliterate him. Its power was not to be underestimated. Boom! The thunder array manifested once more. Yet the instant that bolt of lightning appeared, Lin Mo, already prepared, charged headlong toward another array. The thunderbolts rained down relentlessly like a raging flood, striking the array's focal point. In the next instant, the formation collapsed. It worked! A surge of joy filled Lin Mo's heart as he prepared to repeat the tactic. But the next moment, flashes of blades and swords appeared before his eyes, and his consciousness snapped back. Dead before I even reacted? Refusing to believe it, Lin Mo returned to the 3rd hall. This time, the 10 formations remained unchanged, indicating he must defeat them all at once. Thunder struck once more, but fortunately, the sequence of the formations' attacks remained unchanged. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the formations, and he immediately charged toward the direction representing the sword formation. The sword formation shattered. The next instant, flames erupted from beneath his feet. His entire body felt as though it were being consumed by fire, and Lin Mo's consciousness snapped back. The physical agony hadn't yet subsided, but Lin Mo gritted his teeth. Keep going. The sword formation destroyed. Lin Mo located the flame formation's core and shattered it with the Thunder Immortal Sword. Ice descended, freezing Lin Mo solid. After destroying the sword formation, Lin Mo targeted the flame formation's core first. He dodged the icy blast, redirecting it toward the earth formation. The next instant, Lin Mo was petrified. Through repeated deaths, Lin Mo repeatedly relied on his prior experience to counter the formations. During this process, he gained deeper understanding of the array's operational patterns, weaknesses, and focal points. With his consciousness nearing collapse, Lin Mo made his final attempt of the day. He had smoothly overcome the first 8 formations. White Tiger, block that array that summons beasts. Leaving the White Tiger to face one array alone, Lin Mo stepped into the illusionary formation. Everything before his eyes began to blur. Here, Lin Mo was just an ordinary person, living a simple and mundane life, going to school, working, getting married, having children. Roar! Just as Lin Mo was about to sink into oblivion, the White Tiger's voice echoed in his mind. Lin Mo's gaze instantly turned icy within the formation. The array before him shattered without resistance. In the next instant, he spun around and hurled the Thunder Immortal Sword, piercing directly through the core of the summoning formation. Congratulations on passing the trial. You may now enter the Hall of 10,000 Arrays. As the ancient voice echoed, everything before Lin Mo vanished. Now he stood amidst a sea of stars, enveloped by countless points of starlight. Lin Mo reached out toward a nearby brilliant star point. A surge of information flowed into his mind like a warm current. Thunder Summoning Array. Those entering this array will be struck by thunderbolts every 5 breaths. The intensity of the thunderbolts corresponds to the array master's cultivation level. Following this was an array diagram. After reading the description, Lin Mo's breathing quickened. Another ability with mind-blowing effects. It was crucial to understand that once these arrays were formed, as long as the array's core remained intact and divine energy was replenished, they could be used indefinitely. Whether for strategic defense or sweeping away hordes of alien creatures, their utility was immense. Eventually, he could even become an array master and sell his formations. However, Lin Mo glanced over and noticed only 10 points of starlight were illuminated. It seemed he could currently only use these 10 formations, which felt rather limited in effect. Those who enter my hall to inherit the legacy must master 3 or more formations within 10 days. Failure to do so means failure in the trial and death. Chapter 50, Divine Realm. This is the final batch. Take them away. Lin Mo. returning from the inheritance space, handed the forged divine weapon to Yang Ju. Yang Ju's expression betrayed a hint of excitement. Thank you. With your divine weapon's reinforcement, headquarters has reaped considerable benefits. Lin Mo nodded. That's good to hear. In that case, we shan't keep you any longer. Yang Ju began, about to depart, when Muing shot him a meaningful glance. Yang Ju frowned at first, then adopted a resigned expression as he looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked surprised. Ahem, brother Lin. You're an expert in divine weapon forging. You must know about life-bound artifacts, right? Yang Ju inquired. Lin Mo nodded. A deity's life-bound artifact could maximally enhance their abilities within the divine hierarchy or aid a divine power user in passing trials to ascend to godhood. In some cases, they function as a deity's exclusive weapon. For instance, a certain divine artifact of the Thunder Department can only be activated by the power of the Thunder God. Any other divine power that touches it will cause a divine power resonance. Actually, during your forging period, a divine artifact emerged in the outskirts of Great Nan City, and it has already produced a divine being. Oh, Lin Mo feigned surprise, though he actually knew something about that artifact. In his previous life, even though he had left Dainan City within the first month, he had kept tabs on the news. He knew that a soul-summoning tablet, the personal artifact of one of the 10 kings of the underworld, had appeared within the city. The divine power user who obtained the soul-summoning tablet soon ascended into the divine sequence, though they did not join the bureau. This meant the current Yama's divine sequence remained unconfirmed. Obtaining the soul-summoning tablet guaranteed the emergence of a new divine being. Has headquarters made any moves? Lin Mo asked, turning to Yang Ju. Yang Ju replied, currently, each city is under the jurisdiction of its respective leader. In theory, headquarters wouldn't proactively intervene in such matters, but a life-bound artifact is a major concern, and since we're in Dawan City now, headquarters has instructed us to provide support and secure this life-bound artifact. Lin Mo stared at him. So what are you saying? Humph, that woman Yunling is clearly petty and narrow-minded. I won't help her, I'll help you, Muing declared, pumping her fists in the air. Yang Ju added, I've also communicated with headquarters. If you're interested, we can assist you. If not, we'll have no choice but to support her. After all, the demon god sequence has its own designs on the life-bound artifacts. Several have already fallen into their hands, accelerating the demon god's revival. Lin Mo didn't dwell on it. In that case, there's no time to waste. Let's go. At his current level of skill, he couldn't forge artifacts of this caliber. Rather than letting them fall into Yunling's hands, he might as well add a divine sequence ally to his team. What was there to lose? Hu Dalong suddenly piped up. I'm coming too. Lin Mo glanced at him and said, even if you didn't want to go, I'd be taking you along anyway. The assessment set by the second Lord of Heaven was, enter a divine realm, survive for over 24 hours, extract the core of the divine realm either directly or indirectly, and depart safely. Divine realms were the primordial divine artifacts of ancient deities or special artifacts from antiquity, places that rarely appeared except during the selection of the divine sequence. By the way, where's Shanshan? Lin Mo scanned the area. Hu Daolong replied, no idea. Probably still resting? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and headed toward Lin Shanshan's room. It was already midday, not like her at all. But the moment he opened the door, he felt a sensation like being bathed in spring breeze. The excruciating pain in his consciousness seemed to ease slightly. A jolt of realization struck Lin Mo. The inheritance has begun? This sensation was all too familiar to him. It was the divine inheritance from Lin Shanshan's previous life. This inheritance was triggered by extreme emotions. According to Lin Shanshan, it had been activated when she feared for her own safety. But why in this life? Lin Mo pondered, glancing at Muing, and his heart began to understand. Muing gasped, what are you doing? I didn't bully her. I just said she can't help you now, and that we'd be a better match. So it was that. Lin Mo realized, his expression turning serious as he looked at Muing. Setting aside that her potential isn't any lower than yours, I simply don't want her dragged into this mess. We're not a good match. If you're just looking for someone who meets your standards, you'd better find someone else sooner rather than later. After this operation, I hope you'll keep your distance. For me, Shanshan's feelings outweigh many things, and you're no exception. The situation looked grim. Just as Lin Mo was considering whether to take Hu Daolong into the divine realm himself, Muing stared at Lin Mo, a glimmer of light unexpectedly appearing in her pupils. You truly are the man I chose, loyal and principled. But, I could let her be the other woman. Lin Mo? Yang Ju and the Wudong Mountain Group were all grim-faced, feeling like this little tyrant was about to ruin their sex reputation. Huipu District, Dainan City. A plot of undeveloped land lay completely sealed off, heavily guarded by armed troops. Behind this cordon lay the entrance to the divine realm. In the distance, A black jeep approached Lin Mo's group, but before they could get close, the vehicle was stopped. Apologies, but this area is off limits. The commanding officer saluted stiffly, his voice icy. Yang Ju flung a credential without a glance. To his surprise, the officer shook his head after glancing at it. Sorry, Captain Yun Xian has orders. You may proceed. But I can't, right? Lin Mo, seated in the back, lifted his head and gave the officer a sweeping glance. The officer flinched visibly, as if stared down by the Grim Reaper returned from hell. He stammered, unable to speak. In recent days, Lin Mo had slain at least 9,000, if not 10,000, of the alien creatures. The killing intent radiating from him had long since become a sea of corpses and blood, an aura no ordinary person could withstand. I won't make things difficult for you. Send Yun Xian instead, Lin Mo said. That. Fine. The officer exhaled in relief. Soon, Yun Xian's aide arrived. I'm sorry, this is a restricted area. You cannot enter, the aide stated firmly, his eyes flashing with malice. He still harbored resentment over Lin Mo having diverted the alien beast tide that day. Lin Mo looked at him, his tone calm. Why can't we enter? Aren't these two from the bureau? The aide replied. This is Commander Yun Xian's designated area. Unauthorized personnel have no right to interfere. You. Mu Ying's temper flared at this. Though she held a nominal position and had never shown her face, she was still the armed forces' temporary commander-in-chief. Just as she was about to explode, Lin Mo asked, what if I insist on entering? Instantly, the aide felt pressure as immense as a mountain bearing down on him. In that moment, he finally understood why Lin Mo alone could suppress tens of thousands of alien creatures. Chapter 51, Zombies? If you want to stop me, you're not qualified. Send Yun Xian instead, Lin Mo said, gesturing for Yang Ju to keep driving. Yang Ju started the engine. The armed squad members all glared at the adjutant, but he clenched his jaw, daring not to utter another word. These bastards are utterly insolent. Mu Ying fumed on the road. If I ever meet that Yun Xian, I'll beat her every time I see her. She is the head of Dainan City after all. You should keep your cool. Yang Ju shot her a glance. Lin Mo remained silent. Soon, the car arrived at a vast expanse of ruins. The surrounding buildings appeared as if torn apart by a powerful suction force, with the concentration of broken walls and debris growing denser the deeper they ventured. At the very center, a 2-meter-tall shadowy orb of light floated. This was the entrance to the divine realm. A single touch would grant passage inside. Numerous support team members guarded the perimeter. Just as Lin Mo and the others arrived, the whirring sound of rotor blades grew closer in the sky. Soon, an armed helicopter descended, and Yun Xian stepped out alongside several fully armed members. Yun Xian, you have some nerve. Daring to block even us, Mu Ying declared bluntly as Yun Xian strode directly toward her. Yun Xian glanced at her, a hint of gravity flickering in her eyes. This woman held a higher rank and status than her, both in terms of position and sequence order. She could maintain hostility toward Lin Mo, after all. She was the head of the Dawan City branch, while Lin Mo hadn't yet entered the Central Bureau, but against Mu Ying, she lacked that confidence. Of course, it was possible that Lin Mo's dealings with the Central Bureau were conducted in secret, a factor she was unaware of. If you want to go in, fine, but we must team up together, Yun Ling stated, fixing her gaze on Lin Mo. Lin Mo chuckled. Why? Is this your private domain? The head of a city holds absolute authority here. If you're prepared to openly defy the Dashi city headquarters, go ahead and try. Yun Ling's tone remained calm. Want us to do your dirty work, boss? If the boss hadn't refused the role, Hu Dalong started to argue with the woman, but Lin Mo cut him off. Fine, let's team up. Let's go. Lin Mo replied, equally composed. But inside, he felt differently. He knew most of the information about this divine realm. Having Yun Xian guide him was like facing the king of beasts in the forest without any weapons. After organizing their gear, Yun Xian led the team inside. Are we really teaming up with her? Hu Dalong asked. Lin Mo nodded. Let's go in first and see. Soon, the group entered. The group materialized in the center of an ancient town. The moment they stepped inside, a chilling atmosphere enveloped them, the air thick with a faint, putrid stench. Most of the surrounding houses were wooden structures, their doors tightly shut, the alleys crisscrossed in every direction, yet not a sound could be heard, a rather unsettling sight. Is this the interior of the divine realm? How are we supposed to find the divine artifact? Hu Dalong scanned his surroundings, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Yang Ju spoke first. Let's head to the center first. Isn't this the divine realm? Could former residents still be alive here? Hu Dalong walked straight toward a house, preparing to open the door. If anyone's there, we can just ask them. Seeing this, a flicker of schadenfreude crossed Yun Ling's eyes. Yang Ju, who was constantly scanning the surroundings, caught this and immediately stopped Hu Dalong. It's best not to open these doors carelessly. You must know something. The divine realm has been here for a day and a half. You couldn't have done nothing, Yang Ju asked, turning to Yun Xian. Yun Xian shook her head. This is my first time here, which meant someone else had likely been sent into the divine realm during that time. A chill gripped Yang Ju's heart. This Yunling showed no sign of cooperation whatsoever. Every house here contained a coffin, each holding a zombie of at least third-tier strength. Opening the doors or removing the soul summoning tablets would trigger an attack. Lin Mo recalled the information about this place. He'd reviewed numerous divine realm case files, including those concerning soul summoning tablets. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Yunling softened her tone. We haven't gathered much information either. We only know the artifact is most likely in the central area, where the supernatural entities are stronger. As Yunling spoke, a blinding gray light suddenly erupted atop a house in the town center, visible across the entire divine realm. Besides us, are there others here? Hard to say, but this is likely an omen of the artifact's emergence. The group stiffened, immediately preparing to head toward the light. Any discerning person could tell that something was definitely amiss in that location. But just then, Lin Mo scanned the surroundings and pointed westward. Let's go that way. I can sense it, the Yin energy is heavier over there. Yin energy? Yang Ju froze, sniffing the air but detecting nothing. Lin Mo glanced at him. The so-called Yin energy was obviously fake. He couldn't exactly admit he was following a script. Lin Mo, you're doing this on purpose? Yunling's gaze turned hostile. The other members of the armed squad chimed in. This concerns the life-bound artifact. We hope you'll prioritize the greater good. We ordinary people dare to charge into battle. We hope you, as a deity-tier being, won't be so underhanded. Lin Mo smiled at their words, unwilling to elaborate further. Her plan to borrow Lin Mo's combat power dashed. Yun Xian coldly declared, I was giving you a chance. Since that's how it is, you can leave the divine realm. I'll retrieve the life-bound artifact myself. Oh, then go ahead and take it. Can't I just wander around a bit? Lin Mo shrugged. Yun Xian's anger flared, and she immediately split up with her armed squad members, heading toward the center. Once the life-bound divine artifact was taken, the divine realm would begin to collapse. At that point, trapping Lin Mo here would be a permanent solution. Yun Xian thought to herself. On the other side, Yang Ju voiced his concern. Are we really just going to hand over the life-bound divine artifact? Mu Ying and Hu Dalong also turned to look. Lin Mo reassured them. Don't worry, she won't get it. I have a feeling about this. The three exchanged glances and said no more. Be careful, the divine realm isn't necessarily safe. In a place like this, you never know when a few zombie puppets might jump out. Lin Mo said. Stepping forward, Mu Ying flexed her fist. Humph, I'm the next leader of Wudong Mountain. Bring em on one at a time. Before she could finish, Mu Ying suddenly shrieked. Golden light erupted from her right hand as talismans flew from her palm toward the ground beneath her feet. Exorcism talismans to counter magic, binding talismans to restrain. The others looked down and saw a skeletal hand protruding from the ground beneath her feet. It must have grabbed Mu Ying's ankle moments ago. Watch out, there really is a zombie. A skeleton spirit. Enemy attack. Chapter 52, Oxhead and Horseface. Yang Ju instantly grew alert, while Hu Dalong let out a startled gasp, both assuming defensive stances. It's fine. Seems like just a skeletal hand imbued with Yin energy. Just be careful. Lin Mo grabbed the immobile hand and casually stowed it into his spirit void ring. What are you doing with that thing? Mu Ying stared blankly. Lin Mo replied, taking it back for research. With that, he continued walking forward. For some reason, Yang Ju stared at Lin Mo's retreating figure, feeling strangely certain that Lin Mo seemed intimately familiar with this place. How could someone who had just entered an unfamiliar divine realm navigate it with such ease? This place was deadly if you weren't careful. And what made him so sure Yun Xian wouldn't get her life-bound artifact? If she did, wouldn't his entire mission be for nothing? If Yun Xian secured her life-bound artifact, her power in the great southern city would only solidify further. Then, it would be Lin Mo who faced the consequences. Boom! As Lin Mo and the others walked along the road, a thunderous roar erupted from the town center. It must be Yun Xian's squad launching an attack, though the target remained unknown. Where are we headed? Yang Ju asked in confusion as Lin Mo walked steadily toward the western alley without pausing. To find a horse. A horse? A horse like those from the underworld. Lin Mo explained as he led the group through several alleys, finally stopping before a modest stone mansion. Two peculiar sculptures stood at the entrance. One depicted a bull-headed figure wielding a long pitchfork, the other a horse-faced creature brandishing a whip. Both wore ferocious expressions, emanating an overall chilling aura. There really is a horse? Hu Dalong exclaimed in astonishment. Yang Ju's gaze toward Lin Mo grew increasingly peculiar. He had definitely been here before. So the life-bound artifact is inside? Charge! Hu Daolong shouted, rushing forward. Wait! Lin Mo shouted, but it was already too late. Hu Daolong had thrown the door open. The next moment, a chill erupted from the depths of their souls. The two statues began to glow with a grayish light, and in the blink of an eye, they sprang to life. The Minotaur spun eerily, hurling his long spear forward. A piercing whistle split the air. Watch out! Muing swiftly tossed an explosive spirit talisman. The talisman struck the pitchfork like lightning, instantly erupting into a massive surge of spiritual energy that deflected the weapon. The pitchfork veered off course, smashing a massive crater into the ground as divine energy rippled relentlessly. Whoa! Hu Daolong sucked in a sharp breath. Such terrifying destructive force, even though he had recently ascended to the second tier, he couldn't withstand it. Just as Muing struck, the horse-faced demon's whip lashed upward like a serpent, binding her body from below. Muing had intended to strike immediately, but to her astonishment, the moment the whip touched her, the flow of divine power within her body was suppressed. This is a divine artifact too, and it has a suppression effect. Mu Ying's heart jolted. She had been far too careless. We can't fight them head-on. These two monsters are at least peak third tier. Yang Ju instantly assessed the situation and shouted to Lin Mo, let's retreat first. We can't win against these two. Though they now had ample cultivation materials and the bureau had deities reaching tier 3, they themselves hadn't. Lin Mo was busy forging divine artifacts, while they were occupied guarding the base. Can't fight them head-on? Then outsmart them. Lin Mo responded with a calm smile. Divine power surged through his body as he began sketching an array diagram out of thin air. An array? Yang Ju's pupils dilated in shock. Lin Mo's movements were unmistakably those of sketching an array formation. But why would he use an array? Wasn't he a forger and a beast tamer? Before long, a phantom array took shape in Lin Mo's hands. Go! With a forward thrust, the formation instantly enveloped the ox-headed and horse-faced demons, the most basic illusion array. Will it work? Yang Ju watched intently. The two monsters froze, their eyes blank for a moment. The long whip binding Muing loosened. Seizing the chance, Muing immediately retreated to Lin Mo's side. Hu Daolong had already ducked out of harm's way. It worked! As Yang Ju stared in astonishment at Lin Mo's formation, mere seconds passed before the two monsters' eyes regained their blood-red glow. Oh no! Lin Mo! We should retreat first. Yang Ju's expression changed abruptly. The moment he turned to look at Lin Mo, he froze in place. Three formations had already materialized around Lin Mo, beginning to take shape for attack. Thunder, flame, and ice. The attacks were brief but each dealt damage. Most crucially, Lin Mo was still sketching more formations. Wait, are formations this easy to master and effective? Yang Ju was dumbfounded. He knew some divine sequences specialized in arrays, capable of forging them in mere breaths using specific materials. But wasn't it said that every formation required extremely high practice costs and took a long time? The number of formations Lin Mo had already displayed exceeded 5. Hold off those two monsters. Wait until I finish all my formations. Lin Mo immediately declared upon realizing the current formations couldn't stop the two frenzied beasts. The white tiger leapt forward, directly blocking the horse-faced demon. The whip that suppressed divine power had little effect on its constitution. Yet the horse-faced demon's physical prowess was equally formidable, managing to hold its own against the white tiger. Meanwhile, Yang Ju and Muing engaged the Minotaur. Hu Daolong guarded Lin Mo's perimeter, vigilant against other monsters appearing. The light shadow formation, the shadow devouring formation, the spirit sword formation. Individually, these 10 formations are easily dealt with, but when combined, they become terrifyingly powerful. Lin Mo's hands moved without pause, his divine power surging through him with increasing speed. No! Over here! Yang Ju was no pushover himself, yet every time he faced the Minotaur's long spear, he felt his movements restricted, unable to defend effectively. One thrust forced Muing back. Just as the Minotaur lunged his spear toward Yang Ju, poised to pierce through his arm, flashes of blades erupted from all directions. The Minotaur's body flickered strangely, sliding backward. By the time all 10 formations were complete, Lin Mo had expended over half his divine power. Constructing formations might appear simple, but the drain on one's essence, energy, and spirit was immense. Yet the effect was undeniably potent. The Minotaur and Horseface, who had effortlessly pushed back 2 top-tier divine sequence beings, now found themselves locked in a stalemate against the 10 formations surrounding them. Unable to locate the array's focal point, they couldn't effectively attack the formations and were forced into a continuous state of passive defense. These formations are incredibly potent, Yang Ju exclaimed in astonishment. Most formations would begin to deteriorate under attack, unlike Lin Mo's. Let's go. The lifebound artifact should be inside. Taking advantage of the ox-headed and horse-faced demon's entrapment, Lin Mo motioned for the others to head inside. Roar! This time, the two monsters finally went berserk. But with 10 formations blocking their path, they couldn't break through unscathed and were forced to struggle within them. Inside the room, the moment they entered, they saw a coffin. Resting atop the coffin was a spirit tablet. Chapter 53, Trapped in the Divine Realm. A soul-summoning tablet. Seize it, and you'll inherit the divine lineage of one of the 10 kings of hell. Lin Mo declared the moment he saw the spirit tablet. How do you know? Is that true? Yang Ju and the others exchanged looks, each with a different expression. At the same moment, in the town center, Yunling and the others emerged from the largest room, covered in dust and dirt. Several of them were dragging lifeless skeletons that had lost all mobility. Damn it, we've been tricked. This place is nothing but a trap. There's nothing inside except countless skeletal remains. What do you think? Did Lin Mo know all along that something was wrong here? So he wasn't even here? Someone voiced the question, only to be immediately countered. How could that be? The divine realm just opened. This is his first time here too. There's no way he knew. Yunling's eyes grew cold, yet she found this possibility highly plausible. Lin Mo was far too composed. Since arriving here, every move he made showed no trace of unfamiliarity. Head west to find Lin Mo. He must know something. Taking the lead, Yunling began walking westward. Meanwhile, inside the room, Lin Mo stepped forward and took the spirit tablet. The instant Lin Mo touched the spirit tablet, a dark light suddenly flickered within the room. The coffin lid trembled violently, and then a skeletal hand pierced straight through the top of the coffin. Holy, a zombie! There's a zombie down there. What terrifying magic! Run! The others' expressions changed instantly. Lin Mo immediately fled toward the exit, and the others followed suit. The instant Lin Mo stepped out of the room, a dark shadow flashed overhead. Immediately after, a 2-meter-tall skeleton covered in hair, its eyes glowing like ghostly flames, leaped down. Roar! With a deafening roar, the skeleton shattered the formation, trapping the oxhead and horseface demons with a single punch and palm strike. Instantly, the two monsters bowed in submission. This skeleton seems to be of quite a high rank, Hu Daolong remarked in awe. Judging by its aura, it's at least reached the 4th tier of transcendence. This divine realm is far too powerful. How could it possibly contain such a high-level being? Logically, the levels within the divine realm shouldn't exceed those in reality by much. After all, without sufficient divine power to sustain it, maintaining the divine realm's operations would be impossible. You three retreat first. I'll hold it off with an array. Lin Mo swept his gaze over the group as divine power flowed through his hands like water, smoothly sketching out the array's patterns. We're all leaving together. We're not leaving. Any clear-eyed observer could tell Lin Mo stood no chance alone. Opposite them now stood not only 2 third-tier ox-headed and horse-faced demons, but also a 4th-tier skeleton. Even with the white tiger yet to join the fray, they were no match. There's no time. White Tiger and I will hold them off. You escape first. Lin Mo's expression grew grave. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly realized the skeleton had vanished before his eyes. A chill ran through his body. In the next instant, the skeleton materialized behind him. He stepped back to evade, but the skeleton's bone hand, sharp as a blade, sliced clean through his arm, blood gushing forth. The skeleton's objective was simple, the spirit tablet in his hand. If its target had been my throat instead of the spirit tablet just now, I'd likely be dead. Lin Mo thought with a shudder. Instantly, he summoned the Thunder Immortal Sword. But when he swung it down and the skeleton showed no sign of dodging, Lin Mo's heart trembled. The sword struck the skeleton, yet it felt like cutting through steel, not even a scratch. Don't fight it head-on, run. Divine power surged through him, unleashing a cloud-like barrage of thunder blades that slammed directly into the skeleton. Lin Mo released his grip, snatched Hu Daolong without hesitation, and began running. Yang Ju and the others immediately followed. Just as Lin Mo burst out of the alley, he caught sight of Yunling and her group approaching from the opposite direction. It's Lin Mo. Look at the spirit tablet in his hand, such a potent aura of divine power. This must be the true artifact of this place. He really does know something. Just as Yunling's group was fuming and preparing to confront Lin Mo. You want this life-bound artifact? You can have it. Lin Mo flung the spirit tablet directly toward them. Yunling leapt into the air without hesitation to catch it. Beware of a trick. Commander, be careful. The armed squad members were still warning Yun Xian to be cautious when Lin Mo had already sprinted away, disappearing from sight. Yun Xian instantly realized the danger, her expression turning grim. Run! Something's definitely wrong back there. Yun Xian knew Lin Mo's capabilities well. For him to flee in such panic, the spirit tablet in his hands couldn't be anything good. It was likely a death warrant here. As if to prove her words, a cold hand pierced straight through her chest the moment she shouted, "Captain! Run!" Panic erupted among the group, with some immediately beginning to flee. At the front, Lin Mo and his companions heard the commotion and instantly grasped what was happening. No! We've come this far. We can't leave empty-handed. With a swift turn, Lin Mo began redrawing the formation. Cover me for a moment. I'll find a way to trap that skeleton. In the next instant, Lin Mo began sketching the formation while simultaneously forging the divine artifact in his mind. The white tiger had also descended by now, preparing for battle. Using materials gathered within the divine realm, Lin Mo began forging the thunder punishment sword while simultaneously sketching numerous arrays. What is he doing? Forging another divine artifact? At a time like this? Aren't these materials just the unremarkable stones we passed by on the road earlier? Don't disturb him. Such overwhelming power, I can sense this artifact is no ordinary thing. Just as Lin Mo reached the critical moment of forging, the skeleton appeared. Yang Ju and the others gritted their teeth and charged forward. They couldn't let it hinder Lin Mo. Roar! The howling skeleton charged like an out-of-control war machine. The trio tried to block it, but Hu Dalong was defeated in the first round. Golden talismans swirled around Mo Ying and Yang Ju as they maneuvered to evade the skeleton. Yet the skeleton seemed possessed of sentience, sidestepping them entirely and charging straight toward Lin Mo. No! They cried out in alarm, ready to rush forward, but it was already too late. The white tiger, guarding Lin Mo, had been waiting for this moment. It charged forward to block the skeleton, and in the next instant, Lin Mo's divine artifact was forged to perfection. Thunderbolts rained down from the heavens, as if wielding divine might. The four-directional formations unleashed their assaults as well, yet the skeleton seemed immune, charging straight ahead. Useless? Yang Ju and the others were stunned, but the next moment, the skeleton was blasted back over 10 meters. It had underestimated Lin Mo's capabilities. Now's our chance, retreat! Lin Mo's command echoed as the group immediately rushed toward the exit of the divine realm. But when they reached it, they discovered the exit had vanished. This is bad. As the skeleton awoke, the divine realm shifted. Unless we defeat the skeleton, we won't be able to leave. For a moment, the situation froze. There are other skeletons in those rooms. We can use them for cultivation first, then go slay the skeleton king. Yang Ju suggested. Alright, we have no other choice. And so, the group remained within the divine realm.